principalmente nos resultados que o ajudamos a conquistar. Sabemos que foi cumprindo com nossos compromissos que ao longo de gerações conseguimos conquistar a sua confiança. A AgroSérie se orgulha por ter participado desde 1945 da extraordinária história de sucesso do agronegócio brasileiro.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Temos a missão de alimentar o futuro, ajudando agricultores em todo o mundo a serem mais resilientes, mais produtivos e mais sustentáveis para as próximas gerações, por meio de inovações como culturas cultivadas a partir de tecnologias inteligentes em sementes que são tolerantes ao clima, insetos e doenças, e produtos de proteção de cultivos ainda mais sustentáveis para ajudar os agricultores a continuarem crescendo. Então, como fazemos isso? Nós trazemos as mentes mais brilhantes e os melhores parceiros para trabalhar juntos, nas propriedades dos agricultores, nos laboratórios de pesquisa, em unidades de produção e escritórios ao redor do mundo, para entregar soluções que ajudarão a alimentar e abastecer o mundo. Corteva AgriScience. Continue crescendo.
O agronegócio brasileiro alimenta o mundo. E hoje, também é movido por tecnologia. No campo, cada decisão faz a diferença. E com o avanço da inteligência artificial, da digitalização e da agricultura inteligente orientada por dados, o agro se torna mais conectado, eficiente e preparado para o futuro. É aqui que a Bosch atua, desenvolvendo soluções que conectam máquinas, dados e pessoas para transformar o agro brasileiro. Com mais precisão, é possível reduzir desperdícios, otimizar recursos e produzir com mais eficiência e menos impacto ambiental. E é aqui, no Brasil, um dos maiores protagonistas do agronegócio mundial, que desenvolvemos essas soluções. Somos o centro de competência global da Bosch para a agricultura inteligente, conectando dados, sensores e máquinas para aumentar a produtividade e reduzir custos no campo, levando inovação daqui para transformar o campo em todo o mundo. Bosch, tecnologias que cultivam o presente e o futuro.
Bosch.
Com o meu Bradesco, compadre, o ano safra é sucesso.
Pô, falar em sucesso?
Nossa, o show agora é na roça. É hora da semente cair no chão, é hora do suor cair do peão. A gente é brabo na lida do gado, a gente é bruto na plantação. Com fé e coragem, meu Bradesco de parceiro.
Bradesco e Agro.
Isso é que é dupla raiz.
No Brasil, existe um elo que aproxima o campo e a cidade. É uma potência que conta com 17 mil profissionais no campo, 27 federações estaduais e mais de 2.000 sindicatos rurais, que cuida da saúde de mais de 200 mil pessoas por ano. Apoia e leva assistência técnica para mais de 400 mil propriedades rurais. Capacita pessoas à distância ou presencial com mais de 1,5 milhão de matrículas por ano e trabalha para cultivar uma vida melhor para produtores rurais e alimentar os brasileiros. Esse é o sistema CNA Senar, que transforma o campo e inspira o Brasil.
Antes da conquista, um plano.
Antes de qualquer amanhã, proteção. Há 75 anos, começamos a construir futuros? Estamos com você no seu negócio, na casa própria, no primeiro filho, nos recomeços. Mesmo quando o mundo muda, o clima muda, a vida muda. Hoje, seguro é mais que apólice, é pertencimento, é inclusão. E a Confederação Nacional das Seguradoras faz parte dessa história. Representamos um setor com quase 300 mil profissionais, mais de 6% do PIB do país. Mas o que realmente nos move não são números, são as pessoas. CNSEG, há 75 anos, levando o seguro a todos os brasileiros.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Essa é uma história clássica de origem de uma startup de tecnologia, tão familiar quanto improvável. Um jovem inventor talentoso vai para a garagem, no quintal de casa, buscando mudar o mundo. E dá início a uma empresa que nunca para de evoluir. Avance alguns capítulos e você encontrará um robô de 36 olhos, programado para proteger a Terra, pegando carona em um supercomputador móvel com conexões com o espaço sideral. E à medida que seguem em direção ao próximo horizonte, você deve estar pensando: que jornada extraordinária nós estamos vivendo. E já faz quase 200 anos. Inteligência artificial com foco na proteção dos recursos naturais. Sim, isso é real. Mas uma pá carregadeira capaz de diferenciar pessoas de objetos, mais rápido do que você faria para proteger o recurso mais precioso de todos. E sim, estamos investigando isso também. Parcerias com cientistas de foguetes para alcançar os céus e enfrentar os maiores desafios da Terra. Claro, baterias que movem carros são incríveis. Mas e tecnologias de bateria que podem literalmente mover a Terra? É por isso que somos a startup de tecnologia original, inovando incansavelmente em nome da humanidade, para levar o essencial da vida a todos. Você e John Deere, uma só força.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
A força do Brasil está na gente, no agronegócio, nos serviços financeiros que unem a bolsa ao campo. É a potência brasileira. E onde tem potência brasileira, tem B3. Com instrumentos de financiamento da cadeia produtiva, permitimos que as empresas tenham fácil acesso aos recursos para suas produções. Conectamos investidores a títulos de renda fixa e oferecemos a segurança necessária para o capital que move toda a cadeia. Seja na produção, beneficiamento, industrialização e comercialização de produtos e insumos, estamos presentes em cada etapa. Olhamos a fundo a transformação do mercado para que recursos sejam aplicados em ativos ligados à cadeia do agronegócio. Foi no passado que começamos a olhar para o futuro, com contratos que permitiam a gestão de risco da safra. E é no presente contínuo que...
Ask for your kind attention, please. It's with great pleasure that we begin, like from Sheraton, São Paulo, WTC Hotel, the 25th edition of the Brazilian Congress of the Agribusiness, and on-site presence, and also with live transmission on YouTube. So you're kindly welcome. Please take your seats so we can begin our event today. So CBA is a realization from ABAG, the Brazilian Association of the Agribusiness, and B3, the stock market in Brazil, with a master sponsorship of Agroseries, Bayer, and Cortiva. The gold sponsorship, Bosch, Bradesco, CNA Senar, CNSEG, John Deere, and Yara. And silver sponsorship, Anbima, Cargill, Cochupé, CropLife Brazil, Impevi, Fiat Senar, and Union, Jactus, the OCB System, S&P Global Ratings, Syngenta, e Terreus, and with the support of Banco do Brasil. I am Carol Nogueira, I am a journalist, and it's a pleasure to be here with you in this event. So please be kind enough to use your cell phones on silent mode. And then we will begin with our event. Ladies and gentlemen, so before the opening ceremony, we'd like to invite you to watch the videos of the sponsors of the event, ABAG and B3, the stock market in Brazil. So let's watch the videos. So the 21st century is marked by very fast changes and uncertainties, wars, tensions, geopolitical, climate change, energy transition, risks to food safety and energy, and new economic and commercial disputes redefine the global balance. In the midst of the fragmentation of the world in blocks and the advancement of protectionism, so Brazil comes up as the big player for sustainable in food, energy, and mine. So for 25 years, the Brazilian Agriculture Congress debates and follows these global transformations and the role of Brazil in this scenario. So throughout this trajectory, the agribusiness in Brazil innovated, grew in efficiency, and strengthened productive chains and established the country as the leader in this topic. Within this context of the evolution, so Brazil lives this huge opportunity consolidate its biocompetitiveness, articulating chains and being the reference in integration between agriculture and industry, innovation and production, sustainability and development. So the industry that automates, connects, and speeds productivity, science, biotechnology, and the new matrix that imply efficiency and add value. So agro takes over like this strategic global role. At the same time, fights constant challenges of economic volatility, infrastructure, financing, risk management, capacity of investment, and protectionism. Building the future demands strategic vision, stability, and commitment with the country. That's the reason that this historical edition of the Brazilian Agribusiness Congress gathers leaderships in the entrepreneur business, political activities, and specialists to discuss possible pathways to strengthen the development in Brazil in a world of transformation, integrating assets that sustain the country. Because to integrate is transforming, and transforming is building the future. So ABAG and B3 present the 25th edition of the Brazilian Congress of Agribusiness. So the Brazilian stock market is in the agenda. The agribusiness and the financial services that connected the stock market to the field is the Brazilian power. And where we have like Brazilian power, we have B3. With financing instruments in the productive chain, we enable companies to have easy access to the resources for the productions, connecting investors and fixed income bonds, and we provide the capital that moves all the chain, be it in the production, benefiting industrialization and trade of products and inputs. We are present in each stage. We look deep to the transformation in the market so that the resources can be deployed in assets connected to the chain of the agribusiness. It was in the past that we began looking towards the future with contracts that enable us to manage the risk of the harvest. And it's in the present that we continue connected to the development of the agribusiness. Because where we have it all, we have trust, we have partnership, real partnership, and we have the power of the agribusiness. We have B3. B3, much more than the stock market in Brazil.
Senhoras e senhores.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite the opening ceremony of the Brazilian Congress of Agribusiness, the Honorable Geraldo Alckmin, Vice President of the Republic. Mr. Ingo Plugger, the President of the Brazilian Association of the Agribusiness, ABAG. André de Paula, the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock. Luiz Mazagan, Vice President of Products and Clients of B3. Senator Teresa Cristina is on her way and she'll be part of our roundtable for the opening ceremony. I would like to invite Mr. Arnaldo Jardim, Federal Deputy. Geraldo Melo Filho, the Secretary of Agriculture and Supply in the state of São Paulo. Silvia Masua, the President of the Brazilian Agriculture Research Corporation, Embrapa. Tirso de Salles Meireles, the President of the São Paulo Agriculture and Livestock Federation. Tânia Zanella, Executive President of the System OCB and President of the Institute Pensar Agro. Ana Repesa, President of CropLife Brazil. Marcelo Regunaga, the General Coordinator of the countries that produce in the Global South. And Antônio Melo Alvarenga Neto, the President of the National Agricultural Society. Ladies and gentlemen, for the opening of the Brazilian Congress of Agribusiness, we would like to invite Mr. Ingo Ploger, the President of the Brazilian Agribusiness Association, ABAG. Please, Senator Teresa Cristina, round of applause. Welcome. Being greeted by all the other authorities present here on stage. And then we can begin our opening ceremony. Okay, now we have everyone on stage with the arrival of the Senator Teresa Cristina. So moving on, we will continue with the opening ceremony with Mr. Ingo Flor, the President of ABAG, please. The floor is yours. I would like to next to me, Nina Ploger, and our General Director, Gisele Babylon. Nina Ploger, the President of Female Leadership, and being my wife, she represents like the Agri family. So we are composed by men and women, sons and siblings. So please, next to me. And the presence of Gisele Babylon represents all the entrepreneurs, the executives, like women in the agribusiness in 1 year that the UN declares as women in the agribusiness. So I'm the General, Mr. President, Vice President. We are very honored with your presence here. So Geraldo Alckmin has always been a frequent caregiver of the CBAs for many, many years. And one of the ones that know more about our ethanol since his management in the state of São Paulo. So Geraldo, if I can call you this way, I was always impressed by a topic. When you were the governor, at a given moment, you reduced like the taxes. And then in 3 or 4 months, like the collection increased. So I missed that time. I would like to salute my dear friend, Luis Mazagan, the Vice President of B3, also present here. And he's now like the President on B3. So thank you very much for your partnership. And we need this power in the capital market. So André de Paula. André de Paula comes from the state of Pernambuco. And it's very nice like to live well with him and very good conversation. So I would like to continue with opening not only doors, but building the bridges that we need so much in conversation between the agri and all different sectors in our society. So thank you very much for your presence. Teresa Cristina, she is my idol that for many years for all of us, like from Mato Grosso do Sul to the ministry and to the Senate, and always reaching and meeting our expectations. So thank you very much, Cristina, for being here in our Congress. Arnaldo Jardim, This is a champ. He was a congressman considered like high efficient last year. And this year, quite likely, you will be granted with the trophy. So you were a champ, and he is a deputy that shines because he looks at towards the future and would like Arnaldo in your new leadership position, like shines us with this brilliant vision of the future. So Geraldo Mano Filho, the Secretariat of Agriculture and Supply in the state of São Paulo, my dear friend, and knows very much like the agribusiness, and always with a very straightforward analysis. So he has a very dear consideration on the topic. So Silvia Massurra, besides being the president of the Brazilian Agriculture Research Corporation, Silvia is part of our council of the agribusiness, and she brings insights in the technology that can be introduced. And I have a dream, Silvia, that one day we will be able to place Embrapa and Embrapi together even stronger, and also internationalize Embrapa. So this would be a high-level diplomacy. And Silvio Meirelles, so this is a Tirso Salles Meirelles representing like as an active president and of high performance. So Tirso, very much for being here with us. Tânia Zanella, so she's our champ in Brasilia, in ITA, and the president of ACB. She is a first-line articulator, knows how to lead so many other institutions that we have there, that's not easy. So, and then, like with the Congress as well. So please, remain strong. Ana Heteza, the new president of COP Life, with an amazing curriculum in Apex. So good luck. And very nice to have you here with us. Marcelo Regunaga. Marcelo is the president of the producers in the South. It was founded by our always minister like Roberto Rodrigues. And Marcelo currently not only heads this group in the South, integrating 4 countries, but he's also like a speaker person with many different governments. So thank you, Marcelo, for being here. And Antonio Alvarenga, who is an icon in the agro, not only here, but in Rio de Janeiro as well. And it seems that Rio now has directly adhered to the agribusiness. So thank you very much for being here. So ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of the agribusiness, so on behalf of ABAG and AB3 and all our partners, I greet you all here. I welcome with a deep satisfaction and gratitude in this 25th edition of the Brazilian Congress of the Agribusiness, CBA, to think about now and the future of Brazil, promoting like visions and opinions, and for those who are here in all the different regions in the country and abroad virtually. We have many interlocutors like international with us, so in Europe, in the United States, Asia, and also in Brazil. And here I salute in their behalf, like Maíra, like from the state of Pará, and Dom Eliseu, who is watching us with his female leadership. So this edition has a very singular meaning. We are celebrating the 25th edition. It's a milestone that represents the maturity of an institution more than following what's going on. This Congress has always anticipated the trends, understanding the global movements, and contributing to the build-up of a strategic, long-run strategic vision for Brazil. So that's why I pay my homage to all the presidents that led ABAG throughout its history. Ney Bittencourt, Assur Coulomb, José Alberto Garcia, Roberto Rodrigues, Carlo Batelli, Marcelo Brito, and Caio Carvalho. So here I also mention Alisson Paulinelli, who used to sit on the third row in each of the Congress, like from the beginning to the end. He would stay here saluting and greeting everyone, and he was with us. He was an icon that we dearly miss. So I'm fully aware that I received this responsibility to preside a bag based on the legacy of all these big leaderships. As Isaac Newton used to say, if I could see further, was because I was under the shoulders of giants. Humbleness, respect, and this feeling of responsibility that I try to continue this trajectory.
Having this renewed hope, I declare that is open the 25th edition of Agribusiness in Brazil. Welcome to this event, to this Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite all of you for a very short reflection. In the last decades, we went through very meaningful revolutions, and today Brazil is strong, that became a key player in the world agribusiness, having a tropical experience, reaching many continents. Brazil, so strong, that grows sustainably for many years. A very low unemployment, solid investment, low interest, and have institutional support, attract investment in the agribusiness, in the industry as well, but also in the infrastructure. It shows that we have high performance harbor, roads, railways that cuts our countries from north to the south of the country. Well, the businessmen were able to overcome the undertaking, and also, instead of assisting only people, helping big and smaller business, having pioneering innovation. Brazil is presented as a business model of a consolidated society, having institutions with high reliability and low rates of poverty and corruption. Friends, that's the speech of my successor in the next 25 years, and I hope Brazil will be seen if we find the correct path. Brazil that we have today is very different from the one that is described by my future successor, and we live in a period of many transformations, that lots of uncertainties as well. In many moments, we have challenges that would be very complex in itself. As the world goes fast, we increase the weight of our own difficulties. Today, Teresa, it's a paradox. We are able to improve our difficulties that we face today. High interest rate that curbs investment, financing in the rural area, and also difficulties in the productive areas, but it's becoming short. There are lots of regulation. It goes together with a tax load and legal difficulties that might curb the investments in Brazil. Imports that are predatory today, that prevent a loyal or a legal investment, has a geopolitical difficulties that is very lots of difficulties, redefining markets, and impose lots of demands in the competitiveness area. Today, we have risks in the climate change, El Nino, for example, that is not only in our set outlook, but is difficulting our livestock and agricultural sector. We have to understand what is happening now in this scenario that ABAG proposes to look for the future of the Brazilian nation, to where we can and we want to move towards, looking for an agenda that unites our efforts. It's a set of very strong of agribusiness connected to the industry. Having this integration, that Brazilian agribusiness, it's a single case in the world. Tropical agriculture developing solutions that no other country was able to replicate in the same scale. Our capacity to produce 3 crops per year made us closer to the logic of our industry, with innovation efficiency, with a continuous production that operates just in time. the industry already operates in just in time, but now agriculture, tropical agriculture, just does the same just in time. It's something completely new in the world. Today, Brazilian crops, it is an industry open. The innovation in the digital sector, it's very much digitalized, but very badly connected because of climate changes. What the industry is completely digitalized, connected, our digital is not connected yet. That's an industry that integrates the rural and the urban. So many cities, we are a single society that today, when we start calling rural urban, it's an achievement that does not come only about the fertility of the soil, the wealth of the soil, of climate, and also the quality of our land. Maíra, it's an achievement that we have conquered along the sweat of men and women that works in the agriculture with research and desire to overcome the difficulties. The next step, Parola, it's to make this capacity in leadership. The real key player of a nation is not measured only by what is produced, by its capacity of leading the way and leading the transformation. Caio Carvalho, more and more that we meet, that we get together, that I recall this challenge. The challenge today is to achieve new markets, to have new demands, and lead the transition for a renewable agriculture to move and make the world more sustainable. For that, we have to go beyond the production. We must influence standards, participate in building the new rules in international business, and be a key player and occupy the spaces in which the future is being decided. Brazil is a player, and it's very relevant in this new scenario. The new business diplomacy is going to be built together between industry and agribusiness and its institutions of research and development, such as Embrapa. Agribusiness and the industry, they are just a single body in the big and the small business. The industry is in the agri, as the agribusiness is in the industry as well. Having its services, its innovations in the culture and also in the Brazilian soul. We have to strengthen strategic alliances in our vocations. It means to build a true sovereignty for the good of the society. It's just the beginning of the long journey before us of Brazil, of agri-industry. It's a tropical industry for tropical economy. That's exactly this vision that inspired today's Congress, having this spirit of responsibility that ABAG, which associates, has studied very deeply about the future of Brazil. That we are, in everybody's case, after the analysis of more than 80 factors that put together, having this urgency that we face today, the impact in the horizon of implementation. We have built a plan for Brazilian agribusiness. That's a decisive moment for the country. And we have to walk towards, for the future governors, putting together actions for the short, medium, and long term. The future of Brazil is not built with isolated measures. When this vision embodies the contribution of the civil society, is no longer an agenda of the governments, but it becomes a true agenda of the Brazilian nation. We strive. We are not looking for privileges and favors. We are not looking for privileges and not only favors. We are looking to have previsibility that strengthens investment in Brazil, innovation and entrepreneurship. We are looking for deep transformation in Brazil. We want to no longer be a country of privilege, to become a country or nation of opportunities. Brazil that works it can be seen already. It's present in the states that we like to call tropical agents that grows beyond the average, attracting investments, expands its middle class, generating jobs, and face more and more the shortage of qualified labor. These states, they show that development is not only a promise, it's a reality when there is a place to invest, undertake business, and innovate. Ladies and gentlemen, this phenomenon has not taken place isolatedly. It reveals a lesson that is fundamental for us to learn about. When entrepreneurship, it overcomes assistencialism. When it happens, development is no longer an expectation, it becomes a reality. I have a dream. My dream is to go through this process and make it happen all over Brazil. It's a vision of a nation to become, to reach out for the north, northeast of Brazil, the north, southeast, all the regions of Brazil that integrates agri-industry, the agriculture, the rural area, and cities. There is no sustainable development without investment. There is no investment without trust. There is no trust without liberty, without freedom, without legal transformation, and respecting Brazilian institutions. That's the ambition that unites us together, that puts us together. That's a dream that becomes a vision. And it's a vision that inspires a mission. That's the mission that takes us to act today without losing this horizon that we want to reach out. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, that's an invitation for you, us from ABAG, the associates, that we are offering you today for this 20th edition of the Brazilian Congress of Agribusiness, having ideas, sharing experiences, having debates, discussions, because the future we do not expect. We build it together. This Congress should another step to build Brazil that we want to see before us, that we have all the conditions to achieve, that God helps us. Thank you very much.
Obrigada ao presidente.
Thank you, President. In this very moment, Igor Plonger is going to hand a document that is called Strategic Agenda for Brazilian ABAG. This document is handed to the Vice President, having priorities, recommendations, bringing a vision of the future. It's handed to the Brazilian Vice President, Geraldo Alckmin. Well, let's move on to the next speaker. We are going to invite today to this stage the president of B3, Luiz Mazigal. I'm delighted to be here representing B3, one more Congress of Agribusiness. I'm very proud to be a partner of ABAG in this Congress. I'm quite happy to represent this B3 team and help to the agribusiness to expand in Brazil. I'd like to greet all the authorities, the Vice President of the Republic, Geraldo Alckmin, President of ABAG, André de Paulo, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock in Brazil, the Senator Teresa Cristina, Arnaldo Jardim, Federal Deputy Congressman, also in charge of the expansion of this business in Brazil. This forum is a great space to develop the future of the market and the industry that is the key for the growth of Brazil. Agribusiness has been the engine of growth in Brazil for decades. It grows more than any other sector in Brazil, representing in the year of 2025 more than 3 trillions of the Brazilian GDP, 25% of Brazilians' GDP. That's a huge sector that demands support of all the segments of the country and also from the capital markets to keep on growing in this speed. Supporting the success of this business is part of B3 purpose, that is to lead the sustainable development of the country for the Brazilian society. We help to connect productive sector with the capital markets in a safe setting, in transparent environment. The Brazilian capital markets is very heated up despite all the difficulties. We are reaching this year more than 360 billion of new emissions of bonds distributed in the market, is the highest volume that is recorded in Brazil according to Ambima historic series. The fixed income is the financing support that we have issued more than 380 billions of reais specifically for the agribusiness. Fiagro has been a new product of credit, and it's helping connecting what Igor has said, the business in a sustainable fashion, distribution to all the investors this year. Only agribusiness, we have already funded more than 300,000 billion. Despite of all that, agribusiness in this sector is fundamental for Brazil. In the crop of 26 and 7, more than 527 billion was sent to the sector, in addition to 85 billion of reais of PRONAF. At the same time, we cannot forget of the contribution of the capital markets for agribusiness. B3 wants to keep on doing this connection between businessmen and farmers and investors, and the figures, they talk by itself. Until June, the issuing has overcome 470 billion of reais, LCAs 560 billion of reais that were funded, having the financing of agribusiness. The CRAS, they are receivable certificates of agribusiness, more than 170 billions, and also these figures, they are very relevant. But all of that made these investments more popular. Individuals, they are investing in instruments connected to agribusiness, going more than 3 million people. It's a very representative figure, but very small given the size of Brazil. We have lots of potential of growth in this direct financing. The other subject that is very relevant, having the participation of B3, is the management of risks for farmers in the agribusiness. We have made available future contracts and also derivatives that allow producers, farmers, to manage the volatility of prices of its products and also of inputs in an active manner. This year, contracts of cows, fat cattle, we have achieved more than 1 billion reais per day of corns, representing a growth of more than 55% of negotiated volumes. But that's not much. Brazilian agribusiness is much bigger than that. Products as soybeans, coffee, sugar, cotton. Brazil is one of the greatest producer in all of these markets, but the pricing of product does not happen in Brazil. It happens outside Brazil, and B3 wants to participate and help together with farmers, just as we have this pricing that is so strategic for the market, for the local market, giving to local producers or farmers more transparency on pricings, the products that is going to be sold in connection to the logistic chain. The last point that is very relevant is the governance and sustainability. We work in the development of CBU's markets. It's a test. What would be the carbon credit, but a real test, with benefits that is generated for this market, sugar and cane. So we had a connection with B3 together with the authorities of carbon emissions. We are building this new market, making sure that it's very transparent and has a great volume to have more investment. Brazil has a great potential of exposure of credit and generating inputs. We are working together to make the agriculture connected to the capital markets. This entrepreneurship, having instruments of the market, is the path for the sustainable growth. Agribusiness can no longer depend on public financing or directed resources. We have to be relevant, but the capital markets has the potential to add more and be the first source and the main source of the Brazilian agribusiness. Thank you very much and have a great Congress.
Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luiz Mazzagão. So at this moment already taking his seat, and then we will move on with the opening ceremony of the 25th edition of the Brazilian Congress of the Agribusiness. I will pass the floor now to the Secretariat Geraldo Melo Filho, the Agricultural Secretariat and Supply in the state of São Paulo. So good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank our hosts like Ingo, so on behalf of his president and Luiz Mazzagão from B3 for the opportunity of being here on behalf of the Governor Tarcísio de Freitas on the 25th edition of this event, which is a reference in the institutions and the construction of policies that affect sustainability in our sector. So here we have the opportunity. I think that this is a very good moment for us to talk a little bit more and understand more like the needs of our sector. So, Mr. Vice President Geraldo Alckmin, it's always a pleasure to see you. I'd like to thank the joint partnership of the Brazilian state and the federal government and the state governments and the construction of policies that provide support for the growth and sustainability of the competitiveness in our sector. This is crucial. And here is one first recognition and a praise by the choice of André de Paulo, like to take over the ministry with his capacity of dialogue and competences to deal with these interests of the sector. I would like to salute always our Senator Minister Teresa Cristina, amazing leader of the Brazilian agribusiness, along with our Deputy Arnaldo Jardim and Pedro Lupion, important people, not only in the defense, but in the construction of the points and specific interests of the sector, but also like building up like solutions and pathways that we all hear with more or less intensity according to the moment that we are living that we need. So thank to you. We do have this interface and interlocution in Brasilia with the legislative, executive, and the judiciary due to the knowledge and expertise that you all have. I would like to salute Silva Mazua. So the Brazilian research, and here I talk Embrapa on her behalf, but all the state network of research in Brazil and in São Paulo with our institutes as well. But the Brazilian agribusiness is the result of the outcome of the research, technology, and interest developed here in Brazil that had the capacity to get to the end, transforming the reality of this country. So my special thanks for your work of the Brazilian research and for it to be like the sustainability of our competitiveness in the agro. Thanks Tana Zanello, the leader of ITA and OCB, and cooperativism, which is in the genesis and the root of our sector in Brazil. Without cooperativism, we wouldn't not even get closer to what we are today. So thank you, Tânia, Tirso Meirelles, here on behalf of CNA, FAESP, partners of all times in the Brazilian sector, the Brazilian agri sector, and all other members. So first, President Ingo, I would like to salute you all because we are in one event that the topic is agro-industry integrating and transforming the country. So I think that we are at the right place and right time to talk about it. São Paulo is 24% of the agri-GDP. So when I talk about the agribusiness, I'm talking about the production and everything that comes before and after. So the concept of the Brazilian agro, 24% of the Brazilian agro is in the state of São Paulo, besides what goes through São Paulo in logistics and infrastructure. In São Paulo, for each R1 produced in the farms, more than R4 are produced in chains related to the primary production. This is the logic. Almost 1/3 of the agribusiness is here. Almost 20% of the agro in the state of São Paulo, of the economy in the state, is agro. So this is the power of our sector. But we are, as many people have said in different speeches, and Minister Teresa has always said about it, we are living a moment which is the perfect storm. And we have records in productions, overproductions, market insertions, new markets being opened. But in practical terms, it's a domestic difficulty that many times it's much bigger than the external problems related to our chain. We have problems with credit, and here it's important to mention an addendum that even with all the achievements that we had throughout the years with the legislations and operations that we've evolved to insert in the context of the harvest financing like the private market. B3 has an essential role, and without that, we would be living a much bigger difficulty that we are. So thank you all, our congressmen and B3, for the creation of these mechanisms. The numbers have been mentioned. We are talking about a Safra plan of 500 billion reais financed, but in fact, like to plant the harvest, we need 1.3 trillion with private market. Either they come in or we don't have the resources. So we have difficulties with labor, difficulties with insurances. We are decreasing like from 4 million hectares to 3 million hectares covered, legal certainty. We must have more clarity on the rules and on the way we are going to help our producers in their market. So I keep saying that, and we have like the INCRA president in when we had like Teresa Cristina as the Minister of Agriculture, and I see basically discussions that we shouldn't be having as like the regularization of the land tenure. This topic is overdue. We shouldn't need to be talking about it in respect to the people and the regions affected by the lack of these policies. So São Paulo has a historical problem, specifically in the region of Pontal. There is a legislation approved that is still being questioned by the superior courts. But in fact, and then I talk about the former INCRA president, it doesn't differ from the federal legislation that is used in the land regulation in the whole country. So it's pointless to have trying to impose to São Paulo this delay where the rest of the country is evolving and moving forward. So it's a very expensive money and inaccessible with no insurance. So this is the framework that we have and the role of the state. And once again, I reinforce the importance of working side by side, the union and the states, is in the need like to provide support to the farmers. So under the leadership of the Governor Tarcísio, we are aligned with the farmers. We are living a moment of like special crisis in some sectors. Some sectors are undergoing very delicate moments as the sugarcane, ethanol, peanuts, and citrus, and other sectors. But these in this government of São Paulo, they can sit and discuss and build the policies. Here we sit and we hear the sector. And crises like this one I brought to the government and then dealt with along with the sector. We work for a strong agro because in São Paulo, if the agro is strong, the state will be strong too. Thank you very much, Secretary. So moving on with our opening ceremony, I would like to invite Arnaldo Jardim, Federal Deputy and Vice President of the Parliamentary Front of Agriculture. Thank you. Good morning. I'm quite joyful to be here once again. So the ABAC Congress is a reference. This Congress allow us like to connect, reflect, exchange experiences, and plan the future. In its essence, it's not only in this high representativeness that we have here, and now I would refer, but it's expressed in this audience that is highly qualified. We have the virtue to see agro as a chain. So therefore, I identify here the inputs and equipment sector. I identify the financial sector. The research is also present. So trade is also like present once again. So here we have as the complexity of the agro sector. And with quality, we have a large number. And more than that, we have a very expressive quality that you, Ingo, leads. So congratulations to you and to all the board of ABAG to allow us to have this opportunity to think about the moment and think about the future. I salute you, and also like the president of the council, Caio, our last president, and I want to mention this very special moment that you are part of. So Dr. Geraldo Alckmin, I had the privilege, everybody knows, like to be your secretary in the agriculture, and I learned about like the public spirit in your presence. Your presence here is extremely relevant for all of us, and particularly speaking, I would like to thank you for the recent episode of like very harsh negotiations, especially with the American government, the way you are helping, leading this, like stronging speakly or being able to create dialogues. This was a very meaningful moment for all of us. So I would like to say that we have like Minister André de Paula. I observed that not only he came, but he brought his whole team. And for us, this is very special. So Minister André de Paula is a minister of dialogue, is a minister who our association is always keeping conversations about different topics. So he knows and he's committed to the sector. So thank you very much. I also want to mention about my happiness of being here under the command of two people. One who isn't here, our Pedro Lupion, and Giuseppe, who is here, our executive director, that I will salute, and my dear Teresa Cristina, who is a reference for all of us. So thank you very much, Teresa, for everything you do. So the state government, I salute everyone on behalf of Geraldo Melo, representing the governor of the state. So it's important to have this connection between the union, the municipalities, the state, in integration of efforts. Our sector represented by CNA, FAESP, SENA, and important work. So cheers so very much for everything you do. And the research sector that I've mentioned, I think it's a direct integration. And this afternoon, she's going to be awarded as a person, Sylvia, our dear Syria, and Embrapa as an institution. So I would like to thank you and salute you and all the team from Embrapa on behalf of Sylvia. So our institutions in the agro, I mentioned, please allow me in the presence of Tania, who is the president of our OCB and IPA. So Vice President Fabrício is also here with us, and all different entities. And here I allow myself to highlight some of them. CoopLife is here with Anna, who is going to do a wonderful work, and many other entities are here represented as well, like from the agro sector. So I see, let me mention on his behalf, Santini, you who was the director last week, like CIAVRI, like the Congress of Agriculture. And 102 countries were here, like conducting business with Brazil. 35,000 people were there with this important sector of protein in a very vibrant way. So I'd like to salute all the entities who are here represented, along with our National Society of Agriculture, which is this dear institution. So I left for last, Mazagano, you, who is the co-responsible, saluting you and everyone at B3. So saluting Joaquin from BMF, like a reference here with us. Also saluting Fabiani and wishing Christian great work and leading like Beatrice. So the capital market must add in a very virtuous way. And also saluting Marcelo, who directs the group of producers in the South region of like gathering Argentina, Uruguay, Brazil, Paraguay, with this expressive presence of ambassadors here. So Parola, who is always representing us in Morocco, so Ambassador Braz, along with Finland, just to mention a few of the important figures leading in the international diplomacy that makes a difference. Last year, when we were here together, we had challenges ahead of us, and we were capable, and I can say that, to tackle them. So first, COP30, who was foreseeing, it was a very challenging moment. We were afraid to expose ourselves to the world in an uncomfortable way, echoing some of the narratives that we have abroad that are very unfair. And we do have some people here in Brazil that the agro is a predator and that the agro disrespect nature. And we face the challenge that during the COP30 show in Grisoni and all the moments that it's quite the opposite, that the agro is committed with sustainability, has environmental demands as no other country imposes to the agro production. And we are handling this. We also had another challenge during that time. And so we had all the problem with the tariffs. This is far away from being solved. So Teresa Cristina did a wonderful job. She was the rapporteur in the budget in the Senate of the reciprocity bill of law. And I had the responsibility to echo it. And I conduct that in the House of Representatives. And we continue with the same challenge. But no doubt that from the previous tariff to the one that we have now, when we were capable of doing it, the Marcos, who is here, that coffee was left out, oranges were left out, beef were left out of the tariffs. This was due to all the mobilization and highlight and the work that we were doing, like entities, governments, representatives, producers. So the Americans could recognize the moment. So we are living a current complicated moment, and Geraldo mentioned that, like strengthening our margins. So the prices of international commodities are low. The moment of many different moments of constraint and strategic geopolitical movements that demand our concern. And then China has this decennial plan, and they do have there's a plan that doesn't want to depend on importing food at the same rate here that we have today. That imposes a international accommodation. And as Ingo mentioned, it was very clear some of the points that may make things feasible for us to take in consideration this new alternative. So when we face the crisis that came from Hormuz and the restrictions that imposes an impact both in the strangling of the supply of nitrogen products and in another aspect, the increasing of prices in fuel, we had a solution, and there was something that was published in the Economist, that Brazil that suffered the impact for all of us, but it was smaller because the biodiesel that went to 15, we had ethanol that from 23, 27 went to 30, and now up to 32. And we had a cushion of biofuels from the agro that not only produces food and protein, became producing energy in a way of sustainability. So what we have ahead of us, I think, was well presented by everyone until now and will be complemented, and I agree. We do have alternatives in the capital markets, for financing, so we're not only going to have the limits of the Plano Safra. We will improve the macroeconomic conditions in order to work the decrease of the interest rates. We have that as a national challenge. We have ahead of us some one of a kind, like things related to the agro. Next week, this week that is coming, like Tuesday or Wednesday, we have like a rapporteur in the House of Representatives, and we want to use the PROPED. Now, we have to go through the chamber like insurance. It's there. You want to see it's being approved. It's a strategic, it's paramount for our future.
But we have to be aware of the tax reform, so its implementation allows to maintain the differentiating factors of the agribusiness and also carbon credit. Very well mentioned by Mazagal. We are following its implementation because agribusiness that was out of this market was correct. But now we have to recall for other institutions and Mazagal to have references so we can move on to show that agribusiness in Brazil is creates carbon difficulties, but we have to change our behavior so we become another source of acknowledgement. I'd like to conclude to talk to Roberto Rodrigues. That's a reference for everybody, Roberto. Roberto, it's been working for many years. He talks about a strategic program for the future. You said that that's a challenge for everybody. We have already orchestration of between these actions. We have to become state policy, but in a more permanent fashion. Now we have election in Brazil. You know, that I will be run for a congressman again. I can talk about that. Nobody believes that I'm interested to talk about this aspect individually. We should and must demand of all candidates to be committed regarding agribusiness because it's a strategic vision. We should have a policy of state agribusiness that is the one that leads the way, agri-industry, the one that is the competitive edge of Brazil, comparing Brazil with other countries, that we are in this condition, having stability, previsibility, and also to multiply opportunities, distributing income, and helping for the development of the country. Have a great Congress to everybody. Thank you, Naldo Jardim. He is a congressman in Brazil. I'd like to invite the Senator Teresa Cristina. She's the president of COSAG. Please, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. It's a delight to be here again. I'd like to greet you, Ingo, for this beautiful event once more. It's everybody that is here, that is part of the agribusiness, financial sector, all of you that today is paying a tribute to this agribusiness that is integrating and transforming Brazil. I'd like to greet Ingo and its board, Caio. I'd like to greet Luis Mazagal, Vice President of Products and Customer at B3. You were very important when we designed this agribusiness bill. It's time to go on to the second bill so it can bring more benefits and more products for our sector. I'd like to greet my dear friend Antonio Alvarenga. Congratulations for this National Society of Agriculture. I think it's the oldest of Brazil. Congratulations, it's in Rio de Janeiro representing us. Ana, President of CropLife, Silvia, President of Embrapa, Brazilian Agriculture Research Corporation. It's true, Silvia, we have to solve Embrapa and Embrapa I'm kind of having difficulties to talk about that because we have to put that into practice. Also, Tanya Zanelli, the head of IPA, and the executive president of OCB, also Tirso, president of Agriculture and Livestock Federation, FAESP, representing CNA. It's so important for Brazil. CNA, also my dear friend Arnaldo Jardim, we're going to miss you, but we're not to keep on holding your hands. You're going to be together with us, always helping us. Pedro Pion, he was not here. He's not here today, but he sent warm regards for everybody. Greeting my colleague, my friend that has worked beautifully, Geraldo Melli, representing the governor of Sao Paulo, Tarcísio de Freitas. And greet in a very special manner the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock, André de Paula, and also Vice President of the Republic, Geraldo Alckmin. Your presence here is very important. We should no longer complain. We have to demand and ask that agribusiness in the government, whoever is the next president, not being more valued. We already valued. We have to be prioritized as a business that it's working well and is the engine of Brazilian economy. And we also must, just as Igor has said, this should be state policies. It's no longer government policies. They take place, but we need to know where to go. We should have legal stability. We should have state policies. What do we want for Brazilian agribusiness? Where do we want to be in 2050? Because China is having a plan up to 2050. Saudi Arabia also to 2030, and then it's going to be 2050. What about Brazil? What do we think about the future? Are we going to keep on being the key player? The world says the following: if it's not Brazil, there is no other country to feed the world. If there is a need in the future, the United States has done what should be done. They have used all its lands that is available. Europe, we don't have to say anything about it. Africa should be our competitor, but they have planning problems. They have people's problem. But what about Brazil? I was listening to the initial talks, and I was thinking, labor, we have a serious problem to be solved. Where? How are we going to look into that? Minister, we have the project that is already approved in both chambers, and the Brazilian government is already signed. There are some vetoes, but it's fundamental to look into that. So Brazilian agriculture works, also plantation of fruits. Everybody that needs labor, coffee sector, we have a severe problem because we can no longer hire without having a contract with these professionals or workers. It's kind of difficult that some sectors they can continue doing what we like to do, this business agribusiness. We like to work correctly, and for that we should do things that spend years and years being discussed. We also should work with land contract. What is the basis of what we do? There is a mosaic of lands in Brazil, and we go here and there. We answer just what is happening, but we are like a crab. We move forward and backwards, but we should take from before us many things. But we are in a stage that we have already AI is moving very quickly, but we're still discussing things that should be already for many years being solved in Brazil. Well, it's good to discuss here amongst us about agribusiness. I'd like to salute and send Roberto Rodriguez. Roberto Rodriguez, he's an icon for me. He's tirelessly looking in a strategic manner to agribusiness in Brazil, bringing solutions and putting to the table these discussions that are very important in our sector. But we have to overcome this model that is prevailing in Brazil that exports commodities, even if there is lots of technical aspects and technology. People have no idea about it. But we import products of high added value. In agri-industry, has this role of bringing more revenues to Brazil. That is an activity that is still can and should be much more strategic. This industry highlights the ranking of production of export, animal protein, grains, food, vegetables. Constantini, it was very successful, Ciabis last year. And Tour is someplace I cannot see you. Tour, are you there? Minister Tara, congratulations for your great work with animal protein in Brazil. Before us, we have a market that should be conquered by fuels such as ethanol and other forest products. José Carlinhos of Ivibar, we have this sector that is beautiful, is wonderful in our country. But we do not talk much about how we plant trees, what we have already, planting eucalyptus, pinus, and how beautiful this kind of industry and this sector in Brazil. The integration of agribusiness with technology, sustainability, added value products, it's very strong. And we become a world supplier, not only producing more, but adding more and more intelligence and efficiency and new technologies, and having this strategic vision to answer to the needs of partners, both commercial, old and new partners. Based in this analysis, we can design products with biotechnology made in Brazil. In the avant-garde and diversify our exports agenda, agribusiness goes through a very peculiar moment. Not if you look into macroeconomic indicators, the outlook seems to be very favorable for Brazil. We have had 11.7 growth in the GDP in 2025. The crop might reach 305.8 tons, but these figures, it's just part of our history. I have reiterating that we are facing a perfect difficulties, but we have to put together all these conditions, wars in the Middle East, that have brought the explosion of our costs. We have imported 85% of our fertilizers. All of that is very important of many other subjects that are being implemented in Brazil. We must have an industry of fertilizers, so we should have at least a margin, a comfortable margin of production of fertilizers. Vice President Alckmin, at least 40%. We do not have to be self-sufficient, but we must have this security of internal production of fertilizers in Brazil. Between February and April, 60% of phosphate 30 and diesel 35%. That is very bad for the market, that we have prices of commodities that are very much below of what they were 2 years ago. But also we have had a crop with a dollar that was 6, and the crop today has a dollar that is 5. So it's also a loss for Brazilian farmers. The third aspect is the PIMA that is threatened by this El Nino. Also, the climate that is threatened by El Nino, that might be very strong, by that all meteorologists are talking about. The Brazilian interest rate that is 14% creates difficulties for Brazil. Interest rate that is 18 is very high. Rural credit has went down a lot, and also because of tariff hikes. That is represents the difficult conditions that we have now. This billion, I think she said 800 billion of rural credit, you have 180 billion of debts. And the government believed that it was a crisis that was going to be very short. We cannot be stopped in the Senate. We have approved this bill in 2023 to refinance the debt of rural farmers that were affected of climate change because of climate changes. But however, as the government has requested us and has a provisory measure after months of negotiation, is going to meet those that have debts, but even then it must be improved. 60% of farmers, they are out of these negotiations that are ongoing, but it's not enough to fight against the fires. We should have another rural insurance. We need your support. Vice President Alckmin, we need your support. This year, without this rural insurance that does not meet, it is less than 3% of our production. If we have a climate problem, if El Nino does not pass, has the government taken any measure that is well prepared for this climate crisis? But this rural insurance is part of this crisis, but it's not in the radar of priorities of the federal government. So, Minister, I'd like to ask you, please, do help us. We're going to vote this week in the Senate. Went to the lower chamber, it's back to the Senate. It's already in the urgency mode, but we have to vote these bills. So rural farmers in the next crop, they have access to a greater insurance, that the resources are not a contingency only. Well, when the farms has problems, the society will suffer. Food sovereignty is also threatened, and our partners also are threatened. In the next 25 years, global population is going to grow into 10 billion people. Brazil is going to be the single country that can answer to that situation in a sustainable manner, offering food and energy. We are very good in all of that, but to be a key player, a global key player, we must have stability, profitability for our sector. On the other hand, we face severe tensions in the international market that has lost this vision of mutualism, this tariff hikes that has a tax of 25% in our products, more 12.5%. Brazil has to keep negotiating with the US. It's a guarantee that it should be in the shelves up to the last moment. The retaliation only as a last resource. The other problem that we face is that European Union has closed its market for Brazilian meat, having high demands of antimicrobial. We have the necessary technology to track our cattle and also identification measures. We have to have international recognition of our sanitarian system that has high quality. I believe that Minister André Paulo and its team will help to work very hard so we can overcome these difficult moments for the Brazilian cattle industry. I don't know if there is goodwill of you, and so our meat goes back to the European market. As a Vice President of Foreign Affairs of the Senate, I follow this subject personally together with the productive sector. We have articulated a working group about that with executive, legislative board. We have to create a path for diplomacy together with the diplomacy in the business sector, looking for agreements and building solutions together. We are going to keep on working the Congress to structure our agribusiness and look for stability, reliability, prosperity for Brazil. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, senadora Tereza.
Thank you very much, Teresa Cristina, who now will go back to her seat and being greeted by everyone on the stage. So now I would like to invite Minister André de Paula, the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin saluting the Vice President of the Republic, Geraldo Alckmin, and I always oblige myself to make this public recognition. So for the past 4 months, in the head of the ministry, there is a partner always on our side and present in all advancements that we've achieved, and this partner is Vice President Geraldo Alckmin. And he is always an advocate, very competent in our sector. And this has been noticed very clearly, as it has been mentioned by Arnaldo Jardim, when he, with a lot of diplomacy, but also full of energy, conducted the negotiation related to the reef of tariffs, and that can be noticed in many other moments. So at the same time that I salute you, I'd like you to receive my thank you once again. I would like to salute President Ingo Plogger. Ingo, an event of this kind, 25th edition, and an event that is consolidated and growing every year. So a moment like this one that we have the opportunity to live here, it did not come by chance. It's the result of a very competent work conducted under your leadership. And I would like not only to salute you, but also extend to your team my embracement and my recognition. This is no doubt about one of the most appropriate forums for us to think about our problems, our difficulties, and create together a plan that allow us in a short, mid, long run to solve problems that are important for us. And it's a forum. And if we have a forum that is appropriate for this kind of discussions to occur due to the qualification of its participants, is this one. And I would like to salute you, President, and recognizing the importance of the Congress. So once again, like the Vice President of Products, Luis Mazagon, partner of ours, Minister Teresa Cristina, I like to say I am a politician and I have a long run in the public politics. So I like to hear what comes from the opposition. So I think that a government is more competent when we have someone that points out the pathway with the maturity that Senator Teresa always does. So she is a permanent position, a voice that points out pathways with this kindness and this gentleness that is so appropriate for her. I'm very keen on her. So Deputy Arnaldo Jardim, someone has already mentioned, and I want to repeat it. So we will miss you in the next legislation due to everything that you represent and everything that you've done during the different terms that the public in the state of São Paulo had granted you. You are someone who promotes politics with a capital letter P and has a very long run of services in the agricultural business. I would like to salute Geraldo Melo Filho, our Secretary in the State. So he is a partner of ours, and that I always look for him. And if there is someone that I found this partnership, it's him, like Secretary Geraldo Melo Filho. I remember that recently he was in the ministry with his team with an agenda of very important topics for the state of São Paulo. And we had a very productive work meeting. And someone said that I would like to take a photograph because it was not common. A minister and its team, like together with the Secretariat of State of the state of São Paulo. But this became quite common. So I say that our meetings are always fruitful and we make a lot of progress with it and we can move forward with topics that are very relevant. I would like to salute Tirso Meirelles, the President of Agriculture and Supply, and this important partner of ours, Tânia Zanella, always present and always giving a hand and leading movements that strengthen the agro. And the President of the Embrapa. So the first woman President of Embrapa had to be a woman with the qualities and skills of Silvia Masua, competent, diligent, applied, and focused, and that leads a company that I say we are very proud to have Embrapa in Brazil, because for the past 53 years of its existence, we see very clearly like the shift in the pattern and the status that happened in the Brazilian agriculture. From a country that was importing food, now we are the silo of the country. And this is due to research and the competent work developed in Embrapa. I would like to salute the president of Coprilight, Ana Riteza, the coordinator of the country's producers in the south, the president of the National Association of Agriculture, Antonio Varenga. And also I would like to mention, because I think it's important, I just heard that this homage is going to happen in the afternoon, but I would like to mention like because I'm very proud and joyful as the Minister of Agriculture, as a beautiful homage of one of the most important researchers that we have in Embrapa, Ieda Mendes. She is a reference, a world reference in the health of soils. So she dedicated her whole entire life to this cause, and she is internationally recognized. And in the Congress, this recognition is going to be materialized in a homage that she will be granted this afternoon. So, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, I'm very happy to be here in this edition of the Brazilian Congress of Agriculture. And let me begin with one of my convictions. So to discuss the future of agro is to a certain extent to discuss the future of the country, because here we have those who produce, transform, finance, research, invest. Here we have like people and professionals and companies, those who know in practical terms the challenges of one of the most strategic sectors in the Brazilian economy. When I took over the agriculture ministry, I was among lots of friends that today I'm seeing again. At that time, I said that the Minister of Agriculture should necessarily be an advocate of the sector in the federal government. So once again, here I am to reaffirm this conviction, defend those who produce, open new pathways for those who invest, and also create the proper conditions so the Brazilian production can compete, invest, and grow safely. So there is a sentence that says that the government helps when it doesn't create problems. So there is a lot of wisdom and wise in this country, but that shouldn't be the threshold of the ambition of a country. The role of the state is not to replace those who produce, it's to create an environment for those who produce to do what they know best. And that means like reduce obstacles, expand markets, and offer credit instruments, invest in science and technology, and enhance regulation, and especially anticipate risks instead of just like react to them. So in that direction, that's how we are working. So the Safra Plan 26-27 makes available 525 billion for the entrepreneurial agriculture. But this policy, it's not resumed to the volume of the numbers announced. It must answer concrete problems of those who produce. That's how the Safra Plan was built. And when we had to renegotiate the rural debts with a solution that now reaches more than 100 billion in debts. And it was the outcome of a political understanding in the Brazilian Congress and the provisory measure that President Lula has celebrated. So it's not the solution of all our dreams, but it's recognized as a big advancement that reflects the sensibility and the effort to make this cause to be tackled. This is when the economic subvention to provide support for independent producers of sugarcane with more than 270 million designated to 160 million producers. This was in the agricultural mode with 10 billion in credits for innovation. And the biofuels as well. We advanced from E30 to E32, and also in the recent decision of the Court of Auditors about the previous penalties of the self-control law, and we try to preserve the public interest and the regulatory efficiency. The same logic guides the efforts to ensure the continuous supply of fertilizers, the advancement of the biofuels, and the technical dialogues with the European Union. In this last case, we are very clear. So Brazil is willing to dialogue, but doesn't give up the credibility of its defense of agro livestock, because it allows us to export to more than 180 countries and territories. And now another topic that demands from us the same capacity of anticipation, El Nino. Those who know the rural production knows that the climate is a variable that cannot be controlled, but its effects can, to some extent, anticipated and mitigated. Therefore, we cannot wait for the problem to come to us to begin acting. Under the coordination of the Civil House, it's in course, like an articulation that involves more than 24 ministries, including the Ministry of Agriculture, to identify risks and build mitigation measures. In the National Institute of Meteorology, we are modernizing the capacity of monitoring with the conversion of our stations from analog to digital, because for those who produce, information is also an input. The more we can anticipate information, the more we are going to make better decisions. And this is one of the most important roles of the state, transform information in planning capacity. So, ladies and gentlemen, the same vision guides our agency in the international scenario. We have 674 new markets open for our products, and our goal is to go beyond 700 until the end of this year. And I confirm every day a conviction. The openness of a new market, it's not only like a diplomatic act, it's the outcome of a technical, sanitary, commercial, and political effort. So the Minister of Agriculture has a core position, because each load that leaves the Brazilian port takes more than one product. It takes out the productive reputation abroad. In 2025, the agribusiness in Brazil export more than $69 billion. This number is very expressive, but more importantly to celebrate is to understand what it demands from us. It demands competitiveness, infrastructure, legal certainty, science, capacity of innovation, and even more, credibility. Up to this point, Embrapa has a role that must be highlighted. The transformation of the Cerrado in one of the big agricultural frontiers did not happen by chance. It was the result of decades of research, technological development, and entrepreneurial capacity. Embrapa is an example of how science and production can move along together to transform the economic reality of a country. And that takes us to the topic of this Congress, agro-industry integrating and transforming Brazil. So field and industry are not distinct realities. They form the same value chain. The primary production demands equipment, inputs, the logistic, processing, and technology. And the industry finds in the field a source of raw material, innovation, and new opportunity for business. So the more integrated this chain is, the more is going to be our capacity to add value and compete in the world. This is the agenda that we must follow. It's not only to produce more, it's to produce better with more value, more technology, more efficiency, and a greater capacity to access markets. The world is changing. Today, competitiveness does not measured only by price. Trackability, food security, sustainability, technology, and capacity to respond to climate risks are also part of the equation. Brazil is one of the big players in this new scenario, but this position is not an acquired right. It must be consolidated every day. And this is the task that is before us. We have to amplify credit. We have to continue investing in innovation, research, and opening new markets, improving the defense for the agribusiness, and we will continue working so the regulatory framework, institutionally speaking, is compatible with the complexity and competitiveness of the Brazilian agribusiness. But we will do that with one premise. No agricultural policy can be successful if it doesn't involve directly those who produce. The experience of those in the field must find the capacity in the state to regulate and execute. From meetings like this one, good public policies come up because governments move and the harvests change. But the countries that invest and plan and invest in science to preserve that institution and create a favorable environment for the production, build advantages that will go through countries, policies, and institutions. So a more competitive, more productive, and more innovative and more efficient country, transforming its huge productive capacity in income and this is the agenda for the agro, and also it's an agenda for the country. I wish you all a wonderful Congress full of very fruitful debates, that we have new pathways ahead of us.
Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Minister Andrade Paulo. And now, to finish our opening ceremony, I will pass the floor to His Excellency Geraldo Alckmin, the Vice President of the Republic.
Igor Plogger, President.
So, President Igor Plogger, Nina Plogger, Luiz Mazzagão, B3, Minister Andrade Paula, Senators, Minister Teresa Cristina, Deputado Arnaldo Jardim, Secretary Geraldo Melo Filho, Presidente Silva Massurra, Presidente Tirso Meirelles, Presidente Tânia Zanella, Presidente Ana Reteza, Presidente Antônio Melo Alvarenga Neto, Marcelo Relunaga, dear friends. So just like I'm quite happy to be here. So Alexis de Tocqueville, like a thinker, a French thinker of politics in the 19th century, he went to the United States and he was fascinated by the union of people around associations, so civil society organized. And he wrote in 1840, so the democracy in America. So that's why I would like to salute ABAG on its 25th Brazilian Congress of the Agro. And B3, the origin of B3 dates back 120 years. And I'd like to thank for this agenda that Minister Andrade Paula will delve into it. So the strategic agenda of the agri industry in Brazil. But I was talking with the Minister Teresa that it's amazing. Professor Roberto Rodrigues, 50 years ago, we were importers of food, and this year we will surpass the United States, becoming like the biggest food export in the world. This is a huge achievement, but we do have challenges ahead of us. Challenges that is happening during two wars besides the regional conflicts. So we have important challenges to be tackled. And I would like to highlight the advancement of the fiscal reform. So Brazil is the country of tax and litigation related to tax. So last year were 40 million new lawsuits that came into the Brazilian legal system in 1 year. So the financial reform will simplify and get like 5 federal tributes and the PIS, COFINS and EPI, ICMS and ISS, and transform them in the EIVA. So it will begin in force like next year. So the 3 federals will begin CBS, ICMS and ISS in 4 years up to 2030 to reform that the other countries in the world that had like this tax of added value. It took 40 years for them. For us, we will finish it in 2032. It will release like the basic food basket of goods. So a lot of food pays tax. So it will be. So now we pay investments when we invest, and will actually diminish like the amount of products we pay import. There is no tax for export, but when we export one tractor, I've already paid like for steel, for paint, for tires. So this tax must be returned back, otherwise I'm exporting tax. And who says that the government gives it back? So it's accumulated tributary credit that disappears with this reform.
A study of IPEA shows that the Brazilian GDP can grow 12% more, investment 14% more, and export 17% more. That's a reform that will bring more efficiency, economic efficiency for Brazil. Another word about supporting Minister André de Paula about fertilizers. We have resumed all the factories of nitrogen, Partim, Sergipe, Fafem in Bahia, Araucária in the state of Paraná, and we have resumed after 15 years the greatest plant that is in Três Lagoas in Mato Grosso do Sul for nitrogen. That is very important for us. And the greatest one that is very important is potassium. That is in Autazes in Amazon region. After 10 years fighting, we finally found a legal solution that we are going to have an advance in the fertilizers in Brazil. We have to highlight, Arnaldo, the biofuels, as you have said. I made a joke with Arnaldo. If Cleitinho is back, you might be back as well. You still have time to come back to the lower chamber of Brazil. Well, we have moved forward with ethanol, and to lower tax makes a big difference. In São Paulo state, the Brazilian tax was 25% in oil, and ethanol 25%. The oil is 25%, but we have reduced ethanol for 12%. Everybody uses ethanol. The anhydric ethanol is 30%, and this week it's gonna go for 32%. It helps to lower the fuel prices in a clean energy and renewable. I would like to draw your attention for this point. When was implemented the rotation car or no-day car in São Paulo? If you stop 20% of São Paulo's fleet, it changes the quality of the air. The quality of the air in São Paulo was so bad during winter that we decreased 20% of the use of cars in Brazil. That it has changed, completely changed. But today, we stop 20% of the fleet. But ethanol, that today, the biofuel, 12% of diesel with bio can be soybeans, animal fat. It helps the environment, improves the quality of the air. The third mortis causes in Brazil. Elderly population is a big part of the population in Brazil, helps the environment, generates income. And I'm going to have what I call sustainable aviation fuel. Have to change the kerosene now. Also, in the maritime navigation, some maritime companies, they are already using methanol as a navigation fuel in their travels. So we're going to change the fuels for biofuels. I'd like to highlight the importance of Embrapa. We have new researchers in Brazil for Embrapa. My dad, he was a veterinarian formed by the first group in 1934 in the University of São Paulo. He started the university in 1929. There were, I think he said, 17 vets. He dedicated his life for research. It was just a single career. Either you were a researcher or rural extension. In Embrapa, the Brazilian research agency, is doing that for many years. As a physician, look for the conditions of virus in Brazil. We had SARS in Asia, 2008, H1, and then after that, MERS, COVID. 30% of lethality. In every 10 person that had this virus, 3 of them died. 2015, another virus, Ebola in Africa. 2019, COVID. More than 8 million people have died. So sanitary surveillance is fundamental. After 18 years, Andrea, we have brought about more than 1,000 supporters to be very careful with sanitary surveillance. Brazil today exports meat without vaccination against this vaccine. Also, avian flu, Santintura, free of avian influenza. We have had just a case that was controlled in 28 days. We have to advance more because today there is sometimes hidden in the sanitary conditions. Also, to talk about the advancement of the market, we had no agreement. Mercosur had agreement with Egypt, Israel, and Palestine. When you do not do this kind of agreement, what happens to you? You're going to be behind. Somebody has made agreements. It's going to have tariff preferences. We have an agreement with Singapore, Mercosur. Abimac has sent me news about that. When there is difficulties with the U.S., we exported to Singapore after the highest, for example, Norway, Liechtenstein, Iceland. Mercosur and European Union is the greatest pact between blocs around the world. In 2 months, we have expanded exports to European Union in 4%. 60 days of when this agreement was enforced. And it has helped us with the American situation because we're having records after records with 319 billion of exports. 2 years going to be another record. Also in the agribusiness sector. About the U.S., all the endeavor to negotiation, we're going to keep on negotiating with them. We're going to insist, showing them how unjust, because when we buy their products, the tariff is 3.1%, 3.1. For the 10 products that we buy from them, 7 are zero, no tariff. They do not pay any tax. The U.S. has a deficit with all the world, but with Brazil has a surplus. With the G20, they have surplus only with the United Kingdom, Australia, and Brazil. Only these 3 countries. Does not make any sense that they have these tariff hikes. We're going to correct this distortion and go back to the American markets. That affects 15% of Brazilian exports. That varies from 3 to 7 billion in accordance to the month. And the industry is also affected. That's the reason why we have launched Brazil Sovereign 3, 18 billion to support the companies that are affected. On Friday, I had a meeting with everybody from Piracicaba region in São Paulo state. There is lots of machinery in this city. A PAC, BNDES, Brazilian Bank of Development, to look for new markets and working hard to support companies offering credit, low interest rate, so we are able to go into the market. But I'd like to thank you very much. I really appreciate for inviting me, highlighting the importance of this Congress of Agribusiness, to greet Teresa Cristina Andrade Paulo for renegotiating debts. And there was an advancement because agri-leaderships. We want to create a fund. It's a guarantee for the renegotiation of the debts. That was kind of difficult to have this negotiation. With this fund, it's going to make it easier. I'd like to send warm regards. Johnny Saad was here. He's present here, right? Johnny is a milk producer, dairy producer. I have 5 hectares in Pindamonhangaba. It's in the state of São Paulo. My father had this land. But in my activity today, I'm no longer a farmer, but when I had dairy products, we used to have 80 liters of milk, and then it decreased for 60. And then I asked Bidu, what is going on that the milk, the price, the productivity is lower? You know that there are snakes that is fed by the cows, don't you? Have a good work. Thank you very much for having me. Well, we're going to wrap up this opening session. I'd like to ask you gently for those to go to your seats now, so we can move on to the next presentation, to the next panel. I'd like to record and thank the presence of more than 80 journalists that are present here today, that are having this press coverage today. I'd like to thank all the participants that are watching us through the YouTube transmission. Thank you very much for participating. Ladies and gentlemen, before moving on, I'd like to recall that we have 2 very important and special moments today. We're going to have a roundtable, priorities and commitments, discussing about agendas, proposals for the presidents of Brazil, for the agribusiness in Brazil, and right after that, a closing ceremony with the former president, Michel Temer, bringing his vision about the path for the future of Brazil. Do not miss that. So I'm going to have the first panel for you guys today.
Senhoras e senhores, daremos...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you for the first round table that will talk about agro in geopolitics. The participants, you can send your questions in written. You can use a form that is in your case that you have received. You can hand your questions for one of the receptionists that are present here today. Also, if you are watching us through YouTube, you can send your questions in the chat. You can send your name, your city, and for who you want to have your question responded. The first roundtable is going to be moderated by my colleague, journalist William Waack, that is going to be seated here today. I'm honored to invite the participants, Alexandre Parola, Ambassador of Brazil to the Kingdom of Morocco. You can take your seats. And the diplomat, Braz Baracuhy, he's an expert in geopolitics. Please take your seats. Megan? We're going to invite everybody that is present here today. You're going to follow our master sponsor buyer. You're going to watch a video right now. Agro always has had its own time to prepare the land, protect the crops, and fuel productiveness with its hands, and to evolve in partnership every new day and every sunrise, developing new solutions, researching new molecules, and mainly listening the agricultural sector, what is really needed, innovation with outcome, because innovate is not only what is coming after, it's about what we deliver now with impact, scale, and trust. It's about foresee the needs of the farmers and transform science in productivity with evolution that is always renewed and it strengthens developing new ties and productive potentials. Because if innovating is good, innovating with outcome is buyer. Given the message of our master sponsor, buyer, let's start with this roundtable that is about agro in geopolitics. William Waack, you have the mic. So you're not working today? No, it's my free day today. Well, thank God we don't have to display the names of everybody here. I don't know the name that experts give to the current world. I don't know if it's the name of leash, if Trump does what he wants, and experts, they have to run their lives. Well, I'm going to start with you. You're launching a book about that opens our eyes, because I have written the forward. He's going to present his books today very succinctly. Sorry, but we're running out of time. At the end of the book, you have many questions that are not responded. What's going to happen in Brazil? Thank you for writing the forward. Thank you, Abag, for having me this year. I'm very honored for your invitation. The world is transforming. Transforming, that's how a diplomat saying that the world is going to go to an end. Well, I try to have a diagnosis about this international outlook based on the structures that are changing. It's changing in times. Well, I'm going to be very short in my talk. There are three major transformations in the geopolitical area. Firstly, that's a world that was centered in the US, a bipolar world that now in which there is a competition between China and the US. Where are we in this place? We are a neighbor of the southern hemisphere and northern hemisphere, and China is the new player in this competition. We are changing. The liberal order has changed. It was universalized. This order has lost its support. And today we can observe that there is a transformation, that there is bipolar ordering because of these two blocks. It doesn't mean that before the other one that came before is changing. We have new arrangements, new coalition that are bringing transformation. You know, that this globalized world that was promoted by the economic liberalization, integration of markets fundamental for the agribusiness. This world is over, and now there is an era of economic globalization. That rivalry and economic security they are both fundamental. So that's a world that we have to deal today. Is kind of very confusing. Yeah, after your description, it's confusing. So, Parola, one of the expressions that is being very relevant with many analysts that talk about what is happening is the following: the major potencies, the return of great powers. The return of great powers that bring us back to the 19th century, how these great powers, they adjust or not. And what about Brazil? Thank you very much, William, for inviting me. It's great to be together with Braz. It's my colleague. Thank Abag, President Ingo, and Caio. Your question is very important because I have this kind of diagnosis about what is going on. I think it's a structural crisis, and people think that we might go back to the 80s, not to the 19th century, before the 14th century. It's a moment that there is this confrontation between two major powers. Well, I'm not convinced that geopolitics is back. It's been always here, but it was threatened by multilateral agreements that reflected some ideas of power.
This correspondence between the order and the national base of power has dismantled, with the exception of China. So then it's no longer functional. So it made sense, like to build different orders. So the WTO, which is another order that corresponds to the moment that the United States won the Cold War, and you had like an excess of hegemony. So someone was paying like to keep that order. This is no longer existent. So how do you go back to the regime of the big powers? It's not clear because the United States, differently from what the diagnosis that's quite common, they are not in decline. So the declination thesis is defeated, and this hegemony in the United States is even stronger than the Chinese economy, much bigger than the European economy. So China doesn't stop growing. So therefore, we have like two new poles in this new order. But we have other power tensions around China. So the emergence of India also creates like a pressure, geopolitical pressure in China. We cannot lose sight of that. So where is Russia? So Russia has this unlimited partnership with India, but what are the terms and how Brazil position itself in it? So there are some things that we have to take into consideration. So the benign, demanding in the hemisphere is over. So now we are seeing as one area of strategic safety for the United States. So we cannot lose sight of that. So for China, we are extremely important as well because we are the suppliers of food. So that gives us the possibility to have like this pragmatic game, and it's important to be pragmatic. But in a moment where all countries move to this geopolitical logic of national security, stop thinking about the future is something that we cannot allow ourselves to do. So it's important to think or develop or improve like strategies for the mid-long run. So this is diagnosis that I would do. Well, let me go back to what you said. So you're saying what is coming now as a bipolar world. So we have to look to what is this bipolar relationship between the United States and China. And what we see at this moment is a destruction of all possible balances among the two policies, like nuclear balance is being dismantled, the conventional equilibrium. China shows along with Russia that they can move away from the financial instruments that the United States have been using very violently, using sanctions and stroke points, how they control everything, and the importance of the dollar. So in other words, China seems to be overcoming it. So if I put cybernetic war, AI, and its capacity to produce like the manufacturing industry, China will move over the United States. So this bipolar world, at the same time that opens the possibility of the return of the big powers game, places Brazil in which situation? So if we consider, as Parola said, that we are now those who are like the great yard of the United States, well, so I only have this job. I did not say that. No, you did. This is the only job I have. So I said, so you said with all your diplomatic elegance that you learned in 35 years of career in the Itamaraty that the United States now look at this hemisphere with a different eye, with like kind of like an evil eye. Well, they look. So who lives in the hemisphere are like the size of factors for their sovereignty. So the size of objectives, it's access to natural resources that we have. So if we consider water, including natural resources, rare earth, that earth neither rare. So the automobile industry is for tomorrow if they do not have access to the rare earth. And if we consider this doctrine of national defense, and as the White House said, so this is clear. So they will be the owners of this lot. So you're absolutely right. I think that the power equilibrium, so for any kind of metric that we try to measure has changed. And the United States and China, they concentrate like a very important share of it. So this is the structural data of the reality. But the core point is, what are they doing with this kind of power? And then what I think is, it's important to keep in mind in this bipolar world, is that the strategy that these countries have are completely different. You're referring to the big ones. Okay, China and the United States. And then I will get into your specific question. Because we must understand this distinction. On one hand, the United States, and this is a geopolitical logic that dates back to centuries. This is no novelty, and as you mentioned, has been said in the last documents. But this is an old logic that says, for the United States, it's important to keep control over the Western Hemisphere, the control of its territorial national base, and then I can give a very clear example. So the ambassador of France to the United States in 1902, Jean-Jules de Serran, he said that the United States summarized its strategic position, and he said, so the United States has a privileged position for the following reason. To the north, they have like a weak neighbor, and to the south, another one weak. East, so we have like Peixe and Peixe. To the west. So this is the conjuncture of strategic factors that lead us to this vision of the Western Hemisphere as the base of this global projection of power of the United States. So when the United States look at Eurasia and this huge continent that goes from Europe to Asia, so the United States vision is it's a split area between power equilibrium regionally in Europe, like the Mid East and East. So it trying to be favorable to the U.S. So adding to that, the capacity of contention of emerging powers in all those places. During the Cold War was Russia. Now this tentative is China in the East Asia. So therefore, like the relative importance in the regions of the world changed. Not by chance, there is this discussion about the NATO role. It's a discussion that exists. It's essential discussion, but it has to do with the change of like axis of power to Asia, and this is how the United States sees it. And China has a vision of a consolidated Asia. Is the expansion of the new Silk trade, like from Beijing to the Rotterdam port. So Parola has already mentioned that is the partnership with Russia is the formation of a polygon with Iran and North Korea. So it's a very distinct vision, and this is the base of the global power expansion of China. Because the big block today is this contention policy on the East Asia. So China is trying to form, and I was talking to the ambassador, what they're trying to do is what they call like a Chinese Mediterranean in this area, in the like the China Sea, in the east and the west. So this is the structural issue. They have strategic visions that are completely different, and the place, and it's not only a Brazilian problem, it's all countries are currently living the same dilemma, how to position themselves in this new international game. So, and here is the main point. It's clear for everyone that the way the United States face its sovereignty is in face of the Chinese challenge, and most of the definition that we are referring ourselves in terms of like national American safety, as it was stated in the document from the White House, is to block China in that part of the world. This is clear for everyone. And there's something here important. So the United States can do that like due to their domestic situation and the military strategic decisions that have been taken. But recently, first, like the war against Iran, and number two, if this world in this change, as you've mentioned emphatically, it offers Brazil like windows of opportunities, but we depend of like technological input of what we call like the Western and the Eastern world. So much more like the Eurasian continent. But how are we moving along in this track, like full of like slippery curves that are like pointing out downwards due to the military conflict? So the Chinese made it very clear, and I covered the Cold War like back a long time ago, and I thought that I would no longer need to read like decisions from the Communist Party. So the Communist Party Chinese said with all the letters, so we are going to defend the priority to reduce the Brazilian dependency in terms of like food security. So mind that. So we have a superpower that some people say that it's committing suicide. We have some medium powers as a Brazil with a scarce capacity of like projecting its own power. We have a world in change. So how are we moving about? So let me begin trying to qualify this hegemonic dispute. So there is something new in the American game. It's the definition of how they see their own hegemony. So they are neither isolationists, but they are not neoconservatives. So I do not see in the dominant way of thinking in the U.S. like to export regime. So I see a tentative like to control, build like comfort zones for their own safety. It's a pretentious position, but it's a Hamilton who said that. So Hamilton was talking about the reconstruction of the American industry based on tariffs and the definition of power, but not in global hegemony. So why do I think it opens like some hope for us? And you referred to it recently to an expression that is like the buzzword. It's the trap. So something that is not being thought out is the possibility that Athens and Sparta understand each other. So I don't see China with the ambition of a global hegemony, nor the United States. It's not a Cold War as we had with the Soviet Union. It's a zone of interdependence, and this is huge. So there is a space for convergence. And if we have that, and then not necessarily this order is not going to be much better than a scenario of an absolute catastrophe. So the Chinese resolution, as you refer, like it should be of our concern because they will do that. It's not only an intention, they will be able to reduce the dependency. And for the Brazilian economy, from Brazilian agro, it's even more urgent, the task of like reinvent itself. So we've been talking about the diversification of product and partnerships. This is no longer an option. This is a must-have. And also, we have to scale up in the production chain. What are we going to do in 5 years if the Chinese buy less of our production of soy? What is going to happen in Brazil? Do we have an answer for that? So I have like Senator Teresa Cristina said, are we planning this future? The world became a lot more dangerous, and we have to prepare ourselves for a more dangerous world. So are we preparing for a more dangerous world? So I do have the feeling this is an example, like this debate is an example. So, well, let's give ourselves a round of applause. I am a much more skeptical than you are, but this the role of a journalist, as I am. So if we consider our geopolitical position in Brazil, people woke up for what is the mainstream. So the Strait of Hormuz. So we did not know, there's no novelty. So the very first World War, so it was the Braganus Strait. So see how similar it was. So why was one strait so important in the First World War? Because that was passing by like the wheat that was feeding the workers in Europe. But if the wheat was not going that way, one of the main powers, like the United Kingdom, one of the most important powers, that would create like a domestic riot. So they had to control that strait. Again, one of the biggest disasters of the Western powers, and one of the biggest ones for the British Empire. Now we have like the Strait of Hormuz showing us that domestic things influence and lead to military decisions that are catastrophic. Now, here's the question. What is the most important strait in the history of the world now? The one in Taiwan? So what is Trump going to do if Xi Jinping, that wants to say in his biography, China once again, like together. We cannot even talk about reunification as we were talking at the German times. So they block like the Taiwan Strait. So William, no doubt. So this is the gravity point of the global geopolitics, but not necessarily leads to a conflict. So there are multiple possibilities of like order and equilibrium in this conjuncture. I believe that currently we, taking into consideration what we have in Europe and in the Mid East, so this strait, it's calm. And this is quite frightening because in geopolitics, and so like this calm is frightening, but I do have the impression that this conditionalities in a short run, and I agree with you and I agree with Parola, so the incentives both for China and for the United States, somehow it's to settle down, because you are studios of the Cold War. So that is that expression of the multi-secured destruction. We have like the rare earth, and we have the AI race, and obviously in the military balance in the region. So there is an incentive for diplomacy. If these conditions change, then this calm won't remain. So just like to add something to that, because there is an element that indeed it could be catastrophically to disstable is the AI race. So not automation, not industrialization, but in the military domain. Because it's the control over AI is the winner takes all. So there is no room for a second runner up. So if you have like this control in AI, your exponential growth rate will no longer be able to be achieved, and you have, hypothetically speaking, the capacity to deny one reaction from the opponent side. So that's why both come with like a concern in relation to the scenario, because the war. So Kissinger died at 100, concerning with the same concern. So we still have like 2 minutes and a half. In this 2 minutes and a half, I would like to distribute the time. It's not a debate for candidates, political candidates, but this is the topic. It's no longer worth for Brazil like to keep a position. The word is not so good in terms of like neutrality or of equilibrium. So there is something else that we need to do. What is it? So it's way above like my paycheck, like to talk about strategy for Brazil. This is the role of the our president and the ministers. But I do have the feeling that in this world, this bipolar world, this strategic decision that you just mentioned, I know that there are plenty more, but this strategic decision is paramount. What kind of relationship we will have with both of them? So we have like common values, common interests in the region, in terms of security in the hemisphere. We do have interest in other parts of the world, and Brazil is a global player. So these issues are not smaller, but in this definition of the world, there is an important role for the private sector. I think that Brazil has this vocation to be a main player. So we, my friend here, sitting here in the audience, we wrote an article together, and we have other examples.
Brazil should have a weight both in food sovereignty, energy security, because these are axes of insertion in the world stage. It's not a state decision. It is, in our case, bring together the private sector. There are elements of a state policy that we must think about for the future. Parola, I'm going to provoke about one thing. What has to do with this public that is here today? I have been here for many years. There is a kind of conviction that is anesthesia in the air in the agribusiness. The world has to eat. We are the champion of producing food, so we do not have to worry about it. No, I think we should be worried about it because the world has changed a lot. There is the way that we look at the world or into the world, and also the world about us. We were commercial negotiators, both Braz and I. Every time I sat down, they were afraid of us because they were sitting with a superpower. Decision of China to restrict soybeans production or export, it means that we have to be prepared. We can no longer be surprised by market that closes to us, by food demands that does not grow as much as it should. In other words, if the changes in the geopolitics, it's no longer the normal criteria. If it's power and security, we have to adjust ourselves to that. That's what Braz has said. We have food sovereignty, food safety, water, and mineral security. Our assets, they're not only for the market, they are power assets. If they privilege power, and that wants power, a country such as Brazil that has three essential assets, we have cards to play, but we have to be ready to play this game. Guys, unfortunately, I would like to keep on talking because Ingo is the guys that owns the time. He put a 0 here on the screen. I have to respect him. He's a German guy, you know that, right? So I'd like to thank you very much for your participation and for your attention as well. Thank you very much.
Alexandre.
Thank you, William Waack. Alexandre, Parola, Ambassador of Brazil, and Braz Baracuhy. He's going to be in front of the sponsors panel. He's going to sign his book. About his book, I have here my book. I'd like to have your autograph together with the ambassador. Wrapping up this first round table, we're going to have a coffee break that is going to be served in the sponsors room. Please go grab some coffee, and then we're gonna have the next panel, Future Flash, that is about the future of Brazilian agri's new business. You're going to have their participation, one of the most innovative voices, Mariana Vasconcelos. She's co-founder, CEO of Agrosmart. She's known globally by her participation of agriculture intelligence. He's going to present the new invisible infrastructure in the sector. Get ready for this new look for Brazilian agro. And so those that are following us in the online transmission, in 20 minutes, you're going to be back. Have a good coffee and get back soon.
A força do Brasil está na gente, no agronegócio, nos serviços financeiros que unem a bolsa ao campo. É a potência brasileira. E onde tem potência brasileira, tem B3. Com instrumentos de financiamento da cadeia produtiva, permitimos que as empresas tenham fácil acesso aos recursos para suas produções. Conectamos investidores a títulos de renda fixa e oferecemos a segurança necessária para o capital que move toda a cadeia. Seja na produção, beneficiamento, industrialização e comercialização de produtos e insumos, estamos presentes em cada etapa. Olhamos a fundo a transformação do mercado para que recursos sejam aplicados em ativos ligados à cadeia do agronegócio. Foi no passado que começamos a olhar para o futuro, com contratos que permitiam a gestão de risco da safra. E é no presente contínuo que seguimos conectados ao desenvolvimento do agronegócio. Porque onde tem tudo isso, tem confiança, tem parceria de verdade. Tem a potência do agronegócio. Tem B3. B3, muito mais que a Bolsa do Brasil.
Tudo começou com Antônio Secundino de São José. Agrônomo, pioneiro, visionário. Em um Brasil de agricultura rudimentar, ele enxergou um novo caminho. Foi em busca de uma tecnologia revolucionária para a época: o milho híbrido. A proposta era clara: transformar o campo brasileiro por meio da ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Seguindo essa proposta, o Grupo Agroséries cresceu e se diversificou, com atuação destacada em nutrição animal com Agroséries Multimix, genética de suínos com Agroséries Peak, proteção de cultivos com a Ataquil, nutrição vegetal e biológicos com Agroséries Binova e sementes de milho com as marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena. As marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena lideram o segmento de sementes de milho para silagem, introduzindo tecnologias inovadoras como o BT Max. O BT Max, desenvolvido em parceria com a Embrapa, é hoje a melhor tecnologia de controle de lagartas do mercado. Ao longo de nossa história, o nosso compromisso tem sido levar a você a melhor tecnologia aplicada ao campo, para que o seu negócio seja cada vez mais produtivo, rentável e sustentável. Um compromisso que você vê em tudo que a Agroséries faz. na busca, desenvolvimento e adaptação da melhor tecnologia para a sua realidade, na qualidade consistente e padronizada de nossos produtos, em nosso atendimento presente e capacitado, e principalmente nos resultados que o ajudamos a conquistar. Sabemos que foi cumprindo com nossos compromissos que ao longo de gerações conseguimos conquistar a sua confiança. A AgroSérie se orgulha por ter participado desde 1945 da extraordinária história de sucesso do agronegócio brasileiro.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar. É investir. É ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Temos a missão de alimentar o futuro, ajudando agricultores em todo o mundo a serem mais resilientes, mais produtivos e mais sustentáveis para as próximas gerações, por meio de inovações como culturas cultivadas a partir de tecnologias inteligentes em sementes que são tolerantes ao clima, insetos e doenças, e produtos de proteção de cultivos ainda mais sustentáveis para ajudar os agricultores a continuarem crescendo. Então, como fazemos isso? Nós trazemos as mentes mais brilhantes e os melhores parceiros para trabalhar juntos, nas propriedades dos agricultores, nos laboratórios de pesquisa, em unidades de produção e escritórios ao redor do mundo, para entregar soluções que ajudarão a alimentar e abastecer o mundo. Corteva AgriScience. Continue crescendo.
O agronegócio brasileiro alimenta o mundo. E hoje também é movido por tecnologia. No campo, cada decisão faz a diferença. E com o avanço da inteligência artificial, da digitalização e da agricultura inteligente orientada por dados, o agro se torna mais conectado, eficiente e preparado para o futuro. É aqui que a Bosch atua, desenvolvendo soluções que conectam máquinas, dados e pessoas para transformar o agro brasileiro. Com mais precisão, é possível reduzir desperdícios, otimizar recursos e produzir com mais eficiência e menos impacto ambiental. E é aqui, no Brasil, um dos maiores protagonistas do agronegócio mundial, que desenvolvemos essas soluções. Somos o centro de competência global da Bosch para a agricultura inteligente, conectando dados, sensores e máquinas para aumentar a produtividade e reduzir custos no campo, levando inovação daqui para transformar o campo em todo o mundo. Bosch, tecnologias que cultivam o presente e o futuro.
Bosch. Com o meu Bradesco, compadre, o ano safra é sucesso.
Pô, falar em sucesso?
Nossa, o show agora é na roça. É hora da semente cair no chão, é hora do suor cair do peão. A gente é brabo na lida do gado, a gente é bruto na plantação. Com fé e coragem, meu Bradesco de parceiro.
Bradesco e Agro.
Isso é que é dupla raiz.
No Brasil, existe um elo que aproxima o campo e a cidade. É uma potência que conta com 17 mil profissionais no campo, 27 federações estaduais e mais de 2.000 sindicatos rurais, que cuida da saúde de mais de 200 mil pessoas por ano. Apoia e leva assistência técnica para mais de 400 mil propriedades rurais. Capacita pessoas à distância ou presencial com mais de 1,5 milhão de matrículas por ano e trabalha para cultivar uma vida melhor para produtores rurais e alimentar os brasileiros. Esse é o sistema CNA Senar, que transforma o campo e inspira o Brasil.
Antes da conquista, um plano. Antes de qualquer amanhã, proteção. Há 75 anos, começamos a construir futuros. Estamos com você no seu negócio, na casa própria, no primeiro filho, nos recomeços. Mesmo quando o mundo muda, o clima muda, a vida muda. Hoje, seguro é mais que apólice, é pertencimento, é inclusão. E a Confederação Nacional das Seguradoras faz parte dessa história. Representamos um setor com quase 300 mil profissionais, mais de 6% do PIB do país. Mas o que realmente nos move não são números, são as pessoas. CN segue há 75 anos, levando o seguro a todos os brasileiros.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Essa é uma história clássica de origem de uma startup de tecnologia, tão familiar quanto improvável. Um jovem inventor talentoso vai para a garagem, no quintal de casa, buscando mudar o mundo. E dá início a uma empresa que nunca para de evoluir. Avance alguns capítulos e você encontrará um robô de 36 olhos, programado para proteger a Terra, pegando carona em um supercomputador móvel com conexões com o espaço sideral. E à medida que seguem em direção ao próximo horizonte, você deve estar pensando: que jornada extraordinária nós estamos vivendo. E já faz quase 200 anos. Inteligência artificial com foco na proteção dos recursos naturais. Sim, isso é real. Mas uma pá carregadeira capaz de diferenciar pessoas de objetos mais rápido do que você faria para proteger o recurso mais precioso de todos. E sim, estamos investigando isso também. Parcerias com cientistas de foguetes para alcançar os céus e enfrentar os maiores desafios da Terra. Claro, baterias que movem carros são incríveis. Mas e tecnologias de bateria que podem literalmente mover a Terra? É por isso que somos a startup de tecnologia original, inovando incansavelmente em nome da humanidade, para levar o essencial da vida a todos. Você e John Deere, uma só força.
Próximo. Agora, se você quiser também, eu vou deixar mais alto que a Carol te apresenta e depois você entra, a gente organiza.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
Não, tá ótimo, já estou tranquila que agora...
A força do Brasil está na gente, no agronegócio, nos serviços financeiros que unem a bolsa ao campo. É a potência brasileira. E onde tem potência brasileira, tem B3. Com instrumentos de financiamento da cadeia produtiva, permitimos que as empresas tenham fácil acesso aos recursos para suas produções. Conectamos investidores a títulos de renda fixa e oferecemos a segurança necessária para o capital que move toda a cadeia. Seja na produção, beneficiamento, industrialização e comercialização de produtos e insumos, estamos presentes em cada etapa. Olhamos a fundo a transformação do mercado para que recursos sejam aplicados em ativos ligados à cadeia do agronegócio. Foi no passado que começamos a olhar para o futuro, com contratos que permitiam a gestão de risco da safra. E é no presente contínuo que seguimos conectados ao desenvolvimento do agronegócio. Porque onde tem tudo isso, tem confiança, tem parceria de verdade. Tem a potência do agronegócio. Tem B3. B3, muito mais que a Bolsa do Brasil.
Tudo começou com Antônio Secundino de São José. Agrônomo, pioneiro, visionário. Em um Brasil de agricultura rudimentar, ele enxergou um novo caminho. Foi em busca de uma tecnologia revolucionária para a época: o milho híbrido. A proposta era clara: transformar o campo brasileiro por meio da ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Seguindo essa proposta, o Grupo Agroséries cresceu e se diversificou com atuação destacada em nutrição animal com Agroséries Multimix, genética de suínos com Agroséries Peak, proteção de cultivos com a Ataquil, nutrição vegetal e biológicos com Agroséries Binova e sementes de milho com as marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena. As marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena lideram o segmento de sementes de milho para silagem, introduzindo tecnologias inovadoras como o BT Max. O BT Max, desenvolvido em parceria com a Embrapa, é hoje a melhor tecnologia de controle de lagartas do mercado. Ao longo de nossa história, o nosso compromisso tem sido levar a você a melhor tecnologia aplicada ao campo, para que o seu negócio seja cada vez mais produtivo, rentável e sustentável. Um compromisso que você vê em tudo que a Agroséries faz, na busca, desenvolvimento e adaptação da melhor tecnologia para a sua realidade, na qualidade consistente e padronizada de nossos produtos, em nosso atendimento presente e capacitado, e principalmente nos resultados que o ajudamos a conquistar. Sabemos que foi cumprindo com nossos compromissos que, ao longo de gerações, conseguimos conquistar a sua confiança. A Agroséries se orgulha por ter participado desde 1945 da extraordinária história de sucesso do agronegócio brasileiro.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Temos a missão de alimentar o futuro, ajudando agricultores em todo o mundo a serem mais resilientes, mais produtivos e mais sustentáveis para as próximas gerações, por meio de inovações como culturas cultivadas a partir de tecnologias inteligentes em sementes que são tolerantes ao clima, insetos e doenças, e produtos de proteção de cultivos ainda mais sustentáveis para ajudar os agricultores a continuarem crescendo. Então, como fazemos isso? Nós trazemos as mentes mais brilhantes e os melhores parceiros para trabalhar juntos, nas propriedades dos agricultores, nos laboratórios de pesquisa, em unidades de produção e escritórios ao redor do mundo, para entregar soluções que ajudarão a alimentar e abastecer o mundo. Corteva AgriScience. Continue crescendo.
O agronegócio brasileiro alimenta o mundo. E hoje também é movido por tecnologia. No campo, cada decisão faz a diferença. E com o avanço da inteligência artificial, da digitalização e da agricultura inteligente orientada por dados, o agro se torna mais conectado, eficiente e preparado para o futuro. É aqui que a Bosch atua, desenvolvendo soluções que conectam máquinas, dados e pessoas para transformar o agro brasileiro. Com mais precisão, é possível reduzir desperdícios, otimizar recursos e produzir com mais eficiência e menos impacto ambiental. E é aqui, no Brasil, um dos maiores protagonistas do agronegócio mundial, que desenvolvemos essas soluções. Somos o centro de competência global da Bosch para a agricultura inteligente, conectando dados, sensores e máquinas para aumentar a produtividade e reduzir custos no campo, levando inovação daqui para transformar o campo em todo o mundo. Bosch, tecnologias que cultivam o presente e o futuro.
Bosch. Com o meu Bradesco, compadre, o ano safra é sucesso.
Bom, falar em sucesso?
Nossa, o show agora é na roça. É hora da semente cair no chão, é hora do suor cair do peão. A gente é brabo na lida do gado, a gente é bruto na plantação. Com fé e coragem, meu Bradesco de parceiro.
Bradesco e Agro.
Isso é que é dupla raiz.
No Brasil, existe um elo que aproxima o campo e a cidade. É uma potência que conta com 17 mil profissionais no campo, 27 federações estaduais e mais de 2.000 sindicatos rurais, que cuida da saúde de mais de 200 mil pessoas por ano. Apoia e leva assistência técnica para mais de 400 mil propriedades rurais. Capacita pessoas à distância ou presencial com mais de 1,5 milhão de matrículas por ano e trabalha para cultivar uma vida melhor para produtores rurais e alimentar os brasileiros. Esse é o sistema CNA Senar, que transforma o campo e inspira o Brasil.
Antes da conquista, um plano. Antes de qualquer amanhã, proteção. Há 75 anos, começamos a construir futuros? Estamos com você no seu negócio, na casa própria, no primeiro filho, nos recomeços. Mesmo quando o mundo muda, o clima muda, a vida muda. Hoje, seguro é mais que apólice, é pertencimento, é inclusão. E a Confederação Nacional das Seguradoras faz parte dessa história. Representamos um setor com quase 300 mil profissionais, mais de 6% do PIB do país. Mas o que realmente nos move não são números, são as pessoas. CN segue há 75 anos, levando seguro a todos os brasileiros.
Se é agro,
Senhoras e senhores,
bom e como
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get back. Please take your seats so we can get started to our Brazilian Congress of Agribusiness. Before resuming our event, we have two very important and special moments. We're going to have a roundtable for the government priorities and commitments discussing about agenda proposals, the candidates of Brazil presidency and the future of agribusiness in Brazil, and then also the wrapping up speaker with the former Brazilian president, the path in Brazil. It's unforgettable. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a very great moment of our Congress Future Flash, innovating with CBA.
nesta edição,
In this edition, the Brazilian Congress of Agribusiness, we are going to introduce things about what is happening, short presentations about entrepreneurs that bring trends, innovations, and new prospects of this stage of transforming Brazilian agribusiness. And for the first presentation, we are honored to invite Mariana Vasconcelos. She's a co-founder and CEO of Agrosmart and a young global leader by the World Economic Forum about agro's new invisible infrastructure. Mariana, please welcome to the stage.
Oi, pessoal.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. I hope you have had your coffee, recover your energy. Firstly, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Mariana Vasconcelos. I'm a farmer in the south of Minas Gerais. I just want to share with you in my 5 minutes to talk about this tech journey that agribusiness is having through my lens, because I have created Agrosmart in the last 12 years. We have been digitalizing our business since the very beginning when we talked about precision agriculture. Every year now, we have more than 1,000 agri-techs in this sector. But every disruption, we went through a period of, as we call, deception valley. There is a technology we believe that is going to change the world. Everybody is going to use, but after the pandemic, we saw that there was a change. We suffered with connectivity, infrastructure, depending on education and financing to be able to grow. But that period of challenges that agri-tech has had, we are in the stage 2. Lots of investment funds are drawing their attention to agribusiness technology because we are one of the last industries that did not go through this profound digitalization. The investment in this market, in the agribusiness, is going to expand a lot up to 2034. When you look into these movements, these waves, we have this precision movement. We started measuring with drones, sensors, apps at the end for the farmers. We invested a lot with the pandemic, having to deal with online business, to have this technology adoption. We had a period focused on intelligence in which major companies and startups, they were already running their business in this market. They had some data volume that could generate intelligence, having models that used AI with Meta 2, deep learning, machine learning. But now, since last year, we have the disruption with Gen AI. When you look into our journey with Agrosmart, I was using this sensor for climate changes, digitalized many things to learn what was happening with this microclimate and helping with irrigation, alert, for example, of strong winds. And then we understood that in order to transform this business, we had to look for not only for the farmers, we had to have the engagement of the industry, for example, inputs, traders, added value companies for beverage and food. In our journey, we had a product that understands the risks. For example, climate, social, environmental changes, to understand the price of cocoa, if it's varying or not, and the loans, if there was gonna have any default. Because of this information, the intelligence is no longer located, but it's systemic when I use all the sources of information to solve a more systemic issues in the supply chain. And now we come for this into this wave of AI, generative. What is happening now? If you have never used the ChatGPT, we have these bots that are specialized, trained with knowledge of the different teams. That's a major differential if you have data. If we have data, we train our models. We use this methodology to train AI so they can learn and to bring more assertive answers. We also understand that there is a greater adoption of AI in the area of research and development. For example, seeds, intelligence, and also the food at the end of this industry. When you talk about systems, this kind of technology is transforming step by step. When we have the hardware requirements in the last years, it was no longer sexy to have hardware, software. It's hard work. Now it's becoming more necessary because you have agents, the robots, tractors. They have a new level of autonomy, of operational intelligence. You're going to have a new growth in the hardware sector and also modeling in the long run. When you talk about El Nino, it was difficult to forecast what is happening with the climate. Now, having these new models that are orchestrating the algorithm, having a new window of opportunities, making the interfaces easier, we have more complex problems that are being solved. When we look into this industry of food and beverage, there are many transformations. This data along the chain, traceability, we have information not only about the climate, but how things are being produced, forecasting the disruption of the chain in a more automated fashion. When you talk about geopolitical aspects, it means having power. I can understand where and how I need to have more food produced, and we can automate and make it easier to meet the requirements for export or new export of soybeans to China. Having this data, we can defend our agriculture and defend the sustainability of agribusiness in Brazil. We have to adjust the prices also in a more automated fashion, bringing more knowledge for consumers. For 4 years, I live in Palo Alto in California, near Silicon Valley, and we can observe everything that is consumed, food, clothing, what is the certification, traceability that is behind the productions. If those that are here today in this AI journey, that's not a product. It's an infrastructure that from now onwards is going to be in all levels of agribusiness, and solutions and the speed that we are able to develop, negotiate, protect ourselves has changed a lot. The gap for those that do not use AI is very big. That's the reason why there is this conflict of mastering AI between China and the US. It's something very important to bear in mind. Now we are connecting the physic aspects that becomes intelligence, and having that data is important both for national sovereignty and also for business strategy. The AI gen, they are trained with everything that are in the internet. If we have our data, we are able to have this competitive edge to train our AIs. And this transformation that we observe in the supply chain is more important in a dichotomy that consumers go through. More data, more technology, more digital, more bots. In where I live, there is no drivers. Our Ubers, they are already driven by robots. We need more connection with the origin. That's why our country, culture, our business, our wellness in the agribusiness, we have ice baths and other things that are connected to this area. If we connect to our origin, there is an opportunity for brands to be different. Not having the best product, but we're gonna have this narrative of origin and connection to consumers so we can sustain ourselves. That's what I wanted to share with you because of a learner with more than 100,000 producers and farmers that we have, 48 millions of hectares that we have to understand this chain about climate and socioeconomic risks. If I want to provoke you, everybody should think that infrastructure you guys are building, data that you are proprietary of, and be careful when you choose solutions with information security, privacy of data, because this is going to be our power, not only as a business, but as a country.
Obrigada, Mariana.
Thank you, Mariana. Let's go into our next, or first panel, actually.
Senhoras e senhores, daremos início.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the first panel from CBA 2026 that will discuss the industry that revolutionizes the agriculture. So once again, we invite you to participate in the debate, sending us questions. So for those who are here, just like use the form that is in the backpack that you received and turn them into one of the receptionists. For those who are watching us online, you can also participate. So send your questions using our chat, in your name, the city, and to whom you are addressing your question. The moderation of the panel is going to be from the journalist William Waack. Once again, I invite him to be on stage. And as the main debaters, we'd like to invite Ms. Ana Repesa, the president of CropLife Brazil, Mr. Gustavo Mariano, vice president of Impasa, and Mr. Gaston Dias Perez, president and CEO of Bosch Latin America. With all our panelists already here, so ladies and gentlemen, so as we greet our guests, so we have an announcement from our master sponsorship, Corteva. So we do have the mission to feed the world, helping agricultures all over the world to be more resilient, more productive, and more sustainable for the generations to come. So by means of like cultivated crops, using like intelligent technologies that are tolerant to the climate, insects, and diseases, and products to produce even more sustainable products to help the farmers to continuously grow. So how do we do that? So we bring the most brilliant minds and the best partners to work together in the proprietors of the agricultures and the research labs and in production units and offices all over the world to deliver solutions that will help to feed and supply the world. Cotia Agroscience continue growing. And then after the message from Cortevas, we will begin our first panel of the day, the moderator, William Waack. So once again, back to work. So just for you to have an idea, we have 48 minutes to us, and we are running a little bit about chasing time. So I agreed with the participants. So please, I apologize for this kind of uneasiness. You know, someone has to be the one to look at the clock and keep the time on track. So I would like to give as a quorum access to begin this conversation. So one item that was taken from the strategic agenda of Agro. So this strategic agenda, which is divided in pillars, that is one for the short run, defined that way. And I would like to begin this conversation with it. So I will read it. So this pillar number 3, it has to do with the strategic inputs and the productive capacities domestically. So this is industry. This is clearly like to what extent the industry participates in this strategic pillar and to what extent it can, as the title of the segment that we are in now, help to the evolution of agriculture. And detailing a little bit more, what are we talking about? We are talking about like strengthening and the inputs and the safety, and we have a lot of regulation involved. We're talking about the strengthening of the productive domestic capacities. We are talking about the competitiveness and to be in the big chains. We are talking about the technological development of the strategic inputs, meaning innovation, investment. So I will begin with Gustavo. Gustavo, up to what extent you, with the company that you represent, can answer this challenge? So good morning. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. So William, I think that Brazil, as is no novelty for anyone, for those present here, Brazil is a country with a huge potential in the agriculture segment. And we also have this vocation which is being resumed a lot faster, which is our industrial vocation. So we lost it for some time, and now we are beginning to do it again. So the industry that I represent today is an industry that can unify that quite well. It's the biofuel transformation from the grain into biofuel by means of the corn. But talking a little bit about strategic inputs is not only like corn. I will mention like the use of sorghum, that this year we expect like 6.2 million tons as strategic input for our industry and our transformation in a region such as the Northeast, that seasonally, specifically in the years of El Nino, suffers more. And we see this huge capacity of adaptation using this input, differentiated input, feedstock, raw material of sorghum. And we formed a partnership with Embrapa when we began our activities there. And we also developed something that generated a very positive impact in the region in terms of like growing and strengthening the harvest in the region. So taking from what you said before and what we heard earlier, so geopolitics and strategic inputs, Brazil to become stronger and win all the challenges, we must strengthen the two agricultural pillars, agriculture and industry. For each job position that we create directly, we create 11 indirect job positions in Brazil. So it's a way that we can benefit and transform one grain and leave the wealth technology innovation here in the country, and our industry demands more innovation. So I saw the presentation about the AI. This is something that we have a very our own vocation. So how do we apply this tool in the different industries has to do with the demand that we create upon the industry. So I see more and more the use of the automation process to increase the competitiveness factors in our industry in Brazil. So Gaston, it's pretty much like the same question. So up to what extent you feel like in the process or prevented from working in it? So it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. So thank you. So sectors. So I think that yes, we are being like the main player in this thing. So Bosch in Latin America is automobile with consumer products as well. So we are connected to the biofuel and the agro because of the Flex, which was launched by Bosch when we were partners with the automobile industry 20 years ago. There has always been this connection, but now this has been stronger. We share a very clear vision and a global Bosch that, it was accepted that the future. So in 2050, so the world population is going to grow in 2.2 billion people in Africa, East, in Asia, and India. And during the same time, the production of food will double like the need of the population, because this is like in poor countries that begin having this per capita income and will consume more food. This is the very first thing that they will do. And within this increase of the production of food, 50% is a lot when we globally speak, but the main player in this growth is Latin America, and obviously like Brazil in it. So what we see in Bosch is, so we have like technology for life. So very unlikely to find something more related to technology for life than to make agro more sustainable and more productive. So we say we do not want to invest in Latin America, but not only historically speaking, like to bring things from abroad, we want to develop and create a technology that will make this agro more productive and more sustainable in Latin America, from Latin America. And this is a huge challenge for us as Latin Americans. We cannot accept like just to be like the producer of the grain, the producer of historically happens. So we are not going to be the main supplier, exporter, but the technology to make it happen, we are going to import as always. So I think that must understand that this is not acceptable. If we are the biggest producer, the ones that have the best conditions and have know-how to make this effective production, we have to develop technology here. We've decided 2 years ago to make an important investment in Brazil, to create in Brazil the technology center for the global agro of Bosch. And among other things, we are developing technology for like intelligent planters, seeders, to transform the sector, like a seeder in spray intelligent systems that we use like cameras, AI, like 20 kilometers per hour. So the system can differentiate a sprayer and I do not want like to spread with fertilizers or from Brazil to the world, and develop technology in Brazil to use it here. Also, it's going to be a source of export to the other countries. So I think that this technological challenge, the pillars, it's paramount for us not to be. Well, I'm not saying that it's bad to be the producer, but because to be like the biggest producer in Latin America, in Brazil. So there's a challenge with all the knowledge of engineering and conditions that we have in Brazil. I think that this big challenge that not to be only the creators of this technology. So you deal with sectors that are particularly sensitive when we talk about inputs, and particularly subject to, inevitably in Brazil, to a kind of like a business environment. So how have you been navigating into it? So thank you very much, Renan. Good afternoon, everyone. So CropLife represents 52 companies that work with 4 different technologies for the agribusiness: bioinputs like defensives, biotechnology, and seeds and plants. So all these companies together in 2024 like 104 billion reais with a proportional investment of this revenue and investment totally focused in research and innovation towards the tropical agriculture, which is our agriculture in Latin America and Brazil, aiming to increase like competitiveness, productivity, a more sustainable agriculture, low carbon. And obviously, for this ecosystem of innovation work well, so we need to have like regulatory frameworks compatible with the challenges that we have, like to increase competitiveness and productiveness in our business. And we do have some priorities for the past few years, but especially the regulation of the bioinputs law, the regulation of the chemical defensives, and all the other laws, and like patent protections and intellectual property law, because otherwise we are not going to encourage investments and innovation. And these investments are responsible for technologies that, for instance, make that Impasa has access to grains with more starch, with more conversion power, that will create more production in biofuels. So it's a sector that is very high tech, and I think that not too many people understand what comes before the planting. Most people think about technology in the field is just like the equipment, which is equally important, obviously, but not everyone knows that this technology that is applicable before the seed being sown and germinate. And what we see that makes us very proud is that these companies, they developed in Brazil, so they create job positions, high added value in Brazil for the production of technology applicable to our tropical agriculture. Just to have an idea, Brazil is the world leader in bioinputs. And our market of bioinputs grew at rates above like 10% for the past 4 years, and the trend is that it will continue to grow due to the geopolitical issues. As you have less availability of fertilizers, so bioinput is a complement that you can use less fertilizers in some crops that they are currently used, and it's a reflex of this geopolitical crisis. And also biotechnology, we are the second country with the more adoption of GMOs, which make us to have this gain in productivity in many different crops. So we have more than 180 crops that use this technology. So with the regulatory framework, more modern, more dynamic, for sure this environment grows faster and favors the Brazilian agri-industry. I would like to add, William, just getting from what has been said, the value and the timing that we have to extract value from this discussion and how to position ourselves using this integration of technology, bioinputs, and innovation. So I've been in this market of ethanol for quite some time. And in the past, I used to say that I sold liters, like reais per liters. This was basically what we did. We sold and we paid based on availability, offer, demand, elasticity, like common in the market. But the market now for biofuels is a market that we import in the global level. But it actually it's concerned about the criteria of sustainability that you have in the background. So most of all the regulations, they are split in three pillars, three parcels for you to get into the decarbonization. Number one is the field. You have number two, like scope number two that they call, is the industry, the transformation and efficiency of the industry. And number three is the logistic to deliver the biofuel and the end user. And we have like some examples that are important for us that the Brazilian agro industry can position itself internationally, taking this as an advantage. So if we can, for instance, as input, replace our fossil matrix in our equipment by biofuel, biodiesel, and ethanol, like in the harvesters and the tractors. So we are, in fact, participating in the decarbonization process in scope number one. If we make better use of bio inputs within the same logic, using better like chemical components more advanced, we can also like work in the decarbonization. And why do I mention timing at the beginning? Because the world was awarding precisely that. We are getting into a moment that the world is restricting those who do not do that. And Brazil is well positioned to continue doing it and showing in some segments, specific segments, this capacity of integration and value generation. Those sectors that are undergoing energy transition that we can say that were hard to abate, like aviation, navigation. It's quite difficult to think about electrification of a vessel of big size. So these sectors, they still need like molecules that follow this criteria of sustainability that are well positioned. We can, unifying everything that is being said here today, we can reduce the production cost, and reducing production cost and the perpetuation of our sustainability criteria means a more mature market and the opening of new markets that will more and more encourage the development of the agro-industry in Brazil. So this was just something that I wanted to unify. This criteria is not loose around. They are integrated to position Brazil in a stronger position from end to end, with extremely pragmatic solutions with good cost benefit. There is no ESG with effective and economic cost associated. Following the same line, using this figure of language that you used, you got 2 points besides the one that you just mentioned, Gustavo. You, in your previous intervention, you went to 2 sensitive points very smoothly, but they are crucial. You mentioned geopolitical aspects and you mentioned regulatory aspects as 2 essential factors. And if we think about the capacity that we have to generate technological invention and then get to where Gustavo is talking about, like explore our market possibilities, is particularly markets due to the regulatory international framework, which is basically what you were saying. And then we can begin talking about the relevant obstacles, right? And then we begin talking about imprevisibility, internationally speaking, which was the point that was in the previous segment, which is part of the same line of this event, which is this junction. So up to what extent abroad, both the regulatory that you were talking about will impose the rules in which we'll have to be able to handle or not.
This framework is a complaint in every event that I have participating in different sectors of Brazilian economy. To what extent it's been, overcome. In your first answer, you have emphasized dedication to technology investment. Well, I believe that it's a very complex question. Well, it's a complex subject. Well, high volatility, very complex world in Latin America. We are very much used to manage chaos. Today's world is not good for the world, but the world is very much similar to Latin America because of bad things, high volatility, changing the rules of the game, high interest rate, problems in the supply chain. We know that very well. It's a new world, but for us, it's been always in this world. The war, of course, we are exposed to the war, but the problems of the world we know very well. We know how to manage problems, this level of complexity in this part of the world. But your question about geopolitics, somehow it's helping us because Latin America, it's a history that is neutral. If you want a good partner for having supply chain, Latin America is a great place. Here, we look not only what is happening in Iran, problems with oil supply. If you have, for example, in Latin America, you're not subject to these changes, to these variations. But of course, in terms of regulation, is good or not. We should have a state that should be fair, that does not hurt us. For example, European Union, they have another problem. We should abide by the rule of these games and not to be stopped by these barriers. Well, the second aspect internally is that we do not create something that is more complex than we have. We know how to do things well. In my automotive industry, for example, we are able to generate a role for the US, Europe, and also an additional complexity of all these regions together. I believe that internal challenges that we should not generate a regulation that makes our business more complicated, okay? A regulation that makes our business more difficult. Well, that's Latin America, right? That's pure Latin America, as you have said. So the world now is very similar to us down here, right? Well, I don't know. It's kind of sad, this idea of how much we tie our food because of the incapacity, because of urgent problems that we have. It's kind of depressing. Well, what about strategic inputs when we look about this high competition for tech innovation? Most of it is related to the use by analogy to justify the reasoning of my question. We observe how these geopolitical issues, they create obstacles for tech innovation because of competition. We put together sectors as your company deals with, and her company is crop life. We do not have to deal with the details in this case, but also the case of agriculture defensive molecules. You can, whatever name you want to give, fertilizers, pesticides, but what kind of obstacles for you it's the most relevant? I highlight here that strategic projects are fundamental, but always thinking about the short, medium, and long term. We're talking about approval of legislation that has the capacity of tech innovation and then the capacity of Brazilian industry and its potential of production to remain competitive. Great question, William. Before talking about the regulation difficulties or hurdles, I'm going to talk about the tropical agriculture and the difficulties to operate in this setting. That's the kind of agriculture that suffers with climate changes, peaks and lows that are very strong, also plagues, pressures that are not found in other ecosystems. And then we need inputs to manage these crops that are different, very specific, differently from other parts of the world. So regulation in Brazil must take into account this reality of tropical agriculture, and other countries must understand that we have a climate weather here, but it's different from other plagues, and we have to start the plantation in other season. It's fundamental, firstly, to understand that and then understand our competitiveness. The other point, how good, the better our regulation is, the faster more molecules are going to reach out to farmers. There are people that are investing many, many years, 10, 11 years, to produce more efficient molecules and safer molecules that will guarantee higher yield for the farmers. But many times, these molecules do not reach out the market in the expected time because our regulation is waiting. Our legislation is waiting for regulations of the new law that is well written, that reflects our needs, but is not regulated yet. Having that, you delay the use of new tax. That's the reason why. That's what CropLife is doing to implement this new bill, because it has this this possibility of guarantee the productivity, also protecting human health. It is surrounded by the support of Brazilian Ministry of Agriculture and other sectors of agriculture without hurting the environment and human health. So it's important that this regulation is passed. We are participating in the discussions to guarantee that the business environment is open to innovation and to new things, and farmers have access to molecules. Well, I'm not going to go into that, otherwise I'm going to mess up this discussion. What she's talking about, and she has difficulties in talking about political issues because that's election year. If we consider what she's bringing up, we are saying that we need to talk about how able our political system can work with the demands of the societies. I don't think that this agribusiness is the one that sustains the Brazilian economics. Well, we have not only producing grains because of the values that are involved, both social and political issues. As Brazilian debate, it has to do with election in this bubble. I don't want to ask you to talk about why this Brazilian mediocre Congress is not able to sign this kind of bill that is so important because of tax regulation, and also not mentioning the political aspects. I'm going to give send this question to you, Eder. This very moment, we're trying to understand to what extent the industry participates in this tropical revolution of the agricultural sector. If you want to define it, that's one of the major revolutions in the modern world. That's the tropical agriculture. So the results of tech innovations has a rare convergence now in Brazil between state and private sector. Where do you see the hurdles? William, well, for us, we are going through turning a key that is very important moment, having this specificity of tropical agriculture that is not well understood in the aspects that Anna has talked about. Talking about the offers, what do I mean by that? Very recently, we were talking that the European Union was talking about, I think she's talking about food versus fuel, to explain to them that the second crop is the one that we're going to produce after winter. We do that in the same year. Subsequently, in Brazil, we might have 3 crops per year. That's a debate that made difficulties for us facing the industry outside Brazil. European Union has an aversion to what they call crop-based, the use of fuels or biofuels based on crops. And I think that we have a strong work to showcase that here we're not talking about food versus fuel. We're talking about fuel plus food. And also you can say food plus feed. At the end of the day, we have a silent revolution in the agribusiness through the industry. That is the integration of all of that to increase the offer that I was talking about before. When you have this transformation of grain inside Brazil, you do not depend on the external volatility of other markets. There is a predictability, meaning that it brings trust and more offer. Increasing the offer, it is translated in availability of inputs directly in the food for people, but it's transformed in raw material to produce biofuels. In 2004, we produced 4 million of tons of corn. In the second crop this year, we're going to reach 112 million of tons of second crop corn. So when we look the use of of hectares, areas of soybeans producing the second crop, we still have an average that is very shy of 36, 38%, depending on the two last crops, the figures that are consolidated. And we have a broad path to move on, to enter. So when it's recognized in the regulation frameworks, impacts other industries. We have the industry, for example, automotive industry in Europe. They're suffering because of electric cars. They thought that they would domain, that they would master that, but they want to go back to the bridge that they have burned before. You can decarbonize very efficiently without having to use lots of money in solutions that are not make your industry survive. But when you put together tropical agriculture and also put together in the Brazilian industry, and we show clearly outside Brazil that we are able to guarantee food safety and energy together, that's an additional point that I have been bringing about in the discussions. Most lectures in that we have participated, we talked only about decarbonization. Because of Iran's war, they say that energy security is very expensive for mankind. For example, in the price of Brent, in the world logistics, that we feel that there is a change. We see that using biofuel, we can reduce the impacts of the oil war. Putting together everybody here, as we're doing today in these discussions, it's good because you can unify, have a correct narrative on how we have solutions that are very important for the world. I'm gonna repeat Gaston. Latin America has always been used to change, to adjust, to adapt. It's constant, and the level of predictability is not good. So that's an asset today. The asset, when well discussed about outside the world, can place Brazil in a very good place. Well, I think the challenge, food versus fuel, is a discussion that everybody should have. I listen a lot then. But do you consider that this being finalized, this discussion, food versus fuel? Well, in the way that they look, they think that is you take one side and take to the other. You take the food and then you produce fuel. That's not the reality in Latin America. I know the studies that you conduct about that. Where you started producing biofuel, is that I'm not going to produce food, or that I won't produce food because I have to use that for the food, and that you can produce between the crops. You can invest more in the farmers. That's a major challenge. It's counterintuitive for them. In Europe, especially what they call when there is more fuel, there will be less food. That's the contrary. I'd like to add to that discussion that we are changing, we are shifting this mindset. There will be a great regulation in the end of the era of maritime navigation. That is called IMO, is the United Nations agency that addresses these international navigation issues. And we have, of course, a hard path, mainly considering the geopolitical aspects, but we trust that we will be able to build a path that is going to work. Well, most regulations that we see along the years, Industrial Revolution, I'm talking about 150 years of evolution. The tech progress is very impactful in the regulation, in the capacity of those that have developed this technology through their powers to impose to others this kind of framework. When we talk about that we already overcame between fuel versus food, at least in regard to what is coming towards us. But the question is, what is the fuel? Who is going to regulate this commodity? What are the terms of this regulation? and it is going to impact the tech innovation or development. Could you please talk about that? William, I would say that Brazil, and that we are in the front line of regulation because we are a key player. The legislation process, as you have said, not always follow the speed of what is happening now in the multilateral discussions, of course, which is kind of out of fashion now or outdated. We are key players in these discussions regarding agribusiness, energy, fibers. It's important to bring that about in our discussion. Food, fuel, and fibers. That Brazil is a leader, surpassing the United States in the cotton fiber. We we are a key player in this sector. But what is necessary is how fast we move in the regulation and also implementing the bills. In the Brazilian Forestry Code, talking about deforestation, of course, we suffer internationally because in Brazil, productivity gains, it's because you are cutting trees. When we show data, it's not the case. We have grown, expanded 6 times in the last decades. In the planted area, did not just expanded. We didn't cut the native trees. It's very modern the way that we plant. It's very hard that other countries are able to do the same. So when you talk about innovation frontier, I go back to the same point. We must regulate and implement these new regulation frameworks. Otherwise, we're going to lag behind. If now we are ranking first, if we do not modernize, advance in our regulation framework, I mentioned 4 laws. We talked about rural credit in the opening session. That is the basics. So agribusiness can breathe in and out to buy inputs to produce. So we must advance, otherwise you're going to lose our key position in the marketplace. Gustavo, William. Well, I'm gonna, for example, you were talking about geopolitical regulation. I think you said fibers. In the case of IMO, I was going to highlight these points. Brazil is well placed internationally, or ranking well, actually. In this framework, they did not take into consideration biofuels. We introduced biofuels in this discussion. The first pathway of approval of IMO has taken place in the corn ethanol. Other Brazilian biofuels are going to be recognized in this new pathway Brazil has in this multilateralism scenario. We are able to work, do great work in the development, the difficulties that we face, and it's a point that maybe we could have 1 more hour of discussion, is the integration of regulations, because in this more fragmented geopolitical world, we can have an understanding of this international interests in geopolitics, okay?
So you have also the stack partners with these players in the geopolitical scenario that will conduct this in a relevant way, but also like for the industry, for the whole chain. And I do not want to say just only ours, but the Chinese, the American chains, and everyone in the production chain. So they must have previsibility. If you do not know what is going to happen in 5 years, or if we have like 5, 6 big markets, so it's very difficult like to reduce costs. And when you cannot do it, then you begin reducing like the pacing to implement technologies. So I think that Brazil is doing very good work, and we have to reinforce that more and more. I see like the protagonism in the discussions about this issue, like related to deforestation and about what's coming ahead. So before we were waiting for something to come and then act. Now we are the ones who we are leading the debate and understand as the truth. So I connect that with something that has preceded us. So the AI topic. So you've touched it already. So it's impossible like to think in any kind of a tech innovation, any sector. But people talk about AI, and in fact, we would like to ask, so what kind of AI? Specifically in the case of Bosch, Bosch is associated to many, let's say, different phases of tech innovation that has to do with fuel, right? So we can call like hybridization, and you know what I'm talking about. So what kind of AI? So at Bosch, we work clearly with AI globally, but in particular in Brazil, we've been doing it for the past 5 years, investing in development talent because AI as tool is amazing, but if you do not, you cannot be able to apply it, you're going to be zero. You don't go anywhere. So 5 years ago, we began investing in young talents, and we are hiring young kids like 16 to 19 with a dual training of 2 years. And within these 2 years, just for you to have an idea, we've had like 400 kids like invest coming in and out, but we've received more than 20,000 CVs that wanted to join the program. We hired them, and then they stay training for 2 years. When we began 5 years ago, it was difficult to anticipate in where they would go to work. We thought that it would be interesting, like to develop talent, and we were going to have a return, but we didn't know where. And now I go back to the AI. Now, Bosch Latin America, we are leading many initiatives for re-engineering of AI with the tools and platforms that we've developed in Brazil. The process is kind of weird. Sometimes it's difficult, like to understand from our friends outside. We have like kids with 21 years of age. So the older one is 21, and we began selling improvement in processes and platforms and so on and so forth. And we have the answer that our friends in Germany and the United States, they said they want the kids, the Brazilian kids participating in the same process due to the speed, the way of thinking and initiative. So AI, we are the productive process. So now we have, like we were talking about the sprayers and converging and identifying between weed and like soy, like at 20 per hour, and decide to apply chemicals or not. But in administrative process, industrial and commercial processes, and they're in a global level, things that were unthinkable like 4 or 5 years ago. And it has to do with this dynamism that AI is bringing. And in the end, it's not only to develop the model. Obviously, we have to develop the model, and this is extremely relevant, especially for China and the United States. But the application of these models is paramount, and this it will like is related to the development and creation of talent. But if we don't develop the talents and these kids that can use it globally, so we have 400 today, and we are going to more than 1,000 working in global process from Brazil. And when we talk about competitiveness and regulatory issues, so with this kind of activities, so these barriers do not apply. And just like one important point, it's not only develop, it's adopt. So you see what Gaston was talking about, like the senior one is 21 years of age, we have to adopt it quite fast. Competitiveness for the agro industry in Brazil has to do with getting the available tool and bring it in soy, cellulose, corn, and among all the other crops that we have are crops that are more competitive. And Brazil has this vocation in terms of development, but the speed of adoption, and I say it as someone who goes to the field and we see the speed of adoption, it's quite fast. The Brazilian production is eager to improve the process so they can enhance the productivity. And this is the way to go, because this is how we are going to have a strong industry, like a strong agro industry in the field. So one piece of information here, in this campaign related to tropical agriculture that we launched in May, we had a survey with different variables, and one of them that we gather was like the adoption of technology by the producers. 79% of the Brazilian producers adopt some kind of technology, and digitalization and AI. So it's a myth that we do not have the adoption. Obviously, it can be amplified and enhanced. And in the specific case of the bio inputs, that you have one live organism that must be applied in the crop at the right moment, so it can produce like the effect that it's expected. We have to calculate it using AI in terms of climate and the time of the day that that organism is going to be deployed. So this is largely used in some crops, but obviously, and it can increase. Reminding you, it's a curiosity, I don't know if you all know, but Silvia Mazurra, the president of Embrapa, her doctorate program was using AI in agriculture 25 years ago. So she brought that to Embrapa, the AI, in a very strong way. And now what we see is Embrapa disseminating this technology along with the producers with manuals, guidelines, and training. Not everyone knows, but we must value that as well. I have just a little bit more than 3 minutes, but I will bring lots of questions from the audience. So two of them I highlighted, one from João Schmidt and one from Alexandre Morato. I apologize, I do not understand your handwriting. Mora Capital, I think. So putting the two questions together, it has to do with mining, rare earth, and the capacity of the Brazilian industry. So where are we? In mining, rare earth. So to what extent the Brazilian industry participating in the revolution of the tropical agriculture will go in this scenario, as was described in the first segment, in the geopolitics of the grains, commodities, minerals, and consumption. I'm not a specialist in this rare earth topic, but I think that the main challenge for us is the same. And just like to simplify the discussion, are we going to be just like the producer of the commodity, or are we going to do more? This is the question for us as Latin Americans. Is the question being asked since the colonial times? Are we going to the commodities will change because the industry needs different commodities? Are we just going to produce commodities or do more? And to do more has to do with the discussion that we are having now. Are we only going to produce? I'm not minimizing the value of the production of grains, but are we going to develop technology and inputs and develop added value and transform it in something that will transform our society, or just simply are going to be do something until something changes and then a new commodity comes into play? This is the discussion. So I would complement it with the revolution of the critical minerals follow the same pathway of the revolution of the agribusiness. 50 years ago, we were importers, we were dependent, and now we are the main players and imposing trends. And so Brazil now has only 25% of its territory mapped according to, with the existence of rare earth. And we are beginning to develop our own technologies, but we all the means like to take on this global protagonism. We are the second largest reserve of critical materials after China, but China is way above us. But we do have the proper conditions to promote this revolution, and we must have investments from the state, as it was done with the agribusiness, to make this aggregation of the addition of value, throughout the chain. And I will add something. So they say, according to the time clock here, I have to end the segment, but I think it's extraordinary, this possibility that we have in this situation, to look forward and to look ahead and what dictates what we are going to do next. So thank you all very much for your participation, for your attention. Have a great lunch. See you in the afternoon. Thank you very much. Ana Ripeza, Gustavo Mariano, Gaston Dias Perez. I take this opportunity to thank and registered the presence of other representatives from other countries, such as Indonesia. Welcome. We have simultaneous translation of our event to facilitate our connection. After all, agro is global. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now go to a brief interval, and we invite you all to lunch that is going to be served in the sponsors room. So Ingo Plogger, the president of ABAG, is going to be right in front of the room to greet you all and meet like the journalists and the media people. So we'll come back at 2 p.m. with the second future flash of agro that will bring the topic of verticalization, sustainable verticalization as value for Brazilian agriculture. All right, we hope to see you at 2 p.m. Have a great lunch and see you soon.
A força do Brasil está na gente, no agronegócio, nos serviços financeiros que unem a bolsa ao campo. É a potência brasileira. E onde tem potência brasileira, tem B3. Com instrumentos de financiamento da cadeia produtiva, permitimos que as empresas tenham fácil acesso aos recursos para suas produções. Conectamos investidores a títulos de renda fixa e oferecemos a segurança necessária para o capital que move toda a cadeia. Seja na produção, beneficiamento, industrialização e comercialização de produtos e insumos, estamos presentes em cada etapa. Olhamos a fundo a transformação do mercado para que recursos sejam aplicados em ativos ligados à cadeia do agronegócio. A força do Brasil está na gente, no agronegócio, nos serviços financeiros que unem a bolsa ao campo. É a potência brasileira. E onde tem potência brasileira, tem B3. Com instrumentos de financiamento da cadeia produtiva, permitimos que as empresas tenham fácil acesso aos recursos para suas produções. Conectamos investidores a títulos de renda fixa e oferecemos a segurança necessária para o capital que move toda a cadeia. Seja na produção, beneficiamento, industrialização e comercialização de produtos e insumos, estamos presentes em cada etapa. Olhamos a fundo a transformação do mercado para que recursos sejam aplicados em ativos ligados à cadeia do agronegócio. Foi no passado que começamos a olhar para o futuro, com contratos que permitiam a gestão de risco da safra. E é no presente contínuo que seguimos conectados ao desenvolvimento do agronegócio. Porque onde tem tudo isso, tem confiança, tem parceria de verdade, tem a potência do agronegócio. Tem B3. B3, muito mais que a Bolsa do Brasil.
Tudo começou com Antônio Secundino de São José. Agrônomo, pioneiro, visionário. Em um Brasil de agricultura rudimentar, ele enxergou um novo caminho. Foi em busca de uma tecnologia revolucionária para a época: o milho híbrido. A proposta era clara: transformar o campo brasileiro por meio da ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Seguindo essa proposta, o Grupo Agroséries cresceu e se diversificou com atuação destacada em nutrição animal com Agroséries Multimix, genética de suínos com Agroséries Peak, proteção de cultivos com a Ataquil, nutrição vegetal e biológicos com Agroséries Binova e sementes de milho com as marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena. As marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena lideram o segmento de sementes de milho para silagem, introduzindo tecnologias inovadoras como o BT Max. O BT Max, desenvolvido em parceria com a Embrapa, é hoje a melhor tecnologia de controle de lagartas do mercado. Ao longo de nossa história, o nosso compromisso tem sido levar a você a melhor tecnologia aplicada ao campo, para que o seu negócio seja cada vez mais produtivo, rentável e sustentável. Um compromisso que você vê em tudo que a AgroSéries faz, na busca, desenvolvimento e adaptação da melhor tecnologia para a sua realidade, na qualidade consistente e padronizada de nossos produtos, em nosso atendimento presente e capacitado, e principalmente nos resultados que o ajudamos a conquistar. Sabemos que foi cumprindo com nossos compromissos que ao longo de gerações conseguimos conquistar a sua confiança. A AgroSéries se orgulha por ter participado desde 1945 da extraordinária história de sucesso do agronegócio brasileiro.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Temos a missão de alimentar o futuro, ajudando agricultores em todo o mundo a serem mais resilientes, mais produtivos e mais sustentáveis para as próximas gerações, por meio de inovações como culturas cultivadas a partir de tecnologias inteligentes em sementes que são tolerantes ao clima, insetos e doenças, e produtos de proteção de cultivos ainda mais sustentáveis para ajudar os agricultores a continuarem crescendo. Então, como fazemos isso? Nós trazemos as mentes mais brilhantes e os melhores parceiros para trabalhar juntos, nas propriedades dos agricultores, nos laboratórios de pesquisa, em unidades de produção e escritórios ao redor do mundo, para entregar soluções que ajudarão a alimentar e abastecer o mundo. Corteva AgriScience. Continue crescendo.
O agronegócio brasileiro alimenta o mundo. E hoje, também é movido por tecnologia. No campo, cada decisão faz a diferença. E com o avanço da inteligência artificial, da digitalização e da agricultura inteligente orientada por dados, o agro se torna mais conectado, eficiente e preparado para o futuro. É aqui que a Bosch atua, desenvolvendo soluções que conectam máquinas, dados e pessoas para transformar o agro brasileiro. Com mais precisão, é possível reduzir desperdícios, otimizar recursos e produzir com mais eficiência e menos impacto ambiental. E é aqui, no Brasil, um dos maiores protagonistas do agronegócio mundial, que desenvolvemos essas soluções. Somos o centro de competência global da Bosch para a agricultura inteligente, conectando dados, sensores e máquinas para aumentar a produtividade e reduzir custos no campo, levando inovação daqui para transformar o campo em todo o mundo. Bosch, tecnologias que cultivam o presente e o futuro.
Bosch. Com o meu Bradesco, compadre, o ano safra é sucesso.
Pô, falar em sucesso?
Nossa, o show agora é na roça. É hora da semente cair no chão, é hora do suor cair do peão. A gente é brabo na lida do gado, a gente é bruto na plantação. Com fé e coragem, meu Bradesco de parceiro.
Bradesco e Agro, isso é que é dupla raiz.
No Brasil, existe um elo que aproxima o campo e a cidade. É uma potência que conta com 17 mil profissionais no campo. 27 federações estaduais e mais de 2.000 sindicatos rurais, que cuida da saúde de mais de 200 mil pessoas por ano. Apoia e leva assistência técnica para mais de 400 mil propriedades rurais. Capacita pessoas à distância ou presencial com mais de 1,5 milhão de matrículas por ano e trabalha para cultivar uma vida melhor para produtores rurais e alimentar os brasileiros. Esse é o sistema CNA Senar, que transforma o campo e inspira o Brasil.
Antes da conquista, um plano. Antes de qualquer amanhã, proteção. Há 75 anos, começamos a construir futuros. Estamos com você no seu negócio, na casa própria, no primeiro filho, nos recomeços. Mesmo quando o mundo muda, o clima muda, a vida muda. Hoje, seguro é mais que apólice, é pertencimento, é inclusão. E a Confederação Nacional das Seguradoras faz parte dessa história. Representamos um setor com quase 300 mil profissionais, mais de 6% do PIB do país. Mas o que realmente nos move não são números, são as pessoas. CNSEG, há 75 anos, levando seguro a todos os brasileiros.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Essa é uma história clássica de origem de uma startup de tecnologia, tão familiar quanto improvável. Um jovem inventor talentoso vai para a garagem, no quintal de casa, buscando mudar o mundo. E dá início a uma empresa que nunca para de evoluir. Avance alguns capítulos e você encontrará um robô de 36 olhos, programado para proteger a Terra, pegando carona em um supercomputador móvel com conexões com o espaço sideral. E à medida que seguem em direção ao próximo horizonte, você deve estar pensando: que jornada extraordinária nós estamos vivendo. E já faz quase 200 anos. Inteligência artificial com foco na proteção dos recursos naturais. Sim, isso é real. Mas uma pá carregadeira capaz de diferenciar pessoas de objetos, mais rápido do que você faria para proteger o recurso mais precioso de todos. E sim, estamos investigando isso também. Parcerias com cientistas de foguetes para alcançar os céus e enfrentar os maiores desafios da Terra. Claro, baterias que movem carros são incríveis, mas e tecnologias de bateria que podem literalmente mover a Terra? É por isso que somos a startup de tecnologia original, inovando incansavelmente em nome da humanidade, para levar o essencial da vida a todos. Você e John Deere, uma só força.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
A força do Brasil está na gente. No agronegócio. Nos serviços financeiros que unem a bolsa ao campo. É a potência brasileira. E onde tem potência brasileira, tem B3. Com instrumentos de financiamento da cadeia produtiva, permitimos que as empresas tenham fácil acesso aos recursos para suas produções. Conectamos investidores a títulos de renda fixa e oferecemos a segurança necessária para o capital que move toda a cadeia. Seja na produção, beneficiamento, industrialização e comercialização de produtos e insumos, estamos presentes em cada etapa. Olhamos a fundo a transformação do mercado para que recursos sejam aplicados em ativos ligados à cadeia do agronegócio. Foi no passado que começamos a olhar para o futuro, com contratos que permitiam a gestão de risco da safra. E é no presente contínuo que seguimos conectados ao desenvolvimento do agronegócio. Porque onde tem tudo isso, tem confiança, tem parceria de verdade, tem a potência do agronegócio. Tem B3. B3, muito mais que a Bolsa do Brasil.
Tudo começou com Antônio Secundino de São José. Agrônomo, pioneiro, visionário. Em um Brasil de agricultura rudimentar, ele enxergou um novo caminho. Foi em busca de uma tecnologia revolucionária para a época: o milho híbrido. A proposta era clara: transformar o campo brasileiro por meio da ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Seguindo essa proposta, o Grupo Agroséries cresceu e se diversificou com atuação destacada em nutrição animal com Agroséries Multimix, genética de suínos com Agroséries Pic, proteção de cultivos com a Ataquil, nutrição vegetal e biológicos com Agroséries Binova e sementes de milho com as marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena. As marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena lideram o segmento de sementes de milho para silagem, introduzindo tecnologias inovadoras como o BT-Max. O BT-Max, desenvolvido em parceria com a Embrapa, é hoje a melhor tecnologia de controle de lagartas do mercado. Ao longo de nossa história, o nosso compromisso tem sido levar a você a melhor tecnologia aplicada ao campo, para que o seu negócio seja cada vez mais produtivo, rentável e sustentável. Um compromisso que você vê em tudo que a Agroséries faz, na busca, desenvolvimento e adaptação da melhor tecnologia para a sua realidade, na qualidade consistente e padronizada de nossos produtos, em nosso atendimento presente e capacitado, e principalmente nos resultados que o ajudamos a conquistar. Sabemos que foi cumprindo com nossos compromissos que ao longo de gerações conseguimos conquistar a sua confiança. A AgroSérie se orgulha por ter participado desde 1945 da extraordinária história de sucesso do agronegócio brasileiro.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Temos a missão de alimentar o futuro, ajudando agricultores em todo o mundo a serem mais resilientes, mais produtivos e mais sustentáveis para as próximas gerações, por meio de inovações como culturas cultivadas a partir de tecnologias inteligentes em sementes que são tolerantes ao clima, insetos e doenças, e produtos de proteção de cultivos ainda mais sustentáveis para ajudar os agricultores a continuarem crescendo. Então, como fazemos isso? Nós trazemos as mentes mais brilhantes e os melhores parceiros para trabalhar juntos, nas propriedades dos agricultores, nos laboratórios de pesquisa, em unidades de produção e escritórios ao redor do mundo, para entregar soluções que ajudarão a alimentar e abastecer o mundo. Corteva AgriScience. Continue crescendo.
O agronegócio brasileiro alimenta o mundo. E hoje também é movido por tecnologia. No campo, cada decisão faz a diferença. E com o avanço da inteligência artificial, da digitalização e da agricultura inteligente orientada por dados, o agro se torna mais conectado, eficiente e preparado para o futuro. É aqui que a Bosch atua, desenvolvendo soluções que conectam máquinas, dados e pessoas para transformar o agro brasileiro. Com mais precisão, é possível reduzir desperdícios, otimizar recursos e produzir com mais eficiência e menos impacto ambiental. E é aqui, no Brasil, um dos maiores protagonistas do agronegócio mundial, que desenvolvemos essas soluções. Somos o centro de competência global da Bosch para a agricultura inteligente, conectando dados, sensores e máquinas para aumentar a produtividade e reduzir custos no campo, levando inovação daqui para transformar o campo em todo o mundo. Bosch, tecnologias que cultivam o presente e o futuro.
Bosch. Com o meu Bradesco, compadre, o ano safra é sucesso.
Bom, falar em sucesso?
Nossa, o show agora é na roça. É hora da semente cair no chão, é hora do suor cair do peão. A gente é brabo na lida do gado, a gente é bruto na plantação. Com fé e coragem, meu Bradesco de parceiro.
Bradesco e Agro.
Isso é que é dupla raiz.
No Brasil, existe um elo que aproxima o campo e a cidade. É uma potência que conta com 17 mil profissionais no campo, 27 federações estaduais e mais de 2.000 sindicatos rurais, que cuida da saúde de mais de 200 mil pessoas por ano. Apoia e leva assistência técnica para mais de 400 mil propriedades rurais. Capacita pessoas à distância ou presencial com mais de 1,5 milhão de matrículas por ano e trabalha para cultivar uma vida melhor para produtores rurais e alimentar os brasileiros. Esse é o sistema CNA Senar, que transforma o campo e inspira o Brasil.
Antes da conquista, um plano. Antes de qualquer amanhã, proteção. Há 75 anos, começamos a construir futuros? Estamos com você no seu negócio, na casa própria, no primeiro filho, nos recomeços. Mesmo quando o mundo muda, o clima muda, a vida muda. Hoje, seguro é mais que apólice, é pertencimento, é inclusão. E a Confederação Nacional das Seguradoras faz parte dessa história. Representamos um setor com quase 300 mil profissionais, mais de 6% do PIB do país. Mas o que realmente nos move não são números, são as pessoas. CN segue há 75 anos, levando seguro a todos os brasileiros.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Essa é uma história clássica de origem de uma startup de tecnologia, tão familiar quanto improvável. Um jovem inventor talentoso vai para a garagem, no quintal de casa, buscando mudar o mundo. E dá início a uma empresa que nunca para de evoluir. Avance alguns capítulos e você encontrará um robô de 36 olhos, programado para proteger a Terra, pegando carona em um supercomputador móvel com conexões com o espaço sideral. E à medida que seguem em direção ao próximo horizonte, você deve estar pensando: que jornada extraordinária nós estamos vivendo. E já faz quase 200 anos. Inteligência artificial com foco na proteção dos recursos naturais. Sim, isso é real. Mas uma pá carregadeira capaz de diferenciar pessoas de objetos, mais rápido do que você faria para proteger o recurso mais precioso de todos. E sim, estamos investigando isso também. Parcerias com cientistas de foguetes para alcançar os céus e enfrentar os maiores desafios da Terra. Claro, baterias que movem carros são incríveis. Mas e tecnologias de bateria que podem literalmente mover a Terra? É por isso que somos a startup de tecnologia original, inovando incansavelmente em nome da humanidade, para levar o essencial da vida a todos. Você e John Deere, uma só força.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
A força do Brasil está na gente. No agronegócio. Nos serviços financeiros que unem a bolsa ao campo. É a potência brasileira. E onde tem potência brasileira, tem B3. Com instrumentos de financiamento da cadeia produtiva, permitimos que as empresas tenham fácil acesso aos recursos para suas produções. Conectamos investidores a títulos de renda fixa e oferecemos a segurança necessária para o capital que move toda a cadeia. Seja na produção, beneficiamento, industrialização e comercialização de produtos e insumos, estamos presentes em cada etapa. Olhamos a fundo a transformação do mercado para que recursos sejam aplicados em ativos ligados à cadeia do agronegócio. Foi no passado que começamos a olhar para o futuro, com contratos que permitiam a gestão de risco da safra. E é no presente contínuo que seguimos conectados ao desenvolvimento do agronegócio. Porque onde tem tudo isso, tem confiança, tem parceria de verdade. Tem a potência do agronegócio. Tem B3. B3, muito mais que a Bolsa do Brasil.
Tudo começou com Antônio Secundino de São José. Agrônomo, pioneiro, visionário. Em um Brasil de agricultura rudimentar, ele enxergou um novo caminho. Foi em busca de uma tecnologia revolucionária para a época: o milho híbrido. A proposta era clara: transformar o campo brasileiro por meio da ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Seguindo essa proposta, o Grupo Agroséries cresceu e se diversificou com atuação destacada em nutrição animal com Agroséries Multimix, genética de suínos com a Agroséries Peak, proteção de cultivos com a Ataquil, nutrição vegetal e biológicos com a Agroséries Binova e sementes de milho com as marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena. As marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena lideram o segmento de sementes de milho para silagem, introduzindo tecnologias inovadoras como o BT Max. O BT Max, desenvolvido em parceria com a Embrapa, é hoje a melhor tecnologia de controle de lagartas do mercado. Ao longo de nossa história, o nosso compromisso tem sido levar a você a melhor tecnologia aplicada ao campo, para que o seu negócio seja cada vez mais produtivo, rentável e sustentável. Um compromisso que você vê em tudo que a Agroséries faz, na busca, desenvolvimento e adaptação da melhor tecnologia para a sua realidade, na qualidade consistente e padronizada de nossos produtos, em nosso atendimento presente e capacitado, e principalmente nos resultados que o ajudamos a conquistar. Sabemos que foi cumprindo com nossos compromissos que ao longo de gerações conseguimos conquistar a sua confiança. A Agroséries se orgulha por ter participado desde 1945 da extraordinária história de sucesso do agronegócio brasileiro.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Temos a missão de alimentar o futuro, ajudando agricultores em todo o mundo a serem mais resilientes, mais produtivos e mais sustentáveis para as próximas gerações, por meio de inovações como culturas cultivadas a partir de tecnologias inteligentes em sementes que são tolerantes ao clima, insetos e doenças, e produtos de proteção de cultivos ainda mais sustentáveis para ajudar os agricultores a continuarem crescendo. Então, como fazemos isso? Nós trazemos as mentes mais brilhantes e os melhores parceiros para trabalhar juntos, nas propriedades dos agricultores, nos laboratórios de pesquisa, em unidades de produção e escritórios ao redor do mundo, para entregar soluções que ajudarão a alimentar e abastecer o mundo. Corteva AgriScience. Continue crescendo.
O agronegócio brasileiro alimenta o mundo. E hoje, também é movido por tecnologia. No campo, cada decisão faz a diferença. E com o avanço da inteligência artificial, da digitalização e da agricultura inteligente orientada por dados, o agro se torna mais conectado, eficiente e preparado para o futuro. É aqui que a Bosch atua, desenvolvendo soluções que conectam máquinas, dados e pessoas para transformar o agro brasileiro. Com mais precisão, é possível reduzir desperdícios, otimizar recursos e produzir com mais eficiência e menos impacto ambiental. E é aqui, no Brasil, um dos maiores protagonistas do agronegócio mundial, que desenvolvemos essas soluções. Somos o centro de competência global da Bosch para a agricultura inteligente, conectando dados, sensores e máquinas para aumentar a produtividade e reduzir custos no campo, levando inovação daqui para transformar o campo em todo o mundo. Bosch, tecnologias que cultivam o presente e o futuro.
Bosch. Com o meu Bradesco, compadre, o ano safra é sucesso.
Pô, falar em sucesso?
Nossa, o show agora é na roça. É hora da semente cair no chão, é hora do suor cair do peão. A gente é brabo na lida do gado, a gente é bruto na plantação. Com fé e coragem, meu Bradesco de parceiro.
Bradesco e Agro,
isso é que é dupla raiz.
No Brasil, existe um elo que aproxima o campo e a cidade. É uma potência que conta com 17 mil profissionais no campo, 27 federações estaduais e mais de 2.000 sindicatos rurais, que cuida da saúde de mais de 200 mil pessoas por ano. Apoia e leva assistência técnica para mais de 400 mil propriedades rurais. Capacita pessoas à distância ou presencial com mais de 1,5 milhão de matrículas por ano e trabalha para cultivar uma vida melhor para produtores rurais e alimentar os brasileiros. Esse é o sistema CNA Senar, que transforma o campo e inspira o Brasil.
Antes da conquista, um plano. Antes de qualquer amanhã, proteção. Há 75 anos, começamos a construir futuros. Estamos com você no seu negócio, na casa própria, no primeiro filho, nos recomeços. Mesmo quando o mundo muda, o clima muda, a vida muda. Hoje, seguro é mais que apólice, é pertencimento, é inclusão. E a Confederação Nacional das Seguradoras faz parte dessa história. Representamos um setor com quase 300 mil profissionais, mais de 6% do PIB do país. Mas o que realmente nos move não são números, são as pessoas. CNSEG, há 75 anos, levando seguro a todos os brasileiros.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Essa é uma história clássica de origem de uma startup de tecnologia, tão familiar quanto improvável. Um jovem inventor talentoso vai para a garagem, no quintal de casa, buscando mudar o mundo. E dá início a uma empresa que nunca para de evoluir. Avance alguns capítulos e você encontrará um robô de 36 olhos, programado para proteger a Terra, pegando carona em um supercomputador móvel com conexões com o espaço sideral. E à medida que seguem em direção ao próximo horizonte, você deve estar pensando: que jornada extraordinária nós estamos vivendo. E já faz quase 200 anos. Inteligência artificial com foco na proteção dos recursos naturais. Sim, isso é real. Mas uma pá carregadeira capaz de diferenciar pessoas de objetos, mais rápido do que você faria para proteger o recurso mais precioso de todos. E sim, estamos investigando isso também. Parcerias com cientistas de foguetes para alcançar os céus e enfrentar os maiores desafios da Terra. Claro, baterias que movem carros são incríveis. Mas e tecnologias de bateria que podem literalmente mover a Terra? É por isso que somos a startup de tecnologia original, inovando incansavelmente em nome da humanidade, para levar o essencial da vida a todos. Você e John Deere, uma só força.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
A força do Brasil está na gente. No agronegócio. Nos serviços financeiros que unem a bolsa ao campo. É a potência brasileira. E onde tem potência brasileira, tem B3. Com instrumentos de financiamento da cadeia produtiva, permitimos que as empresas tenham fácil acesso aos recursos para suas produções. Conectamos investidores a títulos de renda fixa e oferecemos a segurança necessária para o capital que move toda a cadeia. Seja na produção, beneficiamento, industrialização e comercialização de produtos e insumos, estamos presentes em cada etapa. Olhamos a fundo a transformação do mercado para que recursos sejam aplicados em ativos ligados à cadeia do agronegócio. Foi no passado que começamos a olhar para o futuro, com contratos que permitiam a gestão de risco da safra. E é no presente contínuo que seguimos conectados ao desenvolvimento do agronegócio. Porque onde tem tudo isso, tem confiança, tem parceria de verdade. Tem a potência do agronegócio. Tem B3. B3, muito mais que a Bolsa do Brasil.
Tudo começou com Antônio Secundino de São José. Agrônomo, pioneiro, visionário. Em um Brasil de agricultura rudimentar, ele enxergou um novo caminho. Foi em busca de uma tecnologia revolucionária para a época: o milho híbrido. A proposta era clara: transformar o campo brasileiro por meio da ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Seguindo essa proposta, o Grupo Agroséries cresceu e se diversificou com atuação destacada em nutrição animal com Agroséries Multimix, genética de suínos com a Agroséries Pic, proteção de cultivos com a Ataquil, nutrição vegetal e biológicos com a Agroséries Binova e sementes de milho com as marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena. As marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena lideram o segmento de sementes de milho para silagem, introduzindo tecnologias inovadoras como o BT Max. O BT Max, desenvolvido em parceria com a Embrapa, é hoje a melhor tecnologia de controle de lagartas do mercado. Ao longo de nossa história, o nosso compromisso tem sido levar a você a melhor tecnologia aplicada ao campo, para que o seu negócio seja cada vez mais produtivo, rentável e sustentável. Um compromisso que você vê em tudo que a Agroséries faz, na busca, desenvolvimento e adaptação da melhor tecnologia para a sua realidade, na qualidade consistente e padronizada de nossos produtos, em nosso atendimento presente e capacitado, e principalmente nos resultados que o ajudamos a conquistar. Sabemos que foi cumprindo com nossos compromissos que ao longo de gerações conseguimos conquistar a sua confiança. A Agroséries se orgulha por ter participado desde 1945 da extraordinária história de sucesso do agronegócio brasileiro.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Temos a missão de alimentar o futuro, ajudando agricultores em todo o mundo a serem mais resilientes, mais produtivos e mais sustentáveis para as próximas gerações, por meio de inovações como culturas cultivadas a partir de tecnologias inteligentes em sementes que são tolerantes ao clima, insetos e doenças, e produtos de proteção de cultivos ainda mais sustentáveis para ajudar os agricultores a continuarem crescendo. Então, como fazemos isso? Nós trazemos as mentes mais brilhantes e os melhores parceiros para trabalhar juntos, nas propriedades dos agricultores, nos laboratórios de pesquisa, em unidades de produção e escritórios ao redor do mundo, para entregar soluções que ajudarão a alimentar e abastecer o mundo. Corteva AgriScience. Continue crescendo.
O agronegócio brasileiro alimenta o mundo. E hoje também é movido por tecnologia. No campo, cada decisão faz a diferença. E com o avanço da inteligência artificial, da digitalização e da agricultura inteligente orientada por dados, o agro se torna mais conectado, eficiente e preparado para o futuro. É aqui que a Bosch atua, desenvolvendo soluções que conectam máquinas, dados e pessoas para transformar o agro brasileiro. Com mais precisão, é possível reduzir desperdícios, otimizar recursos e produzir com mais eficiência e menos impacto ambiental. E é aqui, no Brasil, um dos maiores protagonistas do agronegócio mundial, que desenvolvemos essas soluções. Somos o centro de competência global da Bosch para a agricultura inteligente, conectando dados, sensores e máquinas para aumentar a produtividade e reduzir custos no campo, levando inovação daqui para transformar o campo em todo o mundo. Bosch, tecnologias que cultivam o presente e o futuro.
Bosch. Com o meu Bradesco, compadre, o ano safra é sucesso.
Bom, falar em sucesso?
Nossa, o show agora é na roça. É hora da semente cair no chão, é hora do suor cair do peão. A gente é brabo na lida do gado, a gente é bruto na plantação. Com fé e coragem, meu Bradesco de parceiro.
Bradesco e Agro, isso é que é dupla raiz.
No Brasil, existe um elo que aproxima o campo e a cidade. É uma potência que conta com 17 mil profissionais no campo, 27 federações estaduais e mais de 2.000 sindicatos rurais, que cuida da saúde de mais de 200 mil pessoas por ano. Apoia e leva assistência técnica para mais de 400 mil propriedades rurais. Capacita pessoas à distância ou presencial com mais de 1,5 milhão de matrículas por ano e trabalha para cultivar uma vida melhor para produtores rurais e alimentar os brasileiros. Esse é o sistema CNA Senar, que transforma o campo e inspira o Brasil.
Antes da conquista, um plano. Antes de qualquer amanhã, proteção. Há 75 anos, começamos a construir futuros. Estamos com você no seu negócio, na casa própria, no primeiro filho, nos recomeços. Mesmo quando o mundo muda, o clima muda, a vida muda. Hoje, seguro é mais que apólice, é pertencimento, é inclusão. E a Confederação Nacional das Seguradoras faz parte dessa história. Representamos um setor com quase 300 mil profissionais, mais de 6% do PIB do país. Mas o que realmente nos move não são números, são as pessoas. CNSEG, há 75 anos, levando seguro a todos os brasileiros.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Essa é uma história clássica de origem de uma startup de tecnologia, tão familiar quanto improvável. Um jovem inventor talentoso vai para a garagem, no quintal de casa, buscando mudar o mundo. E dá início a uma empresa que nunca para de evoluir. Avance alguns capítulos e você encontrará um robô de 36 olhos, programado para proteger a Terra, pegando carona em um supercomputador móvel com conexões com o espaço sideral. E à medida que seguem em direção ao próximo horizonte, você deve estar pensando: que jornada extraordinária nós estamos vivendo. E já faz quase 200 anos. Inteligência artificial com foco na proteção dos recursos naturais. Sim, isso é real. Mas uma pá carregadeira capaz de diferenciar pessoas de objetos, mais rápido do que você faria para proteger o recurso mais precioso de todos. E sim, estamos investigando isso também. Parcerias com cientistas de foguetes para alcançar os céus e enfrentar os maiores desafios da Terra. Claro, baterias que movem carros são incríveis. Mas e tecnologias de bateria que podem literalmente mover a Terra? É por isso que somos a startup de tecnologia original, inovando incansavelmente em nome da humanidade, para levar o essencial da vida a todos. Você e John Deere, uma só força.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, Há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
A força do Brasil está na gente, no agronegócio, nos serviços financeiros que unem a bolsa ao campo. É a potência brasileira. E onde tem potência brasileira, tem B3. Com instrumentos de financiamento da cadeia produtiva, permitimos que as empresas tenham fácil acesso aos recursos para suas produções. Conectamos investidores a títulos de renda fixa e oferecemos a segurança necessária para o capital que move toda a cadeia. Seja na produção, beneficiamento, industrialização e comercialização de produtos e insumos, estamos presentes em cada etapa. Olhamos a fundo a transformação do mercado para que recursos sejam aplicados em ativos ligados à cadeia do agronegócio. Foi no passado que começamos a olhar para o futuro, com contratos que permitiam a gestão de risco da safra. E é no presente contínuo que seguimos conectados ao desenvolvimento do agronegócio. Porque onde tem tudo isso, tem confiança, tem parceria de verdade, tem a potência do agronegócio. Tem B3. B3, muito mais que a Bolsa do Brasil.
Tudo começou com Antônio Secundino de São José. Agrônomo, pioneiro, visionário. Em um Brasil de agricultura rudimentar, ele enxergou um novo caminho. Foi em busca de uma tecnologia revolucionária para a época: o milho híbrido. A proposta era clara: transformar o campo brasileiro por meio da ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Seguindo essa proposta, o Grupo Agroséries cresceu e se diversificou com atuação destacada em nutrição animal com Agroséries Multimix, genética de suínos com a Agroséries PIC, proteção de cultivos com a Ataquil, nutrição vegetal e biológicos com a Agroséries Binova e sementes de milho com as marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena. As marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena lideram o segmento de sementes de milho para silagem, introduzindo tecnologias inovadoras como o BT Max. O BT Max, desenvolvido em parceria com a Embrapa, é hoje a melhor tecnologia de controle de lagartas do mercado. Ao longo de nossa história, o nosso compromisso tem sido levar a você a melhor tecnologia aplicada ao campo, para que o seu negócio seja cada vez mais produtivo, rentável e sustentável. Um compromisso que você vê em tudo que a Agroséries faz, na busca, desenvolvimento e adaptação da melhor tecnologia para a sua realidade, na qualidade consistente e padronizada de nossos produtos, em nosso atendimento presente e capacitado, e principalmente nos resultados que o ajudamos a conquistar. Sabemos que foi cumprindo com nossos compromissos que ao longo de gerações conseguimos conquistar a sua confiança. A Agroséries se orgulha por ter participado desde 1945 da extraordinária história de sucesso do agronegócio brasileiro.
Bayer and Corteva. Golden sponsor of Bosch, Bradesco, CNA, Senisag, John Deere, and Yara. And Platinum sponsor Ambima, Cargill, Gochupé, Cobrelife Brazil, Impev, Faesca Senebrins and Union, Jacto, Sistema OCB, S&P Global Rating, Syngenta, Tereus, and having the support of Banco do Brasil. Today's agenda is amazing. We're going to have two moments that are going to be very special. what the candidates of presidency think about the future of Brazil's agri-industry. We will learn in the roundtable new government priorities and commitments that will discuss what are fighting for Palácio do Planalto. And after that, we're going to listen for those that have occupied this position. Former President Michel Temer. The last presentation is going to be his. He's going to talk about the future of Brazil. Do not miss that. And to resume today's agenda, we're going to talk about our second future flash.
Senhoras e senhores, iniciamos os
Ladies and gentlemen, we are resuming today's afternoon session with future flash presentation about agribusiness. We're going to invite to the stage many presentations, very short, but very inspiring, with trends and innovations having the potential to transform agribusiness in Brazil. And for the second presentation, we are honored to invite Flavia Garcia Cid, rural producer, businesswoman, manager of Jaracatia Farm. She's going to talk about sustainable verticalization as a value for Brazilian agriculture. Flavia, you have the floor. Welcome.
Eu gostaria primeiramente de agradecer.
Firstly, I'd like to thank ABAG for having me and inviting a rural producer to talk about our vision and experience in the agriculture. Undoubtedly, this sector is very efficient from inside the farm. But the next step for growth is going to depend on our capacity to transform what we produce in some product that is finished. I'm not talking about that of theory, but because I have experience with that. I have this farm that is called the Jaracatia. We are producing something that is very innovative and very disruptive. We started producing in larger scale herbs, medicinal herbs, and we built an industrial unity of extracting essential oils and other units of vegetable extracts. And then we have what we call the Morning Star. Having a circular economy of upcycling and the concept of zero waste, we didn't stop there. We got all the products of biomass and transformed them in bio inputs of high yield for the production of grains, coffee, orange, seedlings. Well, I'd like to say about that. When I talk about bio inputs, you think about microorganisms, but it goes beyond that. We produce bio inputs that are only vegetable. We have biomass and plants products that are very disruptive, that are entering in the market to transform agribusiness. Then we have this company that is called, she's going to give the name. Sorry, I have to change this slide. We are no longer a company that produces ingredients of added value, but also we have transformed into a provider of finished goods using our inputs or raw material. It was a sustainable method, having projects such as organic certification, creating RPPM, also an institute in our farm, Jaracatia. We developing socially that region, and also the good use of water, traceability, and also a professional management. I like to compare sustainability with a bank with three legs. If we don't have that, that is environmental, social, and also the economic pillar. These are the three pillars that we have. It's our history, but can also be your history depending on your specific production. We have industrialized many outcomes. That's our group, more than 5 companies. And also sustainability today is no longer a romantic idea. It means that it's an excellence in the way that you produce, in efficiency, innovation, and traceability. That's what the market expects from us. That's why they like us. Verticalization is not a project for the future. It's already taking place in many farms. And I'd like to wrap up after I listened the President Ingo, because he said a sentence that drew my attention, that Brazil is great. I was looking at the etymology of the word. What is the meaning of this word? There are many adjectives that talk about power, vigor, exuberance, and also a capacity of developing. That's the country that I live, that I'm inspired by. It's a pregnant country, and having all the producers can be a primary chain, agro-industrial. That's Brazil that I fight for, that I want to show that agribusiness is positive. We communicate inside, but I want to communicate externally, because 85 is urban. They do not know what happens in our farms, to show that we can and that we have already started to be an example of agribusiness as nobody else does.
Flávia Garcia.
Thank you, Flavia Garcia City. Very inspiring. For the next presentation, we're going to go to the second panel.
Senhoras e senhores.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the second panel of Brazilian Congress of Agribusiness that is going to talk about investment and financing in volatile times. I'm sure it's going to cause and to provoke you guys to participate. Send your questions, remembering that those that are present, you can fill in a form and hand to one of the receptionists that are here. And those that are listening to us in the YouTube, you can also send your questions in our chat. Send your name, the city where you are, and who you want to answer your question. For our guests that are going to be seated here very soon. To moderate this panel, I'm going to invite my colleague, the journalist Thais Heredia. Please come to the stage. Panelists, Fabiana Perobelli, Customer Relations Superintendent at B3. Flávia Palacios, Director of Anbima. Juliana Yokota, Managing Director and Secretary Specialist at S&P Global Ratings. And Monique Cardoso, Sustainability Superintendent of CNSAG. As they get ready for our panel, I'd like to invite everybody to follow the message of our master sponsor, AgroSeries. Please, let's listen to the video. Everything started with Antônio Secundino de São José, agronomist, pioneer, visionary. In a Brazil that's rudimentary agriculture, had no path, he looked for a revolutionary technology, hybrid corn. His proposal was clear: to transform the field, the agriculture into science technology. Following his proposal, AgroSeries has grown, expanded, and was known by its feed nutrition. AgroSeries pig, Ataquil production, vegetable nutrition, biologic with the vegetable nutrition, and seeds of corn with the brands Biomatrix, and also Santa Helena. Both brands, they lead the segment of corn seeds to produce innovative technologies such as BT Max. BT Max has partnership with Embrapa, and today is the best technology to control plagues. We want to take to you the best technology for your business so it's more productive, profitable, and sustainable. It's a commitment that you have with AgroSeries, striving for development, the best technology for your reality, and the quality that is consistent, standardized of all the products. We have a service that is present everywhere and what we helped to achieve. We know that meeting our commitments along of many generations, we're able to have your trust. AgroSeries is proud for having participated since 1945 of the extraordinary history of success of a Brazilian agribusiness. Yes, AgroSeries message. I'm going to give the floor to Thais Heredia. Thank you, Carol. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, my colleagues that are here. I'd like to thank Abeg, Inmo, Caio, all the team for having me to hold this discussion in this talk in a sector that apparently is more masculine than feminine, but the team here signals that this portrait is already old. It's something that is outdated. It's part of the past. So my colleagues, my partners here, know that they're going to talk about something that is very sensitive because of the conditions that we have, capital cost, risks, everything that we are watching happening in the sector of agribusiness, having difficulties that is shared by other sectors because of financing costs, interest rate, and also in a environment of many uncertainties. And I want to have your expertise that represent the main entities, talking about Ambima that regulates capital markets in Brazil, B3, the largest stock market in Latin America, and also CONISEG that follows all the sector of sustainability, and also Global Ratings, the largest company in this sector. So we're going to go deep into what is doing or not that these capital markets work for agribusiness. I have said that all the success that Brazil went through in the last 10 years, I know that today we are going through a very challenging situation. Lots of people are frustrated and worried about the future, but some changes, we're not going to go back. The one that I'm going to mention here is this dance of capital markets being an instrument of investment for individuals. I sometimes say that our history with high inflation, we are afraid of money, and capital markets only works if we are no longer afraid of the money. We have to understand the money as an instrument for financing our lives in business, and the development of capital markets is one of the success that we can mention. Is it good enough? Could it be bigger? Where are the hurdles, the difficulties? So talking about relating it to the agribusiness, that's what we're going to discuss here with our experts. In the very first moment, ladies, I want to mention the scenario of volatility that we face in financing agribusiness. Just as other sectors, agribusiness has a need of financing with very specific and specific demands from this sector. Flavia, I'm going to start with you. She's a director of Anbima. You finance 30% of agribusiness. Is that much? Is that good enough? Could it be larger, greater? What is, we have Fiagro, UCRA, CBRs, but still we have a question. Where is the problem? Is that regarding red tape? Why does this 30% couldn't be big? Could this 30% be bigger? Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me, for inviting. Congratulate B3 and ABAG for this event, being the first to talk. You still do not have information here on the stage. Well, I think we should take a look on how agribusiness is oriented in the market. We have evolved a lot in terms of regulation, how we have instrumented this market. My question is, if you're ready, not in this cycle, but you're having a market that is expanding, growing. So in terms of capital markets, it is a very, it's a slow process, but more generic capital markets comparing to 20 years. We're talking first about accessing shares, boats, or generic funds or debentures. And the market felt that some sectors needed to have more specific assets to respond in a more specific and not generic manner. And why is that so important? If you're going to have money or need money, it's both for those that are going to, that will need the money, and for investors as well. In this sector, maybe there are very specific features differently from other sectors, but it's important to understand, to address the specificities of this market. But if there are many hands working, operating this market, there are many assets, and together with Brazilian SAC, in this framework of instruments and regulations that were necessary not only to exist, but to have a proper information system that all the agents or vehicles or instruments that are regulated, that we could come to this scenario in which we have two main capital markets instruments. I'm talking about the CRA, that is the market of receivables. It's a securities market that has a connection of credit of those that are asking credit, at the end, the producer, the industry, the companies, and also the investors on the other side. That's a kind of instrument that has some exemption for individuals, major investors, for this connection with the agribusiness. That's an instrument. When I look into 2026, it has a very robust regulation. It has evolved, it has learned what is necessary, what could be generic, because there is a regulation why Brazilian SAC is very broad, self-regulation given by Anbima, because it understood that there are very specific aspects in the agribusiness. But then we have Fiagro. Fiagro is a fund dedicated to agri, also has CRA. There is some overlapping in these instruments, but that allow that in addition to the credit, if you go to the rural property or in the agribusiness companies, that has a resolution having specific norms, standards on the side of Anbima that has the self-regulation, very dedicated to this sector. So I believe that there is evolution, and we have instruments in terms of surveillance, also instruments that provide this connection, and we were able to improve that along the years. Okay, very good. Well, the evolution in the capital markets, it's amazing. We have a financial system that is very sophisticated. Well, but Brazil has banking concentration. That's the reason why that is so easy to regulate. So maybe there are some caveats. But even then, we are in this place of having a very sophisticated financial system. Instruments, they were designed, they are well established. The way that operates, how it serves the demands of the sector. Can you divide or share with us why it has grown, why this is so important and not the other instruments?
Good afternoon, everyone. I will take this opportunity to salute Abag on behalf of Ingo and others. Such a dynamic event, and every year always bringing important topics for the past 25 years. So congratulations once again. I think that there is one point here that the instruments already exist, but now we need to kind of like tune the language, because when we have one instrument that follows and can bring like the right language and thinking under the perspective of the investors, we see that we have depth in the market to absorb it. So I will use the Fiagro as an example. It was launched in 2022. At that time, we had like 300,000 investors. Now in 2026, Sucra has reached 600,000. Fiagro in 4 years has got to like 600,000 investors. And what was like the big catch of Fiagro? Be democratic. CRA. Now, like an average, like the average ticket when you buy a CRA is 43,000 reais, and Fiagro is 1,000. So we create an accessible, democratic, and simple tool that the investor can look at it and participate in the sector. So I always say that if the agribusiness represents between 25 to 30% of the GDP, our investment portfolio should have a little bit of the agro. So Fiagro was a way we found for the sector to find this democratic, simple, and straightforward instrument for the investor. But now what we need is to speak the language of the sector, the producer. So how do I transform all these instruments in a guarantee for the producer? So the CPR is wonderful, because it becomes a guarantee that for us that reached more than 480 billion CPRs registered, and CPR becomes CRA and other instruments. And the big advancement recently was when we brought it for the register of the CPR. When we bring it, it become data, it become a ratio. We understand like the level of that, and it improves like the understanding of the agro as a whole. So this is the next level when we think about next stages. When we bring it for the record like this, we will create new guarantees for the sector. We will speak the language of the producer. We will create like other words. So the instruments exist, and they must obviously, we need to always make them more accessible, be it for the producer and thinking about the meat size, and also like on the investor side. So the financial system and the capital market is not going to replace Plano Safra, but it has to work like side by side. And I always told to us we have to create like a house next to it, and you need like a different purchase power. So Plano Safra has an important role here in Brazil. However, Brazil cannot not accept like why other means of investment, and in an environment of like more stability and low interest rates, we would be having a different kind of conversation, but that's not the case. So Juliana, let's talk about risk. So when we talk about risk, first we have one question related to what is your take on the understanding that the producer has about the risk. So if there is someone who understands what risk is the producer. Risks are totally abstract, like the climate, but in the perspective of the financing, understanding its financial structure, and your small company until like the big company. So how do you see and feel first this idea of what it is, and how much like the lack or the formation of the rating helps the producer. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations. So we have much more than the rating when we are thinking about financing. We're talking about this transition, which was like from Plano Safra, not the agricultural credit, to have a more well-structured instruments for CRA, but in an industry that has very little governance. We're talking about governance, we're thinking about transparency, both in education of the producer and the investor that is going to buy this bond. So we observed an evolution like for the past 20, 30 years in the sugarcane market, the sugar ethanol market, improving transparency and balance and political governance, understanding the business, not only like revenue. So I think that the main thing in the industry, especially when we think about like the sugar, ethanol business, but also like soy and corn, it's not price. Price is a commodity. So you are a price taker, but what do you control? What's the importance of like the risk that you have embedded in your business? We're talking about scale, diversity, what is going to be better in 1 year of El Nino and one in the La Nina, depending on the region. So we're talking about productivity of the soil in terms of input, like to get the soil ready, and I will have a little bit more of breath to absorb this volatility due to all this insane geopolitics. We were talking about it. So the oil price is increasing 4%. That means that all the inputs will follow. And if we look at the recent past, so how everything is going to result in a better profitability, which is not revenue, it's profitability. And then after you pay the whole entire cost, and you will still have to pay for this financial cost in a scenario that we are living of very high interest rates for a very long time. So when we're talking about it, we're thinking about financial planning. So everything is not only on the investor side, they will be looking and they will, because they will invest in this bond, but also as a producer. So this education, it's not enough. So we've seen it during the sugarcane cycle for the past few years, and now soy begins getting a little bit better. It's a little behind, but we still have this consecration and a lack of planning. And then we look at the number of financial recovery, and we have more than half is in the soy sector. So you see that we still have we need space for growth. So talking about the evolution of the capital market, the risk evaluation, the risk assessment grows along with the market capital. So being a reference, being an asset, being a certificate, when you have a risk assessment under the perspective of a professional, when you amplify the transparency of your process, and you need an instrument that will help the investor to in the moment of decision making. So it helps the investor. It will also help those who need credit. Monique, you're last, so but it makes sense because Monique now is going to talk about like the rural bonds, and she sent us a piece of information. I was not here earlier when Senator Teresa Cristina spoke, but I know that she touched this about the rural credit, and this is a headache due to its lack, and it's going like from 16% to around 3%. And Monique is going to tell us a little bit where even like the perception of the producer. So access to capital market will go like towards insurance. So according to your take, where is the block for the producer to have access to this product? Well, many things. I will try to put it all together, what my friends brought, like risk, investment, climate, and the rural credit, the rural insurance, which is under modernization process. And I saw the Senator Minister, Teresa Cristina, followed. I can give more details in a minute. But we got to this very low level of security guarantee for the rural producer, and 16 was a peak, and this is still very low. So if you think about the Brazilian GDP, which is under risk, so we have this magical number that the agribusiness, it's 25% of the GDP. So we have like 1/4 of the economy without any kind of protection. So this is what's going on. So it's important to share data in a very straightforward way. So it's an absolute number, very low, less than 100,000 rural producers with insurance. So it's a sector for the insurers that needs financial education. And also there is this scattered meaning for the but everything begins with the family. So few millions to lots of millions, they behave as family. So entrepreneurs that need to look at this topic. And if we leave this a little bit behind and say that this year we cannot invest in insurance, therefore I'm not going to hire it. So one day or another, this will come like from the treasury, because you will need like help measures. And especially when we look at the climate for risk analysis purposes, governance has already improved and access to instruments exist. And I was talking to them on the backstage that the rural producer, they reinvest 100% annually. So it's important to say that 100% of what they are going to produce, they reinvest annually. So taking agricultural equipment that sometimes they lease. So if they do not have them in the farms, but they lease, good part of the producers are leasers. So, and there is no way like to discount the accumulated. They reinvest almost 100% every year. So it's a lot of risk. So the security protection should be a little bit more disclosed. The rural producers invest in many different fronts. So when you have like a shock event, and we will have more and more extreme climate events, they will be more protected. So they will continue reinvesting, not to stop the chain, and the chain doesn't stop on them. So, and to give it back to you, when we talk about like access to credit, we are living this incredible risk crisis on access to credit. So almost 2,000 cases, more than 60% of all of them allegedly say that we have like the shock of like climate change. So basically like droughts, what affects us the most. So we had one in Rio Grande do Sul, but it was not so harmful because most of the rice had already been harvested. So we could buffer it collectively, not a huge impact on the expected inflation. But this is not what happens in the big regions, grain producers. So we have to pay a little more attention. And then closing to what you brought, we have a huge opportunity of modernization of this instrument, which is the rural credit using the PL. So the PL 2951, it's difficult to talk about. The minister presented it, but it's good that you could like talk under the perspective of the insurance companies. So it foresees, so the insurance is an instrument, a very powerful tool for management and risk mitigation. So if it was considered for credit operations or present in a receivable portfolio in the CRA, so like big investors or individual persons, they would buy CRA, and then therefore everything is protected. So in a shock event, the producer wouldn't like back down, so they can recover it in the next harvest. In most of the country we have two. This would be a more disclosed instrument. So the financial architecture of the financing the agribusiness, but what they have as a main point is like a budget, more previsible, and it's the topic of the first question, like volatility. We would not depend so much in this fluctuation of the resources that are destined to the incentives. So rural insurance is subsidized due to its importance in the economy. The producer pays a big part of it, and we as society, if we finance another part, and that returns to economic activity for everyone. Well, yes, like public policies should be in the public budget and should be seen as priority. Sometimes I have the feeling that, and you see that the bench of the agro is very strong with a like high quality, consistent interlocution, and you are proof of that, that the quality of the debate that you promote. But a dispute for budget is not really following a rational nor a priority. So what is a priority? Those who speaks more, those who are more articulated, a strategic priority. This is what I'm talking about. Since like the family aid until the rural credit, going through all the different sectors. So Julian, I go back to you for our next block that we want to talk a little bit about governance. There is one case in the sector which scared not only the sector but also the investors, which is the Raizen case. So can you share with us what are the impacts that have been perceived, like worsening in the rating or increase in the cost of credit? So we have to talk about Raizen because it was a very unexpected event. So the S&P was one of the biggest oscillation of the rating. So we went from this peak on the global scale, which is the 4, and it's a very clear example of a default related to governance, where you do not have a problem to access the company, but like the shareholder takes an action that affects the rights of the creditors, and due to strategy, they decide to break like the natural cycle of payments when the company still had cash. Well, in fact, more than just like simply like an impact towards the agro, it ended up like harming the risk perception, credit, or business in the country, where we once again we go back like to that ghost of things that go wrong in the country, of like corruption, lack of governance, and lack of control, and also commitment applied to the policies that you are disclosing to the market. So this breakage harms a lot, but it did so for a very short period of time. It was an isolated case, so we benefit. So we were talking about like during the first panel. So due to this geopolitical issue, and because of the region in Brazil and Latin America are in a more safe area because of like good relationship with most of the countries, and you can have the supply chain not only in the agro but also in other sectors in a more neutral way, we ended up like benefiting from this more positive agenda. And so the crisis went by faster, mostly unnoticed. But the fact that we did not create this systemic risk view, that's what happened in the retail in the United States. So they suffered a lot because, after all, so else has like more risk. That was the question that the market was asking.
This case of Raizen, I'd like to understand what is the impact on your assessment regarding the review of this regulation. When it happens, this kind of situations, we don't have to talk specifically about Raizen, even if the risk was somehow mitigated, isolated, when it causes issues in their regulation. I know it's a constant process, but there is something that is scarce. the farmer, the investor. That's what we call legal insecurity. Everybody is asking ourselves, where did this norm failed? Well, as Juliana has said, maybe one of the main initiatives is a continuous work. And these episodes reinforce this vision about educating the market to know that there are different things happening at the same time. If we put everything in the same box, for example, CRA is an issue, and so rising, everybody has a problem, and then it becomes something generalized. But when we have so many different problems working, having a vision of educating the marketplace, understanding the different structures, how they are done, what are the different risks, kind of risks that investors are exposed if they invest of CRA of rising. There were many CRAs without any guarantee. It was regarding the structure of the company. When you go to another CRA, when you have a portfolio of guarantee as a support, having a vision of security, you have machinery, you also have real estate. What we are reinforcing when we have these episodes that seems to be completely different, having the vision of education. So when I talk about the market, I talk about both sides. The investor having this coverage, those that are needing loan, maybe they have a package under the name of Fiagro, CRA, or CDR, different structures. They have specific aspects. They have to be reported differently. It's a vision of transparency, how the regulation can and require that this information are rendered in a good way, so we do not have what we have called Americanas effect. There was a problem in one, and the whole market is contaminated. This crisis actually started by rising because of problems that we have had in the agro. In 2011, we had derivatives crisis as well. But how we can evolve? We are a country that is subject to improvement of our system. Everything that Flavia said makes sense to me. Fabiana, well, talking about systemic risks that we face, investors, they look into that and say, well, how I'm going to undo my portfolio. The farmer, he thinks two times. What is the kind of risk that he wants to go into? How safe is he in placing himself in the capital markets, facing this kind of risk? What has changed in the B3 vision? Well, adding to what Flavia has said, I think that whenever we have this kind of event, we have had other sectors, and obviously in the very first moment, you want to understand. And then when you go back, you walk backwards, the volume of negotiations and issuances of bonds, of course, everybody wants to walk backwards and try to understand what is happening. If we are transparent, we can isolate the effects. There is a specific aspect when you issue, for example, a bond or share. We must be transparent about whatever has happened. That's what we should have, registering these operations, giving data that are behind when we issue this crash. So the sooner we do that, the better to understand the operations, and then we evolve and go back to normal figures of negotiated and issuance of bonds or shares. So Brazil is very, ahead, and because of the institutions that we have, market infrastructure, self-regulation, SEC, Brazilian Central Bank associations, we have a kind of a structure in the country that is very important in the regulations, and we are evolving. That's my opinion. Monique again. We are using the case of Rising because it's a big company. What is the learning of how insurance is important? Both self-protection, is that an option? Is a pre-requirement? Well, for the market, having insurance is very important. Having a vision that we must have, because you are insuring. It's not a single product that will mitigate every single risks. It's a tool with different capacities of transferring risks to other stronger agents. In the case of CRA, how would this shake the good image of the instrument that is agribusiness receivable certificates? If that is, for example, a bank, normally it's a bank. Well, knowing that these assets, they have good governance, they're covered by insurance, knowing that they have social environmental practices, it's also covered, and the G of governance has affected other sectors that needs to resume its trust, because the moment of the credit is very unstable, and then we must understand that we are going through a cycle now, and then we have a hike. I think this law talks about that. We have to understand this instrument to revisit the bill when it's better. We do not have this kind of events. That is kind of hard, mainly because of climate change. There are many factors together that gets on the way of risk perception. There are many questions regarding climate changes and climate risks. There are great questions that I received, but I'm going to put them together because I will try to answer your questions. There is Christina from Serasa. I'm going to start with you, Christina. We are going through a scenario of high volatility financial traditional data. They are not good enough to mitigate risks. What are the other factors that I should observe? Always thinking that we have to mitigate risks, but show that we have good governance. There is another specific question about governance sent by Benito Avanti Advisory Company. What about the competence or capacity of the producer? But there is also a gap of the investment culture. For example, investing in governance indicators. First, Juliana, and then we are going to take turns here. Well, there is a cost of having an understanding of what we're doing, also having an insurance that is very expensive. Not only small producers that do not do that. 20% of major agriculture companies, they pay for insurance. And also has to do with the culture that we have in Brazil. People think about the cost, but there are other things that I have to cut to have more profitability. But talking about governance, I mean better access to different instruments that at the end of the day can lower your costs. Lowering your financing cost is a fundamental point. So you can improve the governance, transparency for farmers. Me, for example, as an individual or as a small company. Examples of large companies, they have access in a diversity of financing that will also reduce their cost, mainly in a scenario that we are, of course, having the hope that interest rate is going to go down. So maybe in 2028, not only in 2027. What do we do to go through these times? That's the main point that we have to think about governance. Well, a good assessment of social environmental possibilities also lower the cost of credit in a more effective manner, having this trust in elements that can add to the traditional ones. I'd like to say one more thing. Maybe talking about transparency and education. Insurance is not going to impact my credit. It's going to impact the credit risk of the instrument. That's a very important explanation. The risk of my business, it's going to be the same. What Monique has said 10 times is going to mitigate the risk of that transaction only. It's going to be structured at B3, having the support of Anbima, not the risk. That's a differentiation that is very important to bear in mind. A credit note only mitigating the risk of my operation. Then maybe I'm gonna have a stronger instrument to support my business. I have two great questions for you. Flavia, you are the first. I cannot read your name, but I will discover. Well, he's talking about SAC being an educational agents for capital markets and investors. He also asks, I think he asks if B3 could have a channel for investors together with SAC and Anbima. Flavia and Fabiana can answer, and then I'm gonna send you another question for you, Flavia. Well, if you don't mind my adding one point here, governance, we think that has a high cost because of statements that you have to show, hiring different instances to serve or to meet the requirements of governance. But just one point, because SEC has evolved, launching what I call FASIO in the beginning of the year, bringing for 500 million equity of companies. It's important to acknowledge the effort that SAC has been doing to has less bureaucracy to make it simpler, the way that companies, in our case, they are family companies, how they give the first step, connecting to education, because it has to do how careful SAC has been conducting its work in the figure of Bruno, its director, having this manual since last year, right? So we can explain these instruments on the side of B3, not only in the area of investors, that we are communicating more and more directly with investors, but we have an educational channel it is a call of place that you can call for managing risks of pricing. Maybe you can talk about pricing risks management, but also explaining all the instruments, what can be used, how can we access capital markets, what is the best instrument in which moment. So I think we have a great material for to offer access to everybody. BIMA also tries to educate its users, right? The first point about risk management, governance, educating people is fundamental. Sometimes we listen, governance cost, it sounds as if we are not clear enough in what are the benefits in those when we raise the bar. We are halfway of really helping people. Talking about agribusiness, it's kind of more complex. When you talk about real estate, it's easier to understand. Individuals know about that. Agribusiness is kind of far from us. So Fabiana, she said about how to educate the farmers, how a credit lines work. We got comparing to the capital markets, show the standards, the norms. Maybe we can help them to be better prepared to access this market. Let's educate the market of what happens inside the farm. I think we have produced this material for more than a year, but it's for the market, it's for the managers to understand how these biological cycles work. Planting soybeans, corn, sugar, how it works, what happens inside the farm. So when you discuss and understand and price the benefits of operations or having an insurance, you should have this knowledge. What makes sense? Environmental insurance may be a credit insurance. What is the dynamics of that specific crop? Maybe it has to do with the season. Maybe uh, it's going to be different from a credit risk. That two different ends, they have to find ways to meet in the middle of that to understand the governance, and so everybody will understand the movements that we have to do. Well, regarding productivity that we hire, it should be maintained. You have to produce correctly, the correct quantity according to the plantation, to the crop, so you can pay everything that is connected to the commodity. Maybe rotational cultures or plantations, they're different as we have this insurance, maybe a single instrument. And now what we want to do is to maintain as a state policy that's a central focus to guarantee that it is affordable every year, because it's not because the risk is going to be higher if you need the insurance, for example. I think you protect the economic system as a farmer, as they will guarantee as well. So they will invest more if there is any event. He knows that he's going to be able to recover financially, and then he can reinvest in his production. Well, if I was going to write an article about everything that we have spoken now, it's important to focus on governance, to understand the instrument, a bag, sorry. He talked about the lack of knowledge. If you don't know the instruments of going to market to ask for financing, also judicial recoveries that are necessary today, high number of these judicial recoveries that sometimes help to reorganize the company financially. So maybe that small farmer or medium-sized or big ones, maybe he's going to go bankrupt because of this, the use of not non-correct instruments.
So you're giving a lot of emphasis on governance and the need to understand what is financial governance. And the better the understanding, the better the instruments will be used. So there's a concern that there is something um, causing problem to this engine. So we are leaving this one-of-a-kind credit crisis, or there is something structural in the agro business. So we are moving towards the end. So this question here is, I will pass that on to you. So what is blocking the gear? We understand the need of the instruments and how everything mixes with the business management. But what is this grain of sand in the gear, even with the conjunctural structures? So we are talking about vulnerability. And this lack of knowledge of what the vulnerability is not only brings risk to you, but also it so defining. We're not talking about like the financiers, like the bank or the investors. When even worse than that, when you do not explain too well where we are going to take risk, we are going to charge you a lot more, because this is like a point when we are talking in this panel what could improve so we could look to a better future. Flavia. So when we talk about like the agro market in the current times, and then we have like the defaults, the problems, and we have to look at the systemic crisis. So we have a convergence of bad factors. We had like climate issues, and we have very high interest rates for a very long time. So I'd rather look at the half full glass. It's not an apocalyptic situation. We have a conjuncture of factors that, if we do our homework well and get this learning and understand how each one of us can act, so then the need of insurance becomes even more clear. So if have we had like insurance, we wouldn't have had like problems. No, obviously not. But it would be a better scenario if we have more clarity, more certainty about the system, and the agencies have more transparency, so the investors feel a little bit safer. It's not that the problems won't happen. This is important. If we work with the education for that portion of the investors that do not understand where the risk is, and then next time they understand that they can price it a little better. So I'd rather look as we are in the regulation of the capital market, and this is good. And if we could just like smooth things and then have better education or have a better uniform way, or the information for the industry to bring more tranquility to the market. And if we can look also at the legal conformity that we serve a lot, that we can execute that guarantee, which is stated there, and no one is going just like to perform a magic trick that won't allow me to have access to that guarantee that I sold to my investor. If we could do the housekeeping, especially when the stars align, well, we are going to have a much better scenario for growth and unblock the market and the banking market. So the financial system is not working alone. And we have another complementarity, which is extremely important. So just, so Monique, I'm leaving you for last, on purpose, which is the complementarity of the private and public sector. We also have a lot of like things that are causing trouble. It's not only with the agro. So we have like all the productive sectors having this difficulty, like to cross. And the discussion of the public policy, things are kind of like blocked in Brazil. stuck. And maybe there's a question here that I do not have the answer. Is it like a conjunctural situation, or that is this structural difficulty for the next few years? But this connection between public and private seems to me that there is something weird going on, including the participation of both sides. I know that was an earlier panel, but if we do not have the answers, at least we understand the dynamic. And Fabiana, please. So information helps. And along this line, we need to follow our own road. We have to pave, like the capital market needs to pave this road. So what are we going to do to make it more accessible? This is the challenge, independently from the problems that we're going to find along the way. And I would like to reinforce these things related to the data, because this will be like the X-ray and how we are going to look in a very positive way the sectors. So we've evolved and we brought things to the record and to the register, and then we will bring new guarantees for the sector, and we can speak the language of the producer and create new instruments on top of that, but always data-based information. So more and more we need to evolve in transparency. So to be transparent, we need data. So in this grain of sand, so we have like winds and droughts and floods. So I have like lots of questions that came to us specifically related about the climate risks. So how much is this going to bring more sand like to the gear? So from what you talk about, a lot of the investments, we have a climate database that is quite good for the rural producer. We have the band system and we have the EMP, and these are things that must be valued. So the thing is how you transform data in decision making. So data must come, and then decision making not only for the rural producer but for the multiple players in the chain that begin with credit, and then it ends in the credit, and it renews itself in credit. So there is a very clear alert here, which is the climate change effects, not only reducing the emissions, but adapting for the rural producer and for the whole entire chain, including rural credit in the chain. The only toll disclosed for the climate cannot be the calendar alone, it cannot be the calendar only. So anywhere you go, you're going to plant now, you're going to plant later. So part of the ROI is you have to plant it in a defined. So we have like the public bodies have very good control, but data exists and they must be used for decision making. And as we have an instrument that is more predictable, that we are claiming for the rural credit that will benefit the producer and all the chain that comes afterwards. If I'm healthy financially, so the whole entire chain will be too. So we have things related to closing the Strait of Hormuz, no fertilizers coming. So how do we accommodate financially for all the players in the chain? And it becomes with the strengthening of the instrument, since the access to financing and credit. So we have one question that comes from other institutions, Sarab and others. They do have a data platform kind of robust for us like to follow the crops and harvest. So it's to transform it in decision making before, because this is what resilience is when you make decisions earlier. And Juliana, I was going to ask you to close. How is this affecting like the risk assessment? Because the conjuncture is more risk. Well, in fact, what Monique said, when we have like data assessment, it's much more accessible. And AI left like the treatment of information a lot easier and faster and cheaper. So now we do have an opportunity a lot faster for you to predict anything. So AI is nothing but get the data and try to create a pattern like to predict the future. So this easiness that we are learning now is a new avenue, and that like since last year, and this is something that will bring a little as an additional instrument, like for us, like to a planned budget and so on. And even with other instruments for insurance, like parametrics, and that you have like a trigger, like to pay for something, it could be climate. You have data to understand what happened, less risks of fraud, and then the insurance companies can release like the payments a lot faster. So there are many different models, but now we need regulatory security, what we have now, and then we can move forward. And then for the financing sector, it's pretty much the same. So the instruments are already existing. So we have 2 minutes, but I want to ask a question, Fabiana Flavia, so you can give your contribution about like the green bond. Where does it fit in this design of the instruments? So it fits in all the instruments. So if we are talking about Fiagro, CRA, and all the bonds, it could be and can be green. It's a front that already exists in Brazil, and Brazil has this huge potential, like to work with these kinds of bonds. And we don't have a lot of time, so I won't speak too much about the topic. But what is still missing is on the investor side, a better pricing for the bond. So the titles already exist, producers, industries willing to do their part already exist, but the investor wants to be green, but the tax must be the same one. If they do not set the price, the benefit, the environmental benefit, maybe we won't close this math account. So we've been well succeeded bringing the Brazilian agro, the green bonds, to foreign investors that see and set a price and this benefit. But it's far away from me from not saying that it doesn't exist, but they're quite shy in, compared to the size of the offering. And then you can complement talking about the green bond. Maybe its evaluation falls into a topic that you wanted to bring, is how to price it. Well, I was going to complement it. It's clear that we're going to live like climate change, so we need climate insurance, but also it's clear 2 other points. How like the foreign trade changed, like the way that we are going like to trade. It's going to be much more bilateral, and the influence that energy will have on the agricultural prices. So it changes how we look at price for the years to come. And then we have an opportunity to have new polls for price formation. And maybe, who knows, then we can bring to Brazil like price formation for soy, sugar, and sugarcane. So I just wanted to add that. Wow, you see how disciplined we are. Like women are amazing. So it stopped talking and then we zeroed the clock. Beautiful. So I will my closing remarks. I would like to thank Ingo. So we could be talking for longer, but in 2014, I always tell the story because those who have heard the story, I will repeat myself. 2014, so 1 week before the election, they asked me to write something to a specialized magazine. I was in Asia, but there was something in the country that was bringing me a lot of anxiety because I was looking at it and say, well, Brazil is inevitable. So everything that we have to do in the whole entire world, people have to look towards Brazil. And that was the title, Brazil is inevitable. I never stopped thinking this way. So from that moment on, and then I had some very positive expectations in a second moment of like the second term of Temer. So the resume of credibility, central bank, fiscal taxes. So there was some expectation that not only was inevitable, but we were relevant. So the fear that we have is that we continue inevitable, but we will be become irrelevant. But in face of like the world challenge, so we have some articles being published about this topic. So you all have been alerting like the size of Brazil. So the amount of wealth and power that we have, especially in the agribusiness and the mining and energy. So food, energy, and minerals. This is the triad that once again transformed Brazil in an inevitable country. But the challenges that we have, like prices, regulation, risk, insurance, the way I like to put it all together, how to articulate between what the private sector can see first and the response that the public sector needs to have. So I leave this message as a takeaway from the learning of like paying attention and working for education. So ABAG as an institution does that. So the institutions from the civil society played that role in education, and we as a press also have this role, but avoid so maybe not even S&P would rate us, but we cannot just like be sitting here in this huge potential, but this trunk, and then lose the key. Otherwise, we don't understand the basic foundations, like to be leveraging our country. I'd say that we moved like from a very serious risk that we faced in the past, but we have this huge difficulty to get into the zone of prosperity. Maybe agro will give us a little taste of it. So hope that you continue like pulling us to the prosperity side and carrying Brazil and pushing Brazil towards that direction. Thank you, Abag. Thank you very much. So have great discussions and good business. See you next time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, the participants, Flávio Palacios, Fabiana, Juliana, everyone. Thank you. Our second panel now, please, just like, let's take a photograph. So just position yourselves a little bit towards the edge of the stage, and then we can take a snapshot of the second moment. So Thais Heredia talked about Michel Temer. He is the one who is going to do the closing picture of CBA 2026. We'll have more inspiring conversations, ideas, and one more future flash moment today. We also have a roundtable to discuss the new government. It's going to be a roundtable conducted by William Waack, and we'll have videos of the candidates with messages for the agro sector. Flávio Bolsonaro, Romeu Zema, Ronaldo Caiado have already sent their participation. So I invite all of you to continue with us in the afternoon. And now this moment is like a full tribute.
Senhoras e senhores, assim chegamos a...
Ladies and gentlemen, that's a very important moment. We wanted to pay a tribute for 2026. That's what we call Norman Borlaug Award Sustainability. To participate of this award, I'm going to invite Mr. Ingo Plugger. Please come to the stage. And Dr. Silvia Masra, President of the Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation, Embrapa. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to invite the one that is going to receive the Tribute Norman Borlaug Award, Dr. Ieda Mendes. We're going to pay a tribute for Dr. Ieda. To salute her, I'm going to give the floor to Mrs. Silvia Masruha. Good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to greet the president of ABAG and Mr. Ingo Pogger for this 25th Brazilian Agribusiness Congress, facing all these challenges and also having opportunities for agribusiness. I'm very honored to participate of the board of ABAG. We have had a great meeting yesterday. I'd like to greet you and Caio and Alina. She's a feminine leader. We have designed this panel and also to greet Ieda, so important at Embrapa in the research of agribusiness. And I can imagine how important it is for you. It's not just any award. It's a Norman Borlaug Award for those that are part of this productive sector, recognizing your work of the Brazilian science. Congratulations. Well, I'm very proud to participate of this tribute. It's a tribute to the researcher at the Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation to acknowledge her path, is to acknowledge how transformative is the science in Brazil, not only producing knowledge, but offers answers, concrete answers to the major challenges of our times. Producing food, not only producing food, but it's producing fibers, energy, associate all of that to health, to gastronomy, local tourism, and also to multifunctional agriculture, preserve natural resources, face climate changes, to generate technology for adaptation, mitigation of climate changes, and guarantee the life of the future generations. It's a greater mission. The contribution of Ieda for the sustainable development of agro is exactly in her capacity to see us and to see what is not visible, but that's what sustains the Brazilian agriculture, that the life present in the soil, the health of the soil, that's the basis of the Brazilian agriculture, to value the biological dimension of the soil, creating the understanding of sustainability that we discuss so much. You showed that a healthy soil is not only productivity, but it's a greater environmental balance, developing or protecting the soil, and also security for those that produce for the whole society. Your work represents a vision of the future. We discuss about what is happening for the tropical agriculture, livestock, agriculture in Brazil. But now when Ieda brings up and presents her technology that was developed with investment, science and technology for more than 20 years, working together to create a technology that strengthens the basis of agriculture. Your work represents a vision for the future for Brazilian agriculture, tropical agriculture that is more and more guided by knowledge, able to produce more and better, using resources such as intelligence and respecting the limits of the environment. That's a contribution very important for Cerrado, not only for Cerrado. Cerrado is a strategic biome for producing fibers and energy, but also for the biodiversity, water resources, and the environmental balance of our country. Her path recalls that productivity and sustainability, they are not opposed objectives. They add one to the other. When science guides our decisions, they walk hand in hand. That's what we believe in Embrapa. Protecting the soil means protecting the productivity of the soil, offering food sovereignty, and protecting the next generations. Your work here is part of a broader context in which Embrapa has a sustainable agriculture, regenerative, and also having a foreseeable result. The Brazilian agriculture and tropical agriculture means that all of that, everything that is discussed today in the different panels that Ingo brought about in his opening speech, the global transitions, nutritional changes of the diet of the population, energy transition, climate change, extreme events, inclusion of the small farmer in this strategy of Embrapa, the bioas. That's a technology that IEDA has developed, not alone, but having a team with many students. It's an important tool to enhance public policies. We are working with that, IEDA, and the green journey that we are developing for the map of the path for low carbon agriculture, biologic basis, and not forgetting the digital aspect. We have to subsidize the family agriculture. For example, ZAC, that's the zoning of these areas or rural areas, also to foster the farmers to use sustainable practices, and in this path of Green Brazil, work in different areas, discussing protocols in the Eco Invest, where the soil analysis is the basis of everything. So your work, the tribute that we pay to you, it goes beyond a tribute to you, but to all researchers, men and women in Brapa, and all of you that work with the Brazilian science. What is behind her idea, in addition to the biologic changes, I'm going to add a comment. In the G20, I went to visit Embrapa Cerrado. He was a Nobel Peace Prize. He looked at her work and he said, wow, her work makes my eyes shine. So she should receive a tribute. So Yeda, you're here. I'd like to ask a round of applause for Yeda. And she has another point that shows that we can never do anything alone, because it's a symbol of how we value this aspect at Embrapa. Every science that is built collectively, of course, you have lots of people, trainees, also technicians, public institutions, her comrades. That's the meaning of working with research for Brazilian agribusiness that is born through research, but makes sense when it reaches the farms and transform the realities. We have to use technology to transform what is happening in the crop, in the farms. That's how your work shows that it can transform the reality. Agri-industry, integrating and transforming Brazil. This tribute for you was very important in this very Congress. And it shows that you are a brilliant researcher. It shows how you make science close to society and aware of how responsible you are facing the future on behalf of Embrapa. I'd like to let you know that we admire your work as the current president. I'm very proud that a researcher as you, I'd like to deeply thank you, Abag, for this acknowledgement. It's different from recognizing people that we work with, but recognizing all the business sector, all this productive sector, it has a greater dimension. I feel very touched, and I'd like to thank you for that. Your path, honor in Embrapa makes this area greater. or agri-livestock, because it shows that we can be sustainable, innovative, and also inclusive. Ieda, dear Ieda, I'm going to send you my tenderness and also pay a tribute for everything that you have done. When I say about this greatest symbol of this tribute, it's a point that you can think. What we're doing here today in this Agribusiness Congress, the 25th, that's homage for us to think that our science is our voice. Thank you very much.
Presidente da Embrapa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Silvia Masra, President of Embrapa, and this award that was given to Ieda Mendes. Let's learn about her life. Norman Borlaug, he's an American geneticist, a movement that has transformed the world agriculture. He developed many varieties of wheat that using modern technique helped countries to overcome hunger. His work is to believe that he could help hundreds of lives. That's the reason why Borlaug received a Nobel Prize, inspired in his legacy. This award, Norman Borlaug Award of Sustainability, was designed to really honor those researchers that unites the commitment to the future. In 2026, we pay a tribute to Ieda de Carvalho Mendes, agronomist, PhD in soil science, and one of the greatest reference in microbiology and health and land health. Daughter of Gabriel, she was inspired to by the support of her parents that helped her to look for new opportunities. She was the granddaughter of farmers. She went to university. She is graduated in agronomy in the university. She graduated in 87. She is a great researcher in public research. She works for Embrapa since 89, dedicating her career to understand the invisible life that sustains our agriculture. She's a pioneer in microbiology, helped to consolidate scientific bases that are fundamental for the productivity and resilience of tropical agriculture. Under her leadership, Brazil developed what we call bio-AS analysis of the soil, a revolutionary analysis that can evaluate the health of the soil through its biological activities. Science from labs was taken directly to the production, showing that health soils and biologically active, they are the basis for biologic security. In her personal life, she celebrates a great life. She's the mother of João Vitor, married to José Felix. She's got a great family, 4 kids, as she likes to say. Today, her family is even larger, having 3 grandchildren. That makes her life more special. Her path has a perfect balance between her academic life and also how to apply these techniques to the farmers. Through her leadership and contribution to the development of a generative model, very respectable researcher, we are going to award her this award, Norman Borlaug, in 2026, to acknowledge her history, her dedication to Brazilian science, and to the lasting impact on the health of Brazilian soils.
Que trajetória!
What a great path! Amazing. So we'd like to invite Ingo Pogler and Professor Silva Masruha to hand her this award, Norman Burlaga Award of Sustainability, to pay tribute to Ieda Mendes.
Nosso reconhecimento.
We really acknowledge your great work of Ieda Mendes and her contribution for Brazilian science and agribusiness. And I'm gonna hand the mic to Ieda Mendes, please. You have the floor.
Nossa, gente, quanta emoção, hein?
Oh my God. So touched. I'd like to say on behalf of all my team, I'd like to immensely thank Abag. You cannot imagine how impactful it is to acknowledge the work that we are conducting. And of course, going to have more research. Today, it's very important to mention what is we are doing. It's important those that represent the agribusiness in Brazil having your support is necessary. Coming from this association, it shows how important this sector is aware, is attentive to the challenges that is to have agriculture in a time of climate change. We know that a healthy soil, just as a person, is more productive. It stores more water, also has more carbon. It is more resilient. And we know that a healthy soil is going to be difficult, but without having a healthy soil, it's going to be more difficult. It's important to show, to give more visibility on the health of the soil. I'd like to thank Embrapa, that's a company that I work for, Brazilian company that conducts research in the agricultural sector. I worked in Cerrado 40 years dedicated to this company and research. Well, guys, after 2 decades of research, we launched in 2020 the bioanalysis of soils, BioS. It's like through using 2 enzymes combined with organic material. We have a 10 centimeters tube. We talk to the farmer if his soil is healthy, it's sick, or if it's during this recovery process. Well, people say for 20 years have been doing that. Yes. If it's not along all this period of time, having the support of Embrapa, CNPq, our Institute of Science and Technology with Dr. Mariangela, we wouldn't be here today. We work with health soil. We want to have a soil that is based in the soil, in research. Having this objective, we wouldn't never have the chance if we're not a public company or public agency having this 2 decades research. We are the only country in the world that has its farmer that can analyze his soils. He can learn about how healthy his soil is. We conduct a network with analysis of soils. We have 30 labs that is spread out in Brazil, having analysis with the farmers. All these labs connected to Embrapa through a digital platform. We are connected today, having all these labs. And having that, Brazil has the greatest data bank of how healthy the soil is in the world. We know the US doesn't have that. France doesn't have that. Argentina, only Brazil has this database because we have the connection with these labs. This database has more than 70,000 samples. The good news is that 66% of the samples, they represent soils that have health conditions, and only part of it is unhealthy. The health of our soils is mapped all over Brazil and having data. If you want to talk about Brazil, we have all this information in our platform available for every Brazilian. If you take your cell and type platform Embrapa Health Soils, you're going to have access to this database. It's the only one in the world. All Brazilians can learn about that in your city, in your state, in the crops, in your plantation, oranges, any kind of soil that is open for the Brazilian population. No other country has this technology, this science. Okay, as Silvia has said, we never build anything alone. I share this award with my team, with the researchers Flávio, Gustavo, Sérgio Dantas, Matias, professors of the University of Paraná, Alexandre, all of you, all the analysts, researchers, analysts, trainees that went through our process in the last 30 years. Thank you very much for this great team. Of course, I have to thank my family, my father, my mother. They are, of course, in heaven. I'd like to thank my family, especially my husband, José Roberto Paris, my son, João Vilter, because you know that 99% is really hard work and 1% inspiration. Abag, thank you very, very much from the bottom of my heart. Lots of gratitude, very important. This is a fantastic work that we're doing in the health of the soil. Thank you, CNPq, and congratulations for this research in the health of the Brazilian soil.
Yeah, done. So you made reference to your family, and they are here, right? So please, that family members, come up to the stage so we can take a photograph. And then we can make this moment eternal. Yeah, the Manges, who is this reference for science. Our honoree, in recognition to her legacy, and family members like to pay homage to her. Iada Mendes, granted with the Norma Burlag Award, Sustainability 2026. Okay, now we have everyone on stage, so we can register this moment in a photograph. Iada Mendes with this inspiring trajectory. Clear moment of emotion, her and her family members. So we kindly ask Mr. Inger to stay on stage because we have like more homages, and for the others, please take your seats back. Now we'll begin the ceremonial Ney Bittencourt de Araújo, the agribusiness personality, and for this ceremony, Ney Bittencourt de Araújo would like to invite Mr. Ingo Ploger, who will continue here on stage, and I also invite Dr. Roberto Rodrigues, Emeritus Professor of FGV. It's with a great honor and all the recognition of those who are here present that I invite to the floor the honoree with the Ney Bittencourt de Araújo 2026 Personality of Agribusiness, Mr. Luiz Carlos Correia Carvalho. Caio. I'll take this opportunity. So please pay your tribute to our honoree. So I came running and said that I'm getting old. I said, no, not that much. But Ingo here gave me the privilege to salute Caio for a very interesting reason. He thought that I am in this audience and I know Caio for the longest time. So his sister is here, Maria Beatriz, and they were cousins. So we used to spend vacations on a farm together. So I've known Caio for almost 70 years. But Ingo gave me this opportunity to do something additional. So we have like this book, The Architect of the Agro. So I want to talk a little bit about the book and then like pay the tribute to Caio, honoring this honor that Ingo gave to me. So this book, so the feeling I have is that the agro built for the past 50 years by big players led by Sidney Lima, Eliseu Alves, and people who created Embrapa, Polinelli, who was like the big lighthouse in the Midwest and opened the Saudi to all of us, and he had participated in this process. So these people are the ones who were honored here in big events, but many others have not, and are not even known by a large group of people in the Brazilian agriculture. And I think that this is unfair. Therefore, I try to form like my trajectory over like two tracks, like love and justice. And I decided to make a project, which was to honor big leaders that had not been honored yet, including like the recognition that some others did not have time to do that. So Fernando Cardoso, Joana, Ney Bittencourt Araújo, so big leaders who left us too early. So I decided to make this effort to bring some names. So we have many, but we will like promote a cohort here, and the cohort was like 80 years of age. So today I decided to work with this idea of promoting like the biography of the heroes of the Brazilian agro, older than 80, but still we had a lot. So we decided to do something slower. Pick 10 per year. And then I asked Ingo to allow me that for the next 4 years, repeat this moment. So 4 numbers per year, and then 10 at 80 years of old. And then like in a few years, I will just like be done with that. So this book will honor like 10 admirable men. Some of them are here. And as I call their names, please stand up so everyone can know who you are. Beginning with a dear brother who has to leave to the airport really fast, Francisco Toro. Please stand up. Second, my friend who is a very important leader in the sugar ethanol sector, João Carlos Meirelles, a man who opened like the countryside in the northeast of the country. Paulo Romano, president of the Forum of the Future, like a big friend of Alisson Paulinelli. Shiro Ishimura, so great like a farmer and agronomist. Ushiro is old too, but he was my student in college. But don't tell anyone because you seem older than me, so big man here. So here we also have Luis Lourenço, like from the state of Paraná. So he was a member of like the agriculture and livestock in the state of Paraná. So we have the deacon, Ronaldo Escupati, from the state of Minas Gerais, a great leader. Besides, also honored like Luis Fernando Forlan, everybody knows. He was the Minister of Industry and Commerce, so he is abroad, couldn't be here. And I did not, Humberto, where is he? So you're in the dark. So Humberto Pereira, the man of Globo Rural, and brought that communication to the country. And here, someone who is not here either, a friend of mine for 50 years. Medical, so he passed away last Saturday. So there was not enough time to honor him. But I asked to come here and receive the homage like Fabio, his son. So these are the ones that are being honored in this book. But the history of this book, I will tell you really brief. It was not easy. So I interviewed each one of them for 2 hours, 3 hours. So each one of them. And then we had a video, like recorded each one of them. And then I asked Isabel Florence, who is here, please stand up, who is responsible for the communication area at GV, to help me. And Isabel made the two teachers, Aline and Marcelo, decodified like the tapes, because it's difficult like to record them. So I got this material, and I asked someone very patiently to transcribe the tapes. And then we have Alexandre Sobreiro, who got all the texts and transcribed them in the line, that reading, listening to it, and then Alexandre, like a big player, that we have this partnership, dear friend of ours. And then everything needs a review, which is almost like an additional copywriting. So Gisele Machado helped us. And then please, Gisele, stand up. Dear friend. And last, so Cesar, the graphic production, who is also here. So I would like to tell you all that even though Arnaldo says that I am old, I will write for more books. In the past year, so you will see other heroes as those magnificent people being honored. So a round of applause to all of them. So all my friends, please stand up. So Ingrid, thank you so much for this opportunity. And now I will talk about Caio Galado. I've known Caio since I was 4 or 3 years of age. So Caio, agronomist, leader in a bag, everybody knows, and there will be a film about him. So I want to know things that you do not know about him, but I do. So I'm not going to say anything silly or intimate, because like Caio is here with Raquel here. But a few curious things about Caio. Caio, I'm almost 10 years older than he is. But when I was 13 and he was 3, so there was this huge difference. And we work in the farm and picking eggs in the chicken house. And then Caio was the first one who had this first ideas. And he asked me, so who was born first? Who came first, the egg or the chicken? So this curiosity came up early, the concern about life, how it is in real terms. And then we were, for many years, very closely, sometimes a little bit far away. And some things marked very much my admiration, respect to Caio Carvalho. One of them, was the fact that Caio, having lived with so many agronomists, so many names, Arnaldo Rodrigues, Antoninho Rodrigues, and so many others. So Caio had this life connected to agronomy, so it was almost an obligation. So then we got into this sugar alcohol sector, and his participation in that sector changed the history of the sector in Brazil. First one is extraordinary, is that Caio, very young, he was working with the Plano Sucre and was extinct during the Collor government. And this was like an arm of another program. And that program at that time had full domain established, like production, price, trade. So, and this plan was the arm with a new variety of like sugarcane species, and he was the one who headed the initiative. When ProAlco was created, you may remember that, so like 51 years ago, but ProAlco generated a fallacy that was really bad. So they're going to plant sugar cane everywhere, and we are not going to have food. And people opposed the plan. So many people misinformed, criticized pro-alco because it was an option for fuel and not for food. And what history has proven, it was a mistake because sugarcane evolved and with a mechanized culture, and then the production of grains increased much more than the sugarcane. But Caio gave a response to this process. In Guariba, there was a cooperative for the sugarcane ecoplan, and the production system was the the harvest rotation between soy and sugarcane. Soy was almost unknown during the 60s in São Paulo, maybe in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. But they went for like different varieties in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, and then planting and renew like the sugarcane plantations. And that program somehow was kind of like demystifying that idea that we wouldn't have food because of the sugarcane plantation. Then we wanted something more scientific. Caio was there and Ariba was there, and they speculated, and they wrote a program of the Plano Açúcar. So Cana Alimentos was copied and changed the whole scenario. Caio shut everyone's mouths, saying that Proalco would end extinguish like food in the country. But later on, when we had like President Collor in the 90s, so this program was extinct. And then there was a lot of like sugarcane producers in Brazil. So everyone was like caught short, no access. And it was like a concern in relation to the future. How are these people going to survive? So they depended on everything, and they know what they needed. And Caio was in the leadership of a wonderful program for the history of the agro business in Brazil. The Cicana was a huge event of the Brazilian industry under the perspective of productive chains. Everybody knows that Ray Goldberg created this, coined this term of like agribusiness in Harvard. But Barbosa Sobrinho in the 40s had already a category for sugarcane even before. But this chain only survived because Caio, with another group of heroes, created the Consecana, which was a harmony, and I gave an example to all the other sectors. Later on, were created chambers just to have an idea of incorporation of the productive chains in public and private sectors. It was created one sectorial area for energy, and he was the head of that initiative, and his participation was quite interesting. I will just try to summarize it briefly, but it was in the moment that biodiesel was created, and he was the president of the Agroenergy. He was talking for a very long time with the Ministry of Energy, Dilma Rousseff, convincing her that biodiesel was the business. So we also need to acknowledge his action, and then he evolved it to the agribusiness in a more consistent way, and he was granted with an award of the, and then he helped the Ney Bittencourt, Paulo Brito, and other people like to create a bag in '93, and then ended up being like the president of ABAG for 2 or 3 terms, giving more consistency that now Ingo, as I said, very efficiently away. So Caio is a young hero. I hope that one day some crazy people write about the heroes of the future, but my understanding about him is that he's ready to be the ministry of this country.
Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roberto Rodrigues. Ladies and gentlemen, so now let's know a little bit about the Ney Bittencourt Award and the life and the work of our honoree, Luis Carlos Correia Carvalho. Caio. Ney Bittencourt de Araújo, a man of one of the most important in the development area of Brazilian agriculture. This agronomist that acted in more than 20 entities all over the world was a leader that contributed in a very admirable way for the understanding and the diffusion of the concept of agribusiness in Brazil, being an enthusiast of associativism and one of the founders of ABAG.
The tribute that has his name is acknowledgement to the personalities of Brazilian agribusiness that has a very, very successful path. We're going to pay a tribute to Caio. He was born in Piracicaba. He has in his DNA a passion for the farms. He is an expert in administration in Brazil and in the US, transformed technical knowledge in a very influent path in the national agribusiness. For more than 4 decades, his leadership was fundamental to shape this area in Brazil. He works for Canapan as a superintendent of Uniga and also other boards of CIESP and also Alto Alegre. He actively participated in the greatest transformation of agri-energy in Brazil. His impact was not only working in the mills as advisor of ABAG, he is a tireless defender of agro-industry and also in the power of Brazilian industry connected to many productive sectors and also in the sustainable business. He's known globally by his vision of the future. He is an international speaker and recently has the mission to work as a special envoy to COP30, placing Brazil in the avant-garde of biocompetitiveness globally. His dedication to research and leadership in the sector, he has many awards. Foundation in Agroenergy as the Agronomist of the Year, and also the tribute granted by the Brazilian Institute of Agribusiness. In the personal sphere, he is dedicated husband for Raquel, proud father of 3 kids, and a grandfather of 3 grandchildren. Today, because his historic contribution pioneering in agribusiness and transformative leadership, we pay a tribute to Luis Carlos Correia Carvalho, or just Caio, with his award, Ney Bittencourt de Araújo, of 2026 for all your work. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite Ingo Pugli and Roberto Rodrigues to hand in Ney Bittencourt de Araújo the personality of agribusiness for Mr. Carlos Correa Carvalho, Caio. And once again, a round of applause to recall and to record this moment. Your words, please. And then we're going to pay a tribute to Caio, his inspiring voice of the agribusiness. I knew that Roberto was going to make many jokes, so I have here a note so I won't forget what I have to say. I'd like to thank you for this tribute. I'm quite happy. When we created this prize, Ney Bittencourt, I'm here to hand in the awards inspired, not receiving, to hand in, not to receive this award. I'm quite happy. I want to share with all of you that have been working with me, those from a bag that are helping me during this period of time, professionals, great professionals that dedicate their time and their soul and body to this entity, this association, my colleagues that work in this sector. And what is important is that when you designed this award, it's not an individual award because it has a collective history, as Roberto be called. Actually, I should tell what happened to biodiesel, but maybe that's not the best place. Would be a great answer that I would give to him. It's an amazing history. Maybe you know, well, even then. Well, what we have done so far, and so many people that are here, you know, that's not the arrival point. It's a constant renewal about agro. I would like to thank you very much. I know Ingo is part of this award, Ghislaine, but I'd like to say that as part of this tribute and a personality in the agribusiness, what we've heard today of everybody are the strong impacts of geopolitical shifts that we are witnessing right now. Things that start, we don't know how they're going to end. And this Brazilian space should be built. That's what we have heard today. That's what we have to do. Supported in a structure that is called Mercosur, the country that are part of Mercosur. I'm looking at Marcelo that works so well in the coordination of all of that. A struggle for renewable, clean energy, that's a clear path that we have been discussing here today, that it does make sense. Maybe we will discuss about that in the next panel. Actually, it reinforces how important we are. We are a key player. And when we say that it's unavoidable to recognize Brazil as such, to offer food, biofuel in a great manner, meaning that we are recovering soils that were poor fighting against climate change, looking for better income for rural populations. Credits, as we have said, I'd like to recall that. That's one of the greatest effort that we have to join hands and work together. I'd like to thank especially my family, my wife, my kids that are here, nephews, nieces, my sister, that have always been on my side. the award is for them because of all the difficulties and achievements that I had along my path. These kind of moments of celebration, Roberto is going to recall that. I remember my mom. I had a kind of lace of yellow and green. I was quite happy waiting my mom to pay a tribute to me. She told me, you did only what was your obligation. Obviously, it's unforgettable because today I remember she saying that to me. So if I'm here receiving this tribute, it's because I never walked alone. I'd like to finalize paying a tribute to my colleagues, to my friends coming from my family, that says to friends that have built bridges, that waved me through corners and covered of red my path, and they were bridges, they became corners, they dressed in red, all of them so close to me that they are more than friends.
Caio, parabéns. O Caio fez referência aqui à esposa.
Caio talked about his wife, his sister. Come to the stage. It's a tribute. Let's pay a homage to register, to record this special historic moment with us. Tribute to Caio. He is a person that defends the power of agribusiness in Brazil, one of the main names responsible for agribusiness in Brazil. Round of applause for the family members.
Luiz Carlos Corrêa Carvalho, Caio, o nosso homenageado.
Well, Ney Bittencourt Award for Caio, name in the agribusiness. We want to take a picture of you. He's an example of leadership, a reference for agribusiness in Brazil. Receiving the greetings of his family members after we hand in the award. So we can have a picture being cited by his family members. Once again, we have here family members also present in this great celebration of the Brazilian Congress of Agribusiness in Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, after this tribute, break, for coffee break, you're gonna have a coffee in the room provided by the sponsors. After that, you're gonna talk about real opportunities for the sector, having a presentation that will expand your horizons. Also, around the table to discuss new government priorities, commitments for the candidates for the presidency of Brazil, besides our final speech given by the former Brazilian president, Michel Temer.
Tudo começou com Antônio Secundino de São José. Agrônomo, pioneiro, visionário. Em um Brasil de agricultura rudimentar, ele enxergou um novo caminho. Foi em busca de uma tecnologia revolucionária para a época: o milho híbrido. A proposta era clara: transformar o campo brasileiro por meio da ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Seguindo essa proposta, o Grupo Agroséries cresceu e se diversificou com atuação destacada em nutrição animal com Agroséries Multimix, genética de suínos com Agroséries PIC, proteção de cultivos com a Ataquil, nutrição vegetal e biológicos com Agroséries Binova e sementes de milho com as marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena. As marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena lideram o segmento de sementes de milho para silagem, introduzindo tecnologias inovadoras como o BT Max. O BT Max, desenvolvido em parceria com a Embrapa, é hoje a melhor tecnologia de controle de lagartas do mercado. Ao longo de nossa história, O nosso compromisso tem sido levar a você a melhor tecnologia aplicada ao campo, para que o seu negócio seja cada vez mais produtivo, rentável e sustentável. Um compromisso que você vê em tudo que a AgroSéries faz, na busca, desenvolvimento e adaptação da melhor tecnologia para a sua realidade, na qualidade consistente e padronizada de nossos produtos, em nosso atendimento presente e capacitado, e principalmente nos resultados que o ajudamos a conquistar. Sabemos que foi cumprindo com nossos compromissos que ao longo de gerações conseguimos conquistar a sua confiança. A AgroSéries se orgulha por ter participado desde 1945 da extraordinária história de sucesso do agronegócio brasileiro.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Temos a missão de alimentar o futuro, ajudando agricultores em todo o mundo a serem mais resilientes, mais produtivos e mais sustentáveis para as próximas gerações, por meio de inovações como culturas cultivadas a partir de tecnologias inteligentes em sementes que são tolerantes ao clima, insetos e doenças, e produtos de proteção de cultivos ainda mais sustentáveis para ajudar os agricultores a continuarem crescendo. Então, como fazemos isso? Nós trazemos as mentes mais brilhantes e os melhores parceiros para trabalhar juntos, nas propriedades dos agricultores, nos laboratórios de pesquisa, em unidades de produção e escritórios ao redor do mundo, para entregar soluções que ajudarão a alimentar e abastecer o mundo. Corteva AgriScience. Continue crescendo.
O agronegócio brasileiro alimenta o mundo. E hoje, também é movido por tecnologia. No campo, cada decisão faz a diferença. E com o avanço da inteligência artificial, da digitalização e da agricultura inteligente orientada por dados, o agro se torna mais conectado, eficiente e preparado para o futuro. É aqui que a Bosch atua, desenvolvendo soluções que conectam máquinas, dados e pessoas para transformar o agro brasileiro. Com mais precisão, é possível reduzir desperdícios, otimizar recursos e produzir com mais eficiência e menos impacto ambiental. E é aqui, no Brasil, um dos maiores protagonistas do agronegócio mundial, que desenvolvemos essas soluções. Somos o centro de competência global da Bosch para a agricultura inteligente, conectando dados, sensores e máquinas para aumentar a produtividade e reduzir custos no campo, levando inovação daqui para transformar o campo em todo o mundo. Bosch, tecnologias que cultivam o presente e o futuro.
Bosch. Com o meu Bradesco, compadre, o ano safra é sucesso.
Bom, falar em sucesso?
Nossa, o show agora é na roça. É hora da semente cair no chão, é hora do suor cair do peão. A gente é brabo na lida do gado, a gente é bruto na plantação. Com fé e coragem, meu Bradesco de parceiro.
Bradesco e Agro,
isso é que é dupla raiz.
No Brasil, existe um elo que aproxima o campo e a cidade. É uma potência que conta com 17 mil profissionais no campo, 27 federações estaduais e mais de 2.000 sindicatos rurais, que cuida da saúde de mais de 200 mil pessoas por ano. Apoia e leva assistência técnica para mais de 400 mil propriedades rurais. capacita pessoas, à distância ou presencial, com mais de 1,5 milhão de matrículas por ano e trabalha para cultivar uma vida melhor para produtores rurais e alimentar os brasileiros. Esse é o sistema CNA Senar, que transforma o campo e inspira o Brasil.
Antes da conquista, um plano. Antes de qualquer amanhã, proteção. Há 75 anos, começamos a construir futuros. Estamos com você no seu negócio, na casa própria, no primeiro filho, nos recomeços. Mesmo quando o mundo muda, o clima muda, a vida muda. Hoje, seguro é mais que apólice, é pertencimento, é inclusão. E a Confederação Nacional das Seguradoras faz parte dessa história. Representamos um setor com quase 300 mil profissionais, mais de 6% do PIB do país. Mas o que realmente nos move não são números, são as pessoas. CNSEG, há 75 anos, levando o seguro a todos os brasileiros.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Essa é uma história clássica de origem de uma startup de tecnologia, tão familiar quanto improvável. Um jovem inventor talentoso vai para a garagem, no quintal de casa, buscando mudar o mundo. E dá início a uma empresa que nunca para de evoluir. Avance alguns capítulos e você encontrará um robô de 36 olhos, programado para proteger a Terra, pegando carona em um supercomputador móvel com conexões com o espaço sideral. E à medida que seguem em direção ao próximo horizonte, você deve estar pensando: que jornada extraordinária nós estamos vivendo. E já faz quase 200 anos. Inteligência artificial com foco na proteção dos recursos naturais. Sim, isso é real. Mas uma pá carregadeira capaz de diferenciar pessoas de objetos, mais rápido do que você faria para proteger o recurso mais precioso de todos. E sim, estamos investigando isso também. Parcerias com cientistas de foguetes para alcançar os céus e enfrentar os maiores desafios da Terra. Claro, baterias que movem carros são incríveis. Mas e tecnologias de bateria que podem literalmente mover a Terra? É por isso que somos a startup de tecnologia original, inovando incansavelmente em nome da humanidade, para levar o essencial da vida a todos. Você e John Deere, uma só força.
O desafio nos encara de frente. Como alimentar o mundo sem esgotar o planeta? Em todas as partes, as mudanças climáticas deixam seu rastro. Mas ainda está em nossas mãos a chance de fazermos escolhas melhores. Na Iara, estamos comprometidos em desenvolver soluções positivas para a natureza. Transformamos a tecnologia e a matriz energética de nossas fábricas para hoje produzirmos fertilizantes com até 90% menos emissão de carbono. Transformamos décadas de estudos e pesquisas em colheitas de maior produtividade e qualidade nutricional. Transformamos o fertilizante mineral em peça-chave para a segurança alimentar e a prosperidade. Transformamos a presença do nosso time no campo em uma parceria de confiança e respeito com cada agricultor. E é assim que hoje estamos colaborando com a transformação de solos esgotados em fazendas regenerativas. Iara, há 120 anos, transformando o conhecimento em uma agricultura produtiva e sustentável para todos.
A força do Brasil está na gente. No agronegócio. Nos serviços financeiros que unem a bolsa ao campo. É a potência brasileira. E onde tem potência brasileira, tem B3. Com instrumentos de financiamento da cadeia produtiva, permitimos que as empresas tenham fácil acesso aos recursos para suas produções. Conectamos investidores a títulos de renda fixa e oferecemos a segurança necessária para o capital que move toda a cadeia. Seja na produção, beneficiamento, industrialização e comercialização de produtos e insumos, estamos presentes em cada etapa. Olhamos a fundo a transformação do mercado para que recursos sejam aplicados em ativos ligados à cadeia do agronegócio. Foi no passado que começamos a olhar para o futuro, com contratos que permitiam a gestão de risco da safra. E é no presente contínuo que seguimos conectados ao desenvolvimento do agronegócio. Porque onde tem tudo isso, tem confiança, tem parceria de verdade. Tem a potência do agronegócio. Tem B3. B3, muito mais que a Bolsa do Brasil.
Tudo começou com Antônio Secundino de São José. Agrônomo, pioneiro, visionário. Em um Brasil de agricultura rudimentar, ele enxergou um novo caminho. Foi em busca de uma tecnologia revolucionária para a época: o milho híbrido. A proposta era clara: transformar o campo brasileiro por meio da ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Seguindo essa proposta, o Grupo Agroséries cresceu e se diversificou com atuação destacada em nutrição animal com Agroséries Multimix, genética de suínos com Agroséries Peak, proteção de cultivos com a Ataquil, nutrição vegetal e biológicos com Agroséries Binova e sementes de milho com as marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena. As marcas Biomatrix e Santa Helena lideram o segmento de sementes de milho para silagem, introduzindo tecnologias inovadoras como o BT Max. O BT Max, desenvolvido em parceria com a Embrapa, é hoje a melhor tecnologia de controle de lagartas do mercado. Ao longo de nossa história, o nosso compromisso tem sido levar a você a melhor tecnologia aplicada ao campo, para que o seu negócio seja cada vez mais produtivo, rentável e sustentável. Um compromisso que você vê em tudo que a Agroséries faz, na busca, desenvolvimento e adaptação da melhor tecnologia para a sua realidade, na qualidade consistente e padronizada de nossos produtos, em nosso atendimento presente e capacitado, e principalmente nos resultados que o ajudamos a conquistar. Sabemos que foi cumprindo com nossos compromissos que ao longo de gerações conseguimos conquistar a sua confiança. A Agroséries se orgulha por ter participado desde 1945 da extraordinária história de sucesso do agronegócio brasileiro.
Se é agro, é bom. É bom e como é bom fazer parte do desenvolvimento do agronegócio brasileiro. É bom investir para oferecer sempre as melhores soluções para os nossos agricultores. É acreditar, é investir, é ter orgulho em fazer parte do agro e vestir essa camisa. Bom é ser agro. E se é agro, é Bayer.
Temos a missão de alimentar o futuro, ajudando agricultores em todo o mundo a serem mais resilientes, mais produtivos e mais sustentáveis para as próximas gerações, por meio de inovações como culturas cultivadas a partir de tecnologias inteligentes em sementes que são tolerantes ao clima, insetos e doenças, e produtos de proteção de cultivos ainda mais sustentáveis para ajudar os agricultores a continuarem crescendo. Então, como fazemos isso? Nós trazemos as mentes mais brilhantes e os melhores parceiros para trabalhar juntos, nas propriedades dos agricultores, nos laboratórios de pesquisa, em unidades de produção e escritórios ao redor do mundo, para entregar soluções que ajudarão a alimentar e abastecer o mundo. Corteva AgriScience. Continue crescendo.
O agronegócio brasileiro alimenta o mundo. E hoje, também é movido por tecnologia. No campo, cada decisão faz a diferença. E com o avanço da inteligência artificial, da digitalização e da agricultura inteligente orientada por dados, o agro se torna mais conectado, eficiente e preparado para o futuro. É aqui que a Bosch atua, desenvolvendo soluções que conectam máquinas, dados e pessoas para transformar o agro brasileiro. Com mais precisão, é possível reduzir desperdícios, otimizar recursos e produzir com mais eficiência e menos impacto ambiental. E é aqui, no Brasil, um dos maiores protagonistas do agronegócio mundial, que desenvolvemos essas soluções. Somos o centro de competência global da Bosch para a agricultura inteligente, conectando dados, sensores e máquinas para aumentar a produtividade e reduzir custos no campo, levando inovação daqui para transformar o campo em todo o mundo. Bosch, tecnologias que cultivam o presente e o futuro.
Bosch. Com o meu Bradesco, compadre, o ano safra é sucesso.
Pô, falar em sucesso?
Nossa, o show agora é na roça. É hora da semente cair no chão, é hora do suor cair do peão. A gente é brabo na lida do gado, a gente é bruto na plantação. Com fé e coragem, meu Bradesco de parceiro.
Bradesco e Agro.
Isso é que é dupla raiz.
No Brasil, existe um elo que aproxima o campo e a cidade. É uma potência que conta com 17 mil profissionais no campo, 27 federações estaduais e mais de 2.000 sindicatos rurais, que cuida da saúde de mais de 200 mil pessoas por ano. Apoia e leva assistência técnica para mais de 400 mil propriedades rurais. Capacita pessoas à distância ou presencial com mais de 1,5 milhão de matrículas por ano e trabalha para cultivar uma vida melhor para produtores rurais e alimentar os brasileiros. Esse é o sistema CNA Senar, que transforma o campo e inspira o Brasil.
Antes da conquista, um plano. Antes de qualquer amanhã, proteção. Há 75 anos, começamos a construir futuros? Estamos com você no seu negócio, na casa própria, no primeiro filho, nos recomeços. Mesmo quando o mundo muda, o clima muda, a vida muda. Hoje, seguro é mais que apólice, é pertencimento, é inclusão. E a Confederação Nacional das Seguradoras...
Congress, let's go to the final stage of our Future Flash.
O nosso último.
The last future flashing of this edition of Brazilian Agribusiness, recalling their very short presentations but inspiring that can change Brazil's agribusiness. The last presentation, we are honored to invite Victor Brian Magalhães, CEO of Terramaris Ambiental. He's going to talk about how to transform environmental challenges in the agribusiness. Welcome. Victor, you have the floor and the mic. Hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I am a sociologist. I cultivate microalgae for 20 years, and they are a factory of micromolecules and bioproducts. Our company, Terramaris Ambiental, it was born in the south of Brazil. It's a pioneer program on oceanography, having great potential of the coastal ecosystem. When we built this company, it was a spin-off in the university. We are a company graduated in the technology park in Manaus in the Amazon region. And how were you able to transform the challenges in business in the agri sector? We know that more than 40 million tons of fertilizers are used in Brazil, synthetic ones, most of it, 80%, they are imported. When we talk about nitrogen for this culture, for culture that needs nutrition, such as rice in the south of Brazil, a place that I come from. And a solution that we foresee are the microalgae. They are very tiny algae. They exist in nature for billions of years. Both cyanobacteria, they were the first microorganisms. They are part of nature. We know that nature writes very correctly. We have to see with the correct eyes. We have here on the left, I can observe algae flowering. There are lots of nutrients given by the sun. I'm going to introduce reactors, bioreactors that are modified reactors when we select the best algae, eaten from sweet water, salty water, to promote the generation of sustainable products, decarbonized, 100% innovative. This algae, they are more efficient in carbon sequestration, and they can be used with biomolecules. Every microorganism can generate a new product, either for industry, rural producers, or for cooperatives, having different formats. We can bring in these microorganisms different segments. They have amino acids, vitamins, antioxidants, and phytohormones, citrulline. They can promote the growth of plants, having a resistance to drought, to heat, improving the biome, and also improving the different plants. There are different possibilities of application. That's a case important for our history with the Institute of Rice having the support of the state of Rio Grande do Sul, promoted by FIEP. They have lots of molecules and bacteria that can produce nitrogen that are absorbed in different plantations. Here, we are using rice as an example, retaining the nitrogen in two cases as well, showing that this algae, they can generate new products, both biostimulant, inoculants. Every algae is able to generate what we call local input. That's an application in the agriculture, can be used in the plant, in the soil. They decrease the biota, and degraded soils, for example, we suffer a lot with the floods. That's the reason why we were using the Secretariat of Innovation for Degraded Soils. Why? Because these algae, they have hormones that strengthen the plants against these changes, and the soil becomes more productive. 15 plantations working in different formats. We work together with farmers. We provide raw material, co-creating new products with the major companies, providing technology or co-creating with these major players. Here you can see an evidence that every microorganism, it's a source for new products, for research and development. We are living in an area with high biodiversity. When you talk about Amazon, we have a subsidiary in Manaus applied in rivers, lakes, oceans, sweet water. In the Amazon, these microorganisms, they are concentrated in a certain area. In the ocean, it's the same thing. These microorganisms, they are diluted, but in ecosystems such as the one in Amazon, they are concentrated. It's very interesting that they are explored commercially. Our history, we started when I was a trainee in a research department. We have created Terra Maris when I was a student. We work with main clients from the agribusiness. Dr. Luisa, our partner, she's got 4 PhD. She's operational director, and the other partner. And here is a very important acknowledgement for our path in this summit of 2025. We are a #1 solution to add agriculture and industry. Acknowledgement of the university and the government of Rio Grande do Sul. In this meeting, FAPURGS, it's the Oscar in this category. So it's important to know about our identity. It's rich in water, ecosystem in the coastal area, and water systems as well. I believe that nature has fulfilling, offering answers in many forms, but we have to look correctly to find what is best in nature to be able to solve the main challenges that we have. Thank you very much. Thank you, Victor. Let's talk about new governments. Let's go to our round table.
Senhoras e senhores, chegamos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second round table election year, we're going to debate the following subject: new government, priorities and commitments. We know that lots of people are interested in talking about that. You can send your questions, reinforcing to those that are present. You can write down your questions in the form that we handed to you and give to our receptionists. If you follow our transmission in the YouTube, send your questions using the chat. Name of the city. Do not forget to send your question to one of our guests, okay? Let's get to know them. Let's invite our moderator, the journalist William Waack. Antonio Pfeiffer, Senior Policy Fellow at INSPER Global. Luis Carlos Correa Carlos Caio, President of ABAG High-Level Strategic Council. And Sergio Valle, Chief Economist at MB Associates. So, ABAG is delighted to share an important initiative built together with the support with partners associates. We have prepared documents that gather together the priorities for the development of a culture for Brazilian agro-industry structured in 7 fundamental pillars. This material that has a version, it's going to be presented to the candidates to the presidency of Brazil as a contribution for the public discussions and the state policies that will shape the sector. In addition to that, ABAG has invited the candidates to show your vision about 3 main points that are essential for the advance of this sector. We, in the opening of this table, we will share the exhibition of the prospect of the different candidates to these prioritarian subjects. We will show according to the order of those who have sent their video. Hello, my agro is the most productive sector in Brazil. How does your government intend to build institutional setting and regulation able to expand competitiveness, strengthening investment, strengthening capacity of innovation, creating favorable conditions to entrepreneurship? Well, we want to uncurb private capital that is all over the world but does not come to Brazil because the deadline is unforeseeable. Let's put together the greatest portfolio of infrastructure of Brazil: railways, waterways, ports, storages, and PPP concession and project finance from the producer, sending a letter by the tracks and not by 2 kilometers of homes. The default of the individuals has jumped from 2.9 to 7.4 within a year, has more than doubled, and the government shows that there is suffer plan for roughly 500,000 million. The rest is just announcement. The treasurer pays low interest rate for those that are necessary and high interest rate of those that, for example, like farmers. Low credit is not a decree in interest rate, but we should organize the Brazil. We should work with fiscal adjustment, primary surplus, debt under control, and interest rate very low. How your government intends to strengthen national scientific capacities and necessary for Brazil to expand competitiveness in the agri-industry and consolidate its leadership in the next decade. Agro, for those who follows that, that is science applied in the history of Brazil. Brazilian science that transformed the Cerrado place that nobody's wanted. That is the basket of the world, bread basket of the world. The problem is that today Brazil curbs the science, paying last generation defensives or licensing approved products used in the United States, in Europe, in Japan, and also here. We are waiting years in a row. And the farmer he uses old tools and pay much more for that. I'm going to put an end in this queue. It should have technical decision and recognition of the approvals of reference agencies that are outside Brazil. Who decides what is safe is science, not the militants or ideologies. The same is worth for bio inputs. Brazil is the country with the greatest potential of biology in the world. Even then, it takes a long time to approve its biological product. I'm going to modernize the structure of seeds, offering legal security, intellectual property, and uncurb the law of cisgen and patents on genetic assets that we have. How the government is going to strengthen competitiveness in the agribusiness with the international field, place Brazil in a geopolitical scenario that is more complex, defending strategic interests in the country. Brazil is the 9th largest economy in the world, 22nd greatest exporter. Our commercial export is 35% of the GDP. In the world is 56%. We commercialize not much according to the size that we have. Foreign affairs should be important. Every embassy in Brazil merging a single thing. How much investment is in Brazil? How much technology are we using? I'm going to flexibilize Mercosul so Brazil can sign contracts by itself without waiting for the neighbors. I'm going to conclude the entry of CDC, and Brazil is going to be part of reforms that we should have done and we'll have to do anyhow. I'm going to work with non-tax as a priority of state. Our sanitary and environmental standard is recognized by the science. Where there is protectionism disguised of sustainability, Brazil is going to react with data, techniques without asking license. Biofuel, bioeconomy are our presentation letter. Brazil can be the greatest provider to remove carbon of the country. This is a new market, new income, and new jobs in the countryside. But nothing of that can be sustained if the Brazilian society does not recognize the truth about agro. We have to tell the story for Brazilian from the cities. Agro is not the villain in the environment. That's the one that feeds the country, maintaining two-thirds of our territory preserved. That's a truth that must reach out for those that live away from the farms, from the rural, sustain not only economy, but also the table of everybody in Brazil. Brazilian agri is able to be the best in the world, even having a state on its way. Can you imagine with a state opening ways? Helping. That's the commitment that I take on with you. Less bureaucracy, more market, more technology in Brazil, finally connected to the world. Thank you very much and have a great Congress.
Olha, nenhum capital de longo prazo,
Long-term capital is committed where the rule changes along the game. Today, land insecurity, environmental legalization, changes that curb 880 billion in private investment. My government will bring predictability as economic asset. I take on 4 commitments. The first, framework in the land tenure, single terms for 180 days for management decision. Silence of state is a risk for farmers. Second, stabilize forest code, vetoing changes that's not going to be finalized by new understanding. Licensing by addition, having answers up to 30 days for low impact, and reducing the average term from 24 to 6 months. Fourth, central coordination of agro agenda within the ministerial permanent committee between agriculture, energy, foreign affairs, and environment. Is a point that requires territorial peace. I will offer a structuring of land with the indemnification of land tenure and protocols of productive coexistence. We have 1,600,000 hectares that need solution, not a permanent litigation.
So we know that competitiveness is built within the farm, but we gain outside of it. So we have three vulnerabilities to tackle: inputs, logistics, and financing. Inputs, we import 96% of potassium and 80% of nitrogen. So it's the biggest strategic risk of our agriculture. The national plan for fertilizers will reduce this dependency in 50% up to 2035 with national production, diversification of suppliers, and bio-inputs replacing 25% of the demand. In logistics, the cost Brazil drains 15 to 25% of the value of production. We will execute one program every 10 years of railroads in the agro, the regulatory framework for hydroways, integrated concession grants of roadways and roadways, and one plan for storage for the deficit of 100 million tons. The goal is to reduce up to 30% the cost of the drainage. Income back to the producer, and financing Plano Safra doesn't follow the scale of the sector. We will reallocate public resources to reduce risk, guarantees, insurance, and the equalization, and we will standardize CRA, FIAGRO, and the debentures greens along with CVM, attracting global capital, and a national program for rural insurance with a reinsurance, sovereign, and parametric insurance by satellite, covering more than the planted area. And nothing will work without science. Embrapa, we have the pluriannual budget shielded, connected to the GDP of the agro, and the legal framework modern for the genetic edition of centers of intelligence, artificial intelligence applied to the field. How your government intends to strengthen competitiveness internationally of the sector, position Brazil in the geopolitics, and expand trust of the Brazilian society in agro industry. So we know that China responds for about 40% of our exports in agro. So this is the market, but it's also is vulnerable. Our commercial policy will be to actively diversify, expand in the East, India, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Korea. And we will be more present in the Middle East and one African plan with 24 priority countries, diversify and expand our power to bargain and establish like the price for the consumer. Will at the same time, we will no longer be the plaintiffs in the global narrative to become the authors of the rules. So Brazil will act in the construction of the norms and international certifications where the strong network of agricultural ambassadors. Our sustainability will no longer be the thesis of defense and will be a commercial trade. So the CRA, 100% validated, trackability from the farm to the consumers, and One Brazil's sustainable seal recognized in the premium markets with a premium of 8 to 15%, and in communicate based on science and show to the Brazilians that the agro ensure food in the table, clean energy, and superávit in the commercial trade balance. Ladies and gentlemen, Brazil gathers very rare conditions: productive capacity, scientific base, energy vocational in scale. No other country articulates at the same time food, energy, science, and sustainability. My commitment is to integrate all these assets in one national coherent strategy, treating agriculture as the structuring axis of a country's project. It's not a government plan, it's a nation's plan. Count on me, and thank you very much. I salute all the ones present. Here is Flávio Bolsonaro. Unfortunately, those who produce in Brazil is chased by the current government. And the biggest reality is that the business environment all over the country, where we include agro, is hostile for those who want to entrepreneur, be it for the high bureaucracy or the high tax load, or because we have a government that is a big spender, that in debts on the stratospheric levels never seen before in the history of our country, and ends up like pulling not only the families but the rural producers for this indebtment. So what is the solution for that? We have to chase with all our power the fiscal responsibility, making that the expenses of the government will still fit in their revenues. And then we can reduce this interest rate that is on absolute levels because of the government. So you who are from the agro today, this is not to blame. So this is Lula's problem, but we will change the scenario with a big team of ministers that will work with all the competence and effort fighting corruption, so the budget can become balanced again. With the reduction of the future interest rate, we can begin giving a new expectation for those who want to endeavor in Brazil. So we'll look for finance in a way that is attractive and not prohibitive as it happens today. And the basic issues like to give predictability to our agro, and with the insurance that is within the budget, a pluriannual plan, so everybody knows what is the financing that is going to be available. And as I said, with the trend to reduce interest. So agro has more than 900 billion higher than financing. And we know that that level of indebtedness, it's closer to 200 billion of all those people. So we have too many agricultures who are actually selling their own land to pay for their debts. So Brazil today doesn't have a fund that immediately, in case any catastrophe happens, like a flood or frost or drought, so that Brazil can actually, in a fast way, without any bureaucracy, transfer resources, like to embrace these people that have lost everything in their lives because of the rainfall or because of flood. And talk about the insecurity, legally speaking, a method of like zoning and fiscalization. If one rural producer is complying with the legislation, technology is outdated, bringing insecurity in legal terms. And then there is no doubt about that the current government has lost moral and technical conditions to defend our agro and defend the interests of the Brazilian people. The current president fights with everyone, fights with the United States, Argentina, Paraguay, and fails with the protocols in Europe. It doesn't have the power to negotiate with China with overtaxes in our load that is being boarded to there. So immediately we have to change this mentality, and then to see if a commercial pragmatism in this relationship. I am the one who can talk to China and the United States. I can talk to Israel and the Middle East. I am a person who has the leadership and the respect of presidents here in Latin America. And then everything that the current president has lost. So decisions in the government must be taken based on the old ESG. This is past due. So most of our producer industries and our businesses want to go to the ESG, and ESG has changes: energy, security, and geopolitics. The president of the republic doesn't have the capacity to have this geopolitical perception and anticipate the problems, cannot make Brazil prosperous. So Brazil has this huge window of opportunity to receive investments, especially in infrastructure. We go like to the Middle East, they always talk about food security. We have billions or maybe trillions of dollars invested in funds, negative interest that could have been used here in Brazil to conclude railways or maybe build new ones, as we did not authorize like the framework with the modality of authorization may value. So there is a plan for the construction of a roadway, and then if it needs to stand still and comply with the requirements, so this authorization is going to be granted, and for 50 years, for those who build like a roadway can explore. So that's how we are going to tear up like the country with roadways, with all the environmental licensing. This is going to be a priority in our government. We're going to be technicians, but we will speed up the grants for this environmental licensing, and we will review the autonomy of the indigenous peoples. And once and for all, the indigenous will have autonomy in their land if there is up to them. So this land is going to be explored, yes, their soil, the underground, but always with responsibility. But with the mind frame that we have today, as it happens in the region in Pará, in Altamira, where I was, where the government encouraged for decades people to go there to be in the region along the Trans-Amazon road. People are there and planting and cattle raising, and they are supporting the families. They went there like to comply with the mission for sovereignty for our country. And what the government does, chase people, wants to expel people from their land, and they take the cattle for political reasons. That can no longer happen in the country. This legal safety needs to bring new opportunities to see what's happening in Europe between Ukraine and Russia, where the gas that comes from Russia to Europe is extremely important for heating and for energy. Look at the instability that happens. So once again, another opportunity that Brazil is missing to be the guarantee of energy safety, including Europe and the whole world. So Brazil has this window of opportunity that's not being used by PT. So almost 20 years of government for the past few years. And what the government, the people's lives improved. So nothing. So they're going to create a new incentive to develop technologies, for instance, that will make that the machinery and the fuel of ethanol can be potentialized. So the government is going to invest in qualification of people. So the youth that go to like to technical professional schools, and that will meet the demands of the agro, like to manage these equipments of high quality. So the government will always also have a politics for the storage of the grains and the productivity of our agro to give more previsibility and more legal safety. We know that this country is knowing that Brazil has this need becomes stronger, and they have more competitive advantage over us because they know that we cannot store our products, the products that we sell for them. So many important topics that Brazil is missing the opportunity at this moment to do because we have a government that looks to the agro and understand that it's a movement of the right fascist, someone that chases our agro. And you can be sure that all the rural producers in this country, from the big ones to the family agricultures, you will be recognized once again by the President of the Republic. With the government of President Bolsonaro was like this, and with me it's going to be even better because we learn from our mistakes and we'll potentialize with our right doings. We had the best Minister of Agriculture, Teresa Cristiano, who is helping us in this government plan, someone who certainly is going to be very close to our government, dictating the rules to democratize in terms of legal safety and the reduction of taxes with much better negotiation with other countries. The position that thinks she is best playing. And this is how she plays, thinks about the future of the country. And Brazil's characteristics that the country gave us that wants to prosper, as all of you who work in agriculture and livestock in the country. So you can be 100% sure that from the 27, Brazil is going to have a president in the Republic that respects the agro, that will give a hand, that will embrace the agro. And in consequence of that, we will be helping not only Brazil, but all the world. We will feed even more people in the world. We will look for markets that are not yet explored, such as Indonesia, like a consumer market that many times is lagged behind from us in Brazil. So we look for new markets with credibility from a president of a republic that will fight against corruption and chase democratization, and will promote like big cuts in bureaucracy, revoking normative instructions, and all this framework that ends up making things infeasible. We will increase and reduce tax modern government with the use of AI to give better and true governance with a lean government. What we are going to do all the time is to value those who want to produce in this country and qualify labor for those who want to work, because this is how Brazil is going to be after 2027. Brazil of opportunities, and we will be proud. There's a commitment. Brazil is going to be among the 7 big economic powers in Brazil. Along with you, we will guarantee that we will reach this goal. Thank you. So after the videos, we will begin our conversation with our guests here. So the former President Michel Temer is coming, like for the closing remarks. I will pass the floor to William Waack. So how much time do we have? 26 minutes. Okay, so the questions are very straightforward. And then if we put a seal on them, so the institutional environment, so question to the candidates, we ask them, so how are you going to find a solution for the institutional environment, particularly broken by a very dangerous crisis? So this is the question, like a political question. So related to competitiveness, evidently it's clear for all of us. It's about what you want to do with the economy. And then related to geopolitics. So what do we do with everything that is happening abroad? So it's quite difficult to find on the three questions, especially on the one asked to Flavio, question like answers like straightforward. This is very common in political race. So throughout my career, I interview like many pre-candidates and candidates, and we know that sometimes they have a vision, a little bit more structure, and sometimes they lag behind. So between one point and another, I will begin from like the three ones that I observe. It's like a common denominator, the common denominator in relation to the politics. So it seems to me that Zema and Caiado are concerned, especially about having some kind of previsibility and stability. In the case of Flavio, so his discourse is basically like a campaign discourse. The other two are a little bit more concerned, and Flavio is a little bit more concerned by means of his answers to have that plan of cohort that, the internet killed all the interviews. So from the economic point of view, so clearly, like among the three ones, there is a concern related to taxes and so everyone thinks that the fiscal situation is worrisome. And I will talk to you from what you identify. In the geopolitics, I felt like a deficiency on the part of all of them. So they understand the geopolitics as market. And we saw here today, the whole entire day, how many people spoke with a lot of knowledge. And this is much more than that. It's much more than sell more to more clients in different places. So what called your attention? Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, William. So the agenda that the three candidates bring, and when we look at after 2027 that we have to deal with, I split in two. One is the fiscal thing that we must address. So this is the oldest one, and we are going back, stepping backwards in some steps that we've been seeing with the increase of the public debt and what we saw that happened in the past 4 years of government, a crescent deficit. And we have to step back in the first year of the government to organize the fiscal agenda. So this is well known. And I would say that there is like the half full glass. We are in a world that, from the perspective of the fiscal year in the international scenario in developed countries, this is a very difficult issue to move forward. So Barry Eisner, he wrote a very interesting study trying to identify what are the elements that we must have for a country to make this fiscal adjustment. So consolidated, definitely. So only two things came up. One is economic growth. Okay, so more revenue, GDP or debt over GDP decreases. But the second thing that we must have, we cannot have political polarization in the Congress, which when we look at the United States and Europe and Japan, what we have is polarization in their congresses. So here in Brazil, we cannot say that we have a ideological polarization in Congress. We have a big centrum with extreme positions here and there, but we have a capacity that eventually whoever comes as a president with an agenda that is already known because differently from other places, we have a lot of things mapped from what can be done. So if minimally we can crawl, like a minimum fiscal adjustment from the relative point of view compared to the rest of the world, we will be in a scenario which is not brilliant, which is not exceptional, but we can say that it's a way. We will still need to make adjustments every other government that comes, but we have a construction that it's possible to be done, but it needs political will for it to happen. And the second part of this question, which is another one that we haven't solved for a long time, is productivity. In the background of everything that the candidates say, it's to increase productivity. And then, so let's say I would just like to make a suggestion of everything that I've been studying and seeing around the world, especially in places where it worked. And I think that Caiado mentioned something like that. It's an interministerial committee for productivity to have, in fact, an organism and committee, an organization commissioned for productivity. So Australia has it, Chile, European countries too. It's like together in an organized way, institutionally speaking, everything that is related to productivity. And then you create a technical body, non-political, that will command and work with all these issues related to productivity. And then you have like the political arm in the Congress. So we are mature enough to think about a structure like that, enough technically enough to gather everything that we know about productivity to improve and move forward with the politics in the Congress. So if we take the two sides, it would be well managed. But if it's going to happen, we don't know.
I think Sandro has said a very important point. Zema talked about the fiscal issues and all the impacts for business, agribusiness sector is well, understood. What is difficult in the three cases is about the discussion with Parola and Braz, William, about what is the reality on how Brazil stands in these areas. What has to do with China, the US, factors that we have to measure to understand these behaviors, also productivity. When we analyze globally, it indicates that Brazil has low rates. PTR is the highest in the world. It's three times bigger than the one in the US. I clearly feel that we haven't had the chance to fill in the answers something that qualifies what is the vision of the country in the world. When we, well, you are an expert in this sector, right? If we start fighting in Mercosur, we have to be part of OECD. We have to go through lots of reforms. We are kind of lagging behind. Caiado, he's not specific in regard to that. He's got a typical vision. He's nearly mercantilist in the international affairs. And Flavio, he's very confused, very confused. Maybe his advisor did not help him to have clear answers. This is that. He goes zigzagging in different things. What we can understand in the international scenario, I can talk to everybody. That's what he said. That's the reason why we have better perspective. So what is your opinion? As a known international journalist, what drew my attention is that none of them have a vision about everything. They do not have a vision about the country. And this vision about the country is missing of the whole society. We are a country that is somehow isolated from greatest part of the world. The world penetrated in Brazil. We observed that we have potentialities in different areas, such as mining, agribusiness, agriculture, but we still do not have a good strategy to be part of that. Sergio talked about macro vision of fiscal adjustment. Actually, after the pandemic, temporary policies defined for certain groups, they are permanent and broad, but it's not a major problem. It's not a drama to conduct. A fiscal adjustment would be a reasonable adjustment. When we talk about micro agenda, I think it's very problematic. We are lagging behind. And then it has to do with international insertion. Zema talked about OECD. It's important to organize that. And we have parameters and capacity of influence in our regulation. We have to organize environmental regulation, productive regulation. Well, I don't think they're answers. They are definition of government. They are thoughts in the moment that they are campaigning. Flavio, for example, of course, is against this current government. Caiado and Zema, they are better structured. But when we think about the different spaces of interaction, it shows the relation of power of spaces. That's what geopolitics. We do not have a good moment, neither for our regional insertion, neither nor for the international insertion or globally. The possibilities that we have developed. Embrapa was a major geopolitical project. Who conceived what Embrapa is? What was Embrapa as a possibility of occupying the territory, the first centers dealing with subjects that are strategic for the country, rice and beans in Guyana. They were the importers, wheat in Passo Fundo, importers, cattle. Campo Grande, Mato Grosso, occupying the country, the territory, rubber in the north, also territorial occupation, geopolitical project. It did make sense. Now we have an international commercial leadership in the world with our agri-industry, agri-service, agri-tech. It must be reviewed. What is the agro for this moment that Embrapa as an arm of science and technology, together with the private sector, can think about this new moment of the world? We already know, we've learned about all the elements, constant demand for growth, qualification, consumption, but mainly a world with two characteristics that should be listed in the insertion in the algorithm. Of course, investment in energy, AI, power, energy, maybe having those that have database, maybe it's not part of this strategic equation. Open data of agribusiness, I don't know if it's the best way to be part of the world, having an element of value, access to our database, that's something that is very valuable, and how to tropicalize the world, and who master the agri-technology is Brazil. So it's a value in itself. The extension of the latitudes, productivity possibilities, occurrence of pathologies also that happen here in the region, but it starts to advance for other latitudes. And with this new agricultural border, this microeconomic border of global agro that we have, but the world did not, we have an element of barter to be part of this big game that is being disputed and being delineated today. Well, Maybe that's my failure as a journalist. I want to extract from public talks of political agents that's completely different. What is the meaning politically? What he proposes has to do with the reality. It was difficult to understand well-defined policies. Well, we learned about OECD, Mercosur. One of the answers of Caiado, he says the following. He will put in the constitution what we call this framework for lending tenure. Also about the legal framework that has a characteristic by an imbalance between the powers. Every candidate that says, I'm going to solve land tenure, he's going to somehow fight against the Supreme Court. Caio, could you answer? Well, that's the key point of this discussion. They never mention how the powers are defined. That's what is part of the question, if I understood it correctly. Well, they want to know how I'm going to solve this problem, this issue, and we have to know what legislative, executive, and judiciary powers will do. And sometimes they ask the judiciary power to make the last decision. I believe that that's a very relevant point that was not discussed. What about you? Now, it's not clear to me as well, Sergio, Joaquim Falcão, oligarchy of powers that we're going through in the last years, when we know that there are agendas that should be built. He's talking about this mixing up of the powers. What Joaquim Falcão said is explosive. He's saying that these powers, they are being sustained, pretending that they are fighting. The Senate does not impeach, does not control the Supreme Court. They have to decree that there are difficulties with the amendments or bring up some issues brought about by the federal police. So somehow there is an agreement, a hidden agreement between them to maintain everything the way that is. How do I solve this institutional problem? Anybody would like to talk about that here in the audience? Well, the next president, he has to deal with all the economic issues. International things, they are becoming more severe to solve this collusion and issues with the legislative power and the judiciary power, how to have a balance between these three powers, say to the Congress and also to the Supreme Court, saying that all these amendments that are spending have to adjust. How are we going to deal with these amendments that they became what they become because they have this discretionary amount that you can use for parliamentary amendments? How can we talk to the president and say we have to adjust these expenses that is sent to the Congress? This institutional problem on how to deal with all of that is not well understood. We have no idea if this person is going to be able to work with that properly. Well, looking backwards in the economic area, in all this mess, we have to understand this fiscal issue, that despite of all the institutional problems that are relevant, if we do not address these basic economic issues, the rest, they disassemble. I think they know about that, right? The three of them, there is a consensus. If they not solve fiscal issues this year, the next, we're going to be discussing difficulties in managing the country. What I was not able, it's not clear to me, of course. That's normal in this stage of the political campaign. a marketeer would never tell them to say that you're going to do that or this or that. Obviously, they are trying to please this audience because they know that you guys that are here are very important. But they believe that they are going to have your votes. They say that what they suppose that this kind of public will like them to listen. But that's regarding politics anywhere in the world. But they never talked about Trump, for example. They don't talk about him, but it is part of what is happening around the world. There is a reflection about that. Elements to understand how they are positioning themselves in the world because they are in public documents. A line of continuity does not begin with Trump. We can talk about September 11, Obama's government, for example. That is clearly a reassurance proposal to reassert the American presence in the world. And now it's very specific with Trump. That's a negotiation or unilateral imposition in containing and curbing the presence of China worldwide. You know that, William, the security doctrine that touches Latin America in the Western Hemisphere actually. It's not so North or South Pole, but specific issues regarding our region. Firstly, competition with China is not the worst of all because it has a problem with transnational organized crime. It's in their document. And the role of Brazil may be the main one. It's not clear in the agenda of the candidates. But there is lots of broad ideas. Public security, let's fight to do this or that, strong hand, more penalties. But they do not so say how we're going to work against the infiltration of organized crime, mainly in the agribusiness. It's systemic in our business. Brazilian agribusiness, as I have said, there is a penetration in the territories. It started in the geopolitics, and now we are threatened by organized crime. Do not expect that we're going to see better times taking power of governments that will make the repression harder in our neighbors. Maybe there is a migration for these groups into our territories, putting pressure on the less protected area of protection, that is the rural area. Talking to Trump should be based on this. What's the agenda that we have in the hemisphere that is important for the United States, that have defined this region as the one that is under the protection of the US? Energy, using AI, controlling supply chain of countries that are out of this region, assisted support, but they have a clear agenda to control transnational organized crime that does not have only to do with here, but it has to do with the American society. It's a challenge on the capacity of the United States to exert security power on this region. How does ABAG talk to the candidates and ask them to be objective in their answer? They say, you have never asked me about public security. What can we say about that? Public security is not only having police. In the case of Brazil, has to fit in into geopolitical sphere or transnationally. With our potentialities, they are offset by these vulnerabilities impacting the economy, especially in the agribusiness. And we have difficulties to control our territories. You have never asked me anything about that. That's what they can say. But the three questions, they have commonalities for those that want to be president of Brazil, that they should say how they understand the problems. There is an answer in Cayado's answer. China is a vulnerability for us. Well, that's a very relevant point, William. Actually, I paid attention to strategic positioning of countries in agribusiness. You know perfectly that Brazil, we want to expand, and we did that based on the external market. Roberto, for example, soybeans, sugarcane, yeah, to an extent that Brazil, we rank first for external market. And how we do that? Sugar in Brazil is 40-50% of the international market. Soybeans, 40-50%, 60%. So we feel that when we look into that, the word vulnerability is heard. There was a discussion between Parola Braz in the morning with William about that. Well, okay, watch out. We have a taxation on our meat, and tomorrow is going to be soybeans. And what we do about that? Is that a vulnerability? And Caiado is right when you talk about vulnerability. So there are lots of products, and I'm tied together in very few markets.
Another point, according to your question, is that at no moment it was discussed like the public-private issues. So we do not hear from these guys. So the state is going to solve everything. What is embedded in the institutional environment? So the state will solve everything, but how? How are you going to, like the protective sector, talk to the American sector, talking about biofuel and qualify a joint action, because in interests like the whole world that is conducted by someone who is who can do that. Another point that calls my attention on all of them. The question related to about competitiveness is crucial. As you said, it is referring to a delay of like 40 years in Brazil in relation to the capacity to develop like productivity, competitiveness. They're almost synonyms. So all of them understand as competitiveness as something related to regulation, and this is interesting. I don't know if the influence of the communication advisors, they're in a crucial phase of the campaign. They all focus on that, and their horizon at this moment, in this critical moment of the election, is not now. On the contrary, I expressed myself badly. It's not there on the extended horizon. Their attention now is like every day, hour after hour, but it's curious. And the perception of those who want to be the president of Brazil, competitiveness is the function of the norm. To get to your observation, so the relation public-private, there are some references like to Embrapa is a state policy that involves like the private sector. One state policy that pulls from the private state the capacity of innovation and make productivity grow. Otherwise, it's going to die unless the state protects it. And together, we will get to something. How did you feel it? Well, William, I think that when we talk about productivity, part of the story here goes through, you must go through an agenda that must be centralized somewhere. So this committee of productivity is something that we must follow. But we cannot forget the competitiveness matter that we've been saying for the past few years, and what Roberto talked about is China. Not only under the perspective of export, but what China is transforming as a country that is coming to Brazil on an import perspective as well. We're talking about a country that, looking ahead, cannot grow in consumption, investment, cannot grow by means of the government. Will need to grow in one way, which is export. So more and more, I see that with many clients that we have in the agribusiness, especially in the industry. So China is coming very heavily to entry not only in Brazil, but anywhere else with discounts of 30, 40, 50, 70%. And how do you do competitiveness? So do you create it out of nothing, like to fight against discounts of 40, 50%? So this is something that we have this agenda that we must transform, like cost for labor, law, tax, and that it's difficult like, to adjust this order. But in the midst of everything, we are going through a process of a country that is a big buyer of ours, is going to continue being important, but depends more and more and depends of countries like ours to buy their products. And this is going to come very ferocious with a heavy intensity for the years to come. We have two agendas. How we look at this external from the entry point of view and what we need to bring to our industry. It's not what we've done historically, like to close and increase tariffs, and that has never worked. And the United States is doing what Brazil has done in the past, and it's going to go downhill. What we need to do is a way of like commercial agreements that we did with the European Union for the years to come. So this is the only way for the industry to think about increasing productivity besides the regulatory and institutional matters. So the challenge is quite big, and none of them touch those points. Another point that they did not talk either, and it will go into your field of work as an economist. All of them has this so they agree interest with a fiscal issue. Did you see how they want to solve it? No one mentioned it. Though they said that the debt is very high, the payment of interest and default is very high, and we all agree with that. So agro is going to a very severe problem since last year, still this year, and you see, and it's going to be next year as well. So we are talking about an interest process that we have that is not going to decrease for the next few months, and inflation, and we have other things. So next year, inflation is going to be high. The central bank is going to keep the interest high. So 3 years in a row following this fragility, not only for the agro, but for the economy as a whole. So how do you do? What do you do like in times? So somehow you have to create mechanisms for this interest rate to decrease along the time. There's no salvation. You have to think about palliative issues. You do something with an additional credit, and you do like the Desenrola program for the poor population, but to do that in a structural way. So I think this is a fetish of the economists that we never escape. So we are again in a moment that if we do not step back and do it very aggressively with the fiscal matter, and we as economists, we are always bringing that, which is essential for the fiscal issue after 2027. If you do not make a minimum adjustment, then we'll go to 14, 15, 16. And it's not only agro that will go down the hill, all the rest of the economy. So my time clock is on zero. So is Temer here? So we are closing our round table. The next segment is going to be a lecture from former President Michel Temer. I would like to thank you, the participation of all of you and your attention. Thank you very much. So thank you, Sérgio Vale, Carvalho, Pfeiffer, and William Waack. At this moment, please, just like position yourselves at the front of the stage for a photograph. So our round table is now finished, like discussing the new government commitments and perspectives. And now we bring another very important moment in our event. We will begin the closing lecture of the Brazilian Congress of Agribusiness 2026.
E ele já está aqui no palco.
So he is here with us, so we have the honor to make his closing lecture of this historic edition of CBA 2026, The Pathways to the Future. The former President Michel Temer, welcome. All right. So initially, I'd like to salute everyone, and salute especially for the opportunity of this meeting, and naturally honored with the circumstances of coming here to talk at the closing ceremony. And it's said that the whole day, so you talked about many different topics and crucial topics for Brazil. I was talking to Dr. Ingo, and I told him about my extraordinary impression about the agro, because it's interesting that agriculture mobilizes the industry and trade. And some time ago, when I was the president, so Maggi was the Minister of Agriculture, and so we went to see the harvest of cotton in Mato Grosso, and then he said, so, take this and operate it, to harvest the cotton. And I said, I have no idea on how to do it. And he said, you just press this button here, and the machine will do everything. And the machine would harvest, remove the seeds, bag cotton, and put the bags full, and placing them in one specific place. And in that farm where we began the harvest of the cotton, there were at least 40 or 50 harvesters, and all over the country. So I say that the agribusiness mobilized the industry and trade, because those who are going to buy, selling as well, and also speeding up the trade. And for that reason, when I got to the government, we had a GDP in 5.6%, 1.8 months later, it was 1.8. So Parola was with me in during the presidential campaign. And everything was derived from agriculture, from the agribusiness, which is responsible. I checked since that time for 25% of the Brazilian GDP derives from the sustainment from the agribusiness. And then there was the idea of multilateralism. And then when we check who buys from Brazil, we see that it goes from China, that buys most of it. And then we go through the European Union, and then we get to the United States. So multilateralism was something crucial for the agribusiness policy. So something that seems to me very basic, just for the initial considerations. And I know that we had many experts talking about that, but we had trillion exported. So the export of the agribusiness equals 48, 49% of all the Brazilian exports. So you see the importance that you know about the agribusiness for Brazil. So it's important for the sustainment of the GDP and for everything else in the world. So I used to say that, that the relationship between the states, so 70, 80 years ago, the relationship was just basically political. Now the relationship among the states is commercial, and they are sustained by a trade among nations. That's why in this initial phase, I mentioned multilateralism. We cannot be prejudiced in relation to any states of the world. What we have is an interest to trade with them, as they do have interest in trading with us. So we can mention China. China buys from the agriculture and livestock a large amount, it's the biggest buyer of products that come from the agribusiness. And I'd say that one time, here I am storytelling, one of the situations when I was with Xi Jinping, and I said, oh, we have soy, because they buy in grains, and we wanted to buy the soy with the flour, but they would buy the grain, and they would make like the flour and the oil. So that would be a paramount, like to sell that for them. So I was not in the government for a very long time, only 2.5 years, so I could not come to a conclusion of this statement that I was making to Xi Jinping. But I checked like goodwill. And then this is the challenge that we cannot fight with anyone. And I just said that China, the European Union, and the United States, they buy Brazilian products. So what we need, like science and consciousness, is that multilateralism is connected to the commercialization of products, be it for export or for import. But I admit that we have in Brazil some prejudice that we should ban from our consciousness, that they deep rooted in the Brazilian spirit, like prejudice that I will take like the case of agriculture and the environment. There is always this misunderstood vision that the left is like to preserve the environment, and the agriculture and the agribusiness is for the deforestation of the environment. This is a lie. We have that stated in the Constitution that all Brazilians with no exception. But unfortunately, we have prejudice in the environment against agriculture, and agriculture more modestly against the environment. So we have to create more harmony. I remember this a little bit of my experience as a president. I was talking to Maggi, who was the Minister of Agriculture, and the Minister of the Environment. So is there any spark between you? So we would just like put off that fire. And concepts that are established of ideas, this concept of like the left, right, center, that in my opinion are electoral concepts. They just aim like to split people, so each side will obtain some sort of advantage for the election. So why do I say this thing of like left, center, right? This is almost gone when the Berlin Wall fell, and we still fit this idea of the division between left, right, center. And sometimes I give this example. So you go and ask someone who is facing hunger if he is center, right, or left. So ask someone who is looking for a job, and you go for the business person. They want credit, finance. They want the results. So they do not want to know if they're left, right, or center. So I've been talking to a lot of people, and I always use these ideas. So as I try to stop with this relative concept of like employee and employer. And it's interesting that during the electoral period, we have to put employers against employees and employees against employers. And then we did the labor reform in our country. The first article allows that what was agreed among the parts will prevail over what has been legislated, because if there is an agreement, you do not need to apply the legislation. If there is no agreement, then you apply the law. What is the main objective of this article? The inaugural article, it was to harmonize these two productive forces, employer and employee. And you see where the prejudice comes from. People want to fight unemployment, and to fight it, you need employment. And, what we need is to end the prejudice and end this idea of like left, right, or center. So what interests for people in general is the result of governability. And it's interesting enough, sometimes I used to say that when you present an argument, you must present a document. And the document that I present in this hypothesis are two different governments. The one from Fernando Henrique, who was a center-right, that made a lot of actions for the social. And, okay, let's admit that President Lula, who is said as left, the first government and second government, most of the second government, did a lot for the business world. So you see that these concepts of left and right are, rusted. So in particular, so the agribusiness has a extraordinary role, because you work with a lot of difficulties, but with harmony, with many different sectors of the nation. And it seems to me that this is quite important. And during my presidency term, I was anchored in your activities. And it's interesting to say that many times when we were abroad, what the business people that wanted was how they would come here and practice activities in the agricultural sector. So agriculture was like the bait for the business people abroad. And very recently, it's interesting, we say, so Brazil is no longer like the country of the future. Used to say that Brazil was the country of the future. This is no longer valid. And I can say the authorship. So the other day, so Marcos Torizo is an amazing person, like he was the president of the BRICS. And he used to say that in 20 years' time, so toward today, we have like 8 billion people, but in 20 years, we will have 2 billion more inhabitants. Okay, good. Imagine if a spaceship would land here and just like put 2 billion people in our planet. So these people must be fed, must drink water. And it's in the case of China and India, saying that 1 billion, 0.5 billion people, they do not have a lot of water. That if the Indians drink 2, 3 more glasses of water per day, there will be a scarcity of water. And who has more water, fresh water in the country? Brazil. And arable land in the world? Brazil. So Brazil is even modestly a kind of like the Brazilian silo, but it could be even bigger.
Our trend is to increase the agricultural sector, of course, increasing the industrialization and trade machinery that are used in the agriculture sector. In the beginning of my talk, I mentioned of the harvesting of cotton that replace the action of man, but naturally then generate the industrialization. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here today just to not after 6 o'clock, everybody is going to be tired of the day. But what I wanted to say that I'm quite happy to talk to you. I have been very frequently in the board of National Confederation of Agriculture. I'd like to reiterate that in my government, I had this possibility of having people connected to the environment. And when I say that, I'm going to close my talk. My agenda has to do with the Constitution. You know, Dr. Ingo, our Constitution, all of you might have companies. These companies, they are based on institute. If your partners, they abide by what is in the institute, you're going to do well. We have an institute in Brazil, or our bylaws, that we name a state. That's the Constitution of Federation Brazilian Federative Republic. If everybody abide by the Constitution, Brazilian state as a society is going to do well. If we do not do that, we are going to do badly. Taking this time and the presence of everybody to say that our Constitution requires a pacific solution of all the controversies, not only in the forward, that's a political message that the people give to their constituents. Brazilian bylaw is built by the population. They ask sometimes, Temer, who has power in Brazil? Where is the will of the people? Is in the Constitution. When we say, we, the representatives of Brazilian people on your behalf, we have built the state according to these lines. And so, Dr. Ingo, it says you're going to create the summary of the political message that you give. You're going to create a state that I'd like to reiterate according to specific solution for all the controversies, both national and international. Brazil, as a federative republic, we have a specific solution for all the problems. Now, we have difficulties, a division of Brazilians, not only a division of corporations as well, not only corporations, but amongst the powers. We should have harmony between the different spheres, and when there is no peace between these powers, there is people don't obey to what is in the constitution, but immediately people does not obey what is in the constitution, in the Brazilian bylaws. So sometimes I feel ashamed that you say that, because what I perceive that many times things that are very, very basic, they are forgotten. We have to recall at every moment. When I say that, what are you doing here today? If you allow me, once I was the vice president, I was in Holland, and in a meeting amongst the countries, they're going to sign this I think he said denuclearization. When they said about Brazil, they said, I'm going to sign this document, but it's not necessary, because in our constitution they say that nuclear artifact can only be used for specific means. It's used for energy, agriculture, in the medicine sectors. But you know that the session was suspended. Obama was the president at that time, and he said, well, very interesting what is in the Brazilian constitution. If every country that is here had this kind of norm, we wouldn't have to call a meeting to talk about it. I'm saying this to say that our constitution solves all the problems of the country. And in regard to the free initiative property, it has many, many precepts regarding individual rights. I think in the 5th article of the Federal Constitution, we have norms that are well applied. Talks that every problems of Brazil should be solved peacefully. Now it's election times. Agriculture is going to have to play a key role. If you can, if it's possible, use these modest words. Go everywhere. This idea of harmonization, discussing ideas, projects, programs, and not only discussing names against names. When I went to law school, the president of Brazil was Juscelino Kubitschek. At that time, 59, he had a goal plan, and his government worked very well. And we also created a document, a bridge for the future labor reforms, reducing inflation, interest rates. They were in the bridge for the future. But very recently, I sent it to those that are candidates to Brazilian presidency, and maybe we can send a document to them, putting together 15 experts, also in the agriculture, agribusiness, that is called A Road to the Future, not only a bridge. I sent to all the candidates this year. I'd like to greet you because of the documents that you have presented. So we should send to the candidates, if everybody is convinced that we should have a program comparing to programs, projects comparing to projects, not names against a name, and maybe we're going to have a peaceful country. I'd like to greet you all for today's work, and I hope that you have better outcomes of this Congress. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, presidente Michel Temer.
Thank you, former President of Brazil. We are going to wrap up today's meeting in the Brazilian Congress of Agribusiness, and I give the floor to wrap up our ceremony, Ingo Plugger, to finalize today's meeting. Thank you very much, or Congress, sorry. So thank you, former President of Brazil, Caio Carvalho, that has received a tribute today. My friends, we are finalizing a long journey. We started this journey, former president, having a vision of a Brazil for the future. What we want for Brazil is we no longer want to be a country that has privilege, to be a nation of opportunities. That's my plea today. It translates our desire of together being able to translate our desires, personal, intimate, institutional desire to have a country that is able to work its future together, that has convergence, even if you have different ideas, even if we have different visions, ideas, but having the vision, common vision, is that we want to work in this path. This was the first message that was conveyed in this moment that is so important for decision-making process that we have before us. We use this time to send this message for the different segments, having these possibilities of shared ideas, of understanding also what is happening in the geopolitics, how to enhance, improve, and be attentive to what is taking place, because Brazil is not well positioned, because we still do not know how potent we are, and the learnings for the future, as you have said very well about that. Well, and then we also said that without financing, this path is going to be quite hard. And we also talked about the industry of agriculture, as you have said in your government, that you had a greater harmony between environment and also the agriculture. Today, we are we're looking for possibilities to do what we are already in different states. That's our plea. Talking about the tropical agriculture, because entrepreneurship surpassed assistencialism. We finalized it afterwards with some proposals that we have sent to the candidates. And the final discussion on how we can understand how candidates are answering to finalize with you was important, because you're part of a history that has harmonized the country in a very difficult situation. There was a conflict. You have built a bridge for the future. Well, now we are on the road. We in the highway, it's something good, because for us in the agri, it's good to be driving this road. It means that in this road we have to add different sides to come where we want to be. You have also talked about something that is fundamental, constitutionalist that you are. We have three independent powers, but they should be in harmony. When you say about harmony, again, you bring about different aspects. And more than ever, regardless of who wins the election, this person will have a very difficult mission to harmonize these three independent powers, because what we witness now is the election is going to be civilized, peaceful, and We expect that it is concluded positively, harmoniously, but rebuild our society is going to happen only if we have a long-term vision in which all Brazilians can share. The one that won did not win for just one side of the population, but for everybody. That has a generosity that we still do not see, that elected leaderships, they have wisdom to detox the institutions that we have. That's a risk that we run. And you were so careful, and I believe it's extraordinary that you talked about that. If this did not happen, we are not, abiding by the Constitution. The responsibility to put it all together, only Michel Temer to talk about that. I'm very grateful for your talk. To many missions that we can have here in our high level board meeting, that we said that we have to talk up to the elections when there is a harmonization with the civil society, in which there is many manners, missions on how we can come and where we want to go. So we have to work. That's just as if there is a letter to the candidates of presidency that we should have a harmonized country. Agribusiness, agri-industry by itself works with the nature every day. If we do not harmonize it, who will do that? Thank you very much for your final remarks. It was a celebration of everything that we wanted. So our struggle is going towards a pacification, a peaceful moment, because we have a mission, institutional mission, with everybody to work for the peace and also for the harmonization of our country, for having a long-term vision. At this point, I'd like to thank all the speakers, also this wonderful team. A round of applause for everybody, for Renato, for our team of BAG, for everybody that is helping us, for outside Brazil, for those that are here, Cabral, that built these bridges in such a beautiful way. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you very much, and see you soon.
Those were the words of Ingo Flogler, president of ABAG. We'd like to thank here on stage the presence of the former president, Michel Temer, Caio Carvalho, and thank you very much, all the participants and guests. So before we leave, so one final announcement. We informed that we will send to your email the survey of satisfaction and the certificate of participation online or on site. You can answer the survey, and your opinion is extremely important for ABAG and B3. We thank you all for participating, and the Congress is now finished, the 26th Congress of the Agribusiness. On behalf of ABAG and B3, we thank you for the sponsorship of AgroSéries, Bayer, and Corteva, and gold sponsorship Bosch, Bradesco, CNA, Senar, Siniseg, John Deere, Yara, Silver Press, sponsorship Ambima, Cargill, Cochopé, ProcLife Brazil, Impev, Fiesp, Senar, and Rural Unions, Jacto, System OCB, S&P Global Ratings, Ingenta, and Triseals, and with the support of Banco do Brasil. Thank you all very much. It was an honor to be here with you, and have a great evening, and see you in 2027.